This is Audible.
Belinda presents this unabridged recording of The Curse on the Chosen, Book 2 in the Song of the Tears trilogy, written by Ian Irvine and read by Jack Hawkins. Part 1. The Chthonic Flame. One. Maelys stood frozen in the centre of the cave, glaring at the rigid back of her enemy. The nightmare had come to pass. That monster, Nish, god emperor of all Santhanar, held her mother, aunts, and her little sister Phyllis, the only family Maelys had left, in the festering dungeons of Maelys. Now they were going to pay for her failure. They would die in unspeakable agony for helping Nish escape his father's prison, and it had all been for nothing. Xervish Flydd was on his knees, throwing up on the floor, and she blamed herself for that as well. She had pressured him to renew his aged, failing body, but the mighty spell had gone wrong, and the God Emperor had appeared before Flydd could recover from the trauma. Though he now had the body of a man in middle age, he had lost his gift for the secret art. Without it, they could not hope to escape through the sealed door into the perilous shadow realm as they had planned, then back to a distant part of Laurelin where they could hide in safety while Flydd regained his strength. Huge, gentle Zam stood by the columns carved into the rear wall, sword in hand, but he could do nothing to save them. Neither could her friend Colm beside him. They were also going to die. And then there was Nish, slumped against the side wall. Maelys had once looked up to him as the deliverer, the one man who could overthrow the tyrant God Emperor, break his cruel grip on the world, and relieve the suffering of Santhanar's downtrodden people. Nish had made that promise, and all Santhanar looked to him to keep it, but he never would. 10 years in Maelys had broken him. He wasn't a shadow of the hero he'd once been. Nish, secure in the power of his profane tear, Reaper, stood nonchalantly on the sill of the cave at the brink of the 1,000-span-high precipice of Mistmurk Mountain, gazing out. The twin bands of his platinum half-mask circled the back of his head, one high, the other low, and his good hand fondled the sorcerous quicksilver tear that hung from a chain about his neck. And well he might, for Reaper and its absent twin Gatherer gave him the power to control the world. His sky palace ground its way towards them on the thigh-thick cables anchoring it to the plateau. In a few minutes it would be within reach. His Imperial Guard would come down the gangplank, and all hope would be lost. Maelys's stomach knotted at the thought of what Nish's torturers would do to her little sister, a slender, pretty, blonde-haired girl of 9. No, she would be 10 now. Phyllis wasn't clever, but she possessed a gift that had saved her family several times when the God Emperor's scryers had come searching ruined Niflheim Manor, armed with uncanny spying devices. Nish wanted to eradicate all stray gifts for the secret art, and did not hesitate to kill children to ensure that he succeeded. Her jaw was clenched so tight that her teeth hurt. A stray breeze swirled through the entrance, icing the sweat on her brow. She must save her family, whatever it took, or die trying. No, she could not die. Failure was unthinkable. She couldn't give up, even if everyone else had. But how was she to defeat the most powerful man in the world? Nish had deliberately turned his back to show his utter contempt for them and drive home their helplessness. And she was helpless, for Maelys was a small, demure woman, only 19, with no training in the warrior's arts. Moreover, she'd been brought up to be truthful, polite, gentle, and respectful, and her stern aunts had taught her obedience with a leather strap. How could she hope to match wits with this cunning and merciless man, to defy his authority over them all? She had to find a way. Nish wasn't as powerful as the world believed him to be, yet he had easily overcome everyone in this cavern. Nonetheless, he had a secret fear that someone would find the antithesis to his profane tears, the one thing that could nullify their power and lead an army to overthrow him. Maelys had foolishly pressured the old, feeble Flydd to cast that terrible renewal spell upon himself in the hope that he could help her find the antithesis to the tears, and she had to answer for the consequences. Only one person might know if the antithesis existed, and that was the Numinator, the shadowy figure who had established and controlled the former Council of Scrutators during the 150-year war against the Lyrics. The Numinator dwelt in the Tower of 1,000 Steps, on the island of Noom, in the frozen Antarctic wastes, 1,000 leagues, a year's march, to the south of here. It was an impossible distance in a world whose every ell was monitored by the God Emperor's human and inhuman spies. The Sky Palace crept ever closer. It was connected to the mouth of the cave by a long but narrow metal plank which swayed and flexed in the ferocious updraft rushing up the sides of the plateau. Nish watched the approach, not bothering to check on his prisoners. What if she ran and thrust him over the cliff? Any normal man would be smashed to pulp at the bottom. But Nish was not a normal man. She felt sure he could save himself with Reaper. Besides, she was no murderer. It wasn't in her to kill a man from behind, not even him. She knew he dreaded that everything he'd done would be undone once he grew old and died. He sought immortality with the tears, yet feared that he would never find it. But Maelys did not know how to exploit that weakness either. So much for his fears, what about his hopes? Family was everything to Nish, though his wife had repudiated him many years ago, after a Lyrynx's claws turned him into a monstrosity. His daughter and 3 older sons had died without issue, and he had no living relatives apart from Nish, who had just rejected his father's offer and all he stood for. Though Nish felt desperately alone, he was too proud to ask for his only son's help again.
"Flames," slurred Flydd. "White, cold flames, burning but never consuming."
He had been talking nonsense for ages, always about fire and darkness. He groaned and slumped back to sit on his heels, threads of vomit and blood-stained saliva hanging from his open mouth. Nish's head shot around, his fingers working instinctively on the shimmering surface of Reaper, only to let out a short, barking laugh. Flydd heaved up a black clot onto the dry moss. Nish, bouncing on the balls of his feet, resumed his vigil.
"Darkness of flame," choked Flydd. "Never the same, forever in pain, the flame to regain."
He spat out another clot and began to mumble incoherently. And Maelys had helped to do this to him. Guilt-ridden, she tried to shut out his groans, for the Sky Palace would be here in a minute. Family was her only lever, and Nish was all the God Emperor had left. Or was he? What if she could convince Nish otherwise? Her heart began to thunder. Dare she try? Nish had been a scrutator and possessed all their arts of interrogation and torture. He was practiced at extracting secrets from even the most hardened opponents. He must be even more skilled now, for Gatherer controlled his wisp-watchers, loop-listeners, snoop-sniffers, and all the other instruments, public and secret, with which he maintained control over the world. No one could resist Gatherer, with the possible exception of little Phyllis. But Gatherer was on his Sky Palace, and that gave Maelys a slender chance. Could she pull it off, all alone? She quailed at the thought of trying, for deceit was foreign to her nature, but she had to, no matter what it cost her. She knew there would be a cost. She'd discovered that the first time she'd been forced to act against her principles. Somewhere below the entrance to the cavern, rock crunched. Nish held up his hand, and the grinding stopped as the winch cables were halted. He leaned out, peering down at the gigantic anchor embedded in the precipice below the cavern, which sounded as if it were tearing free.
"Slowly," he said to Reaper. "Take it slowly now."
The grinding resumed. The sky palace inched closer. Flydd was raving about wraiths and darkness, and a woman dressed in red, but his eyes were empty. She began to fear that his old self was lost inside his renewed body, and he was sinking into insanity. But she couldn't worry about that now. It was all up to her, and she had to do two impossible things. First, find a way to save her family from Nish, and second, discover a means of escape. The glimmerings of a plan came to her, so reckless that it just might work. Though if she were caught, he would put her to such agonies that the chroniclers would still be telling the tale in 1,000 years. She looked away, struggling to curb her panic. How could a shy, bookish country girl even think to deceive the God-Emperor and his profane tears? She had to find a way. Maelys glanced through the swaying curtains of moss and lichen that partly closed off the entrance. Nish was still looking out. She made up her mind. She would not give up on her family while she lived. She would do whatever it took, and pay the price later. Taking a deep breath, conscious that she might not have many left, she called, "Nish?" She could not bring herself to use the title God-Emperor. He turned and put his head through the moss curtain, frowning at her. Maelys's knees went weak at the thought of what she was about to do. It couldn't possibly succeed. He would see through her instantly.
"Yes,"
he said. The platinum half-mask covered the ruined left and central parts of his face, including his nose and chin, but left his right eye, brow, and cheek exposed.
"What do you want, girl?"
Maelys couldn't bear to look at him, or Nish, who had previously rejected her so humiliatingly, or least of all Colm, who she felt sure was in love with her. She cared for him too, and admired him even more, since Colm, honourable man that he was, had previously declined to press his suit at such a difficult time for her. After this, he never would. What she was about to do would cost her all her friends and mean the death of any hopes she held for Colm and herself. "I'm pregnant," she said hoarsely. "By Nish." 2. Colm choked. Nish jerked upright. The dead moss rustled where Flydd knelt, bloody strings swinging from his lips. Even the gentle giant Zam looked shocked. Maelys couldn't afford to look any of them in the face. This meant life or death, nothing else mattered. She kept staring at Nish, and his one eye lit up for an instant, enough to give him away. Oh yes, he wanted what she could bear him. He wanted it more than anything in his empire, but then his face hardened.
Nish said only half an hour ago that he's not had congress with any woman since escaping from Mazahaiza. Are you calling my son a liar?
No, Maelys said faintly. His cheek went purple.
If he's not lying, you must be.
I'm not lying, she gasped. This was much harder than she'd thought. She couldn't do it. Nish turned to Nish. Say nothing, Nish, Maelys prayed. Leave it to me.
Well, Nish, said his father.
I have not had relations with her. As far as I know, Maelys is a virgin. Nish's jaw clenched and his eyes flicked towards Colm. No, Maelys prayed. Please don't say it, Nish. You'll ruin everything. If you ever cared about me at all, please keep quiet, he said, thickly. Though he may have taken her on the way here, they were close enough when they arrived. Out of the corner of her eye, Maelys saw Colm's look of outrage. I may be just a humble woodcutter to you, Deliverer, but I've behaved as a gentleman with Maelys, as I have with all women, while you, sir, are nothing but scum, no matter who your father is. Nish's fingers stroked Reaper, hooked through its silvery surface, and Colm doubled over, gasping for air.
Despite his manifest failings, he grated, Nish is my only son, and the chosen one. You will treat him with the respect due to his station.
Colm collapsed, clawing at the dead moss covering the floor. Nish looked away indifferently and spoke to Maelys.
Virginity is easily tested, girl. Think carefully before you say any more, for every untrue word earns you a deeper excruciation.
Maelys had thought very carefully, but the story was already spinning out of her control. Besides, she had always been a modest girl, and in her family people did not talk about such matters, especially not to strangers. But there was no going back now. "You may have me tested," she said, flushing at the thought of it, even at speaking of such an intimate test. "And you will discover that I am a virgin still. Colm does not lie, he is a gentleman."
"Then you're a lying slut," spat Nish. "You've proven it out of your own mouth."
The Sky Palace loomed into view, its white stone sails shining in a fleeting ray of sunlight. He stopped it with a backwards gesture. "I'm neither a liar nor a slut." Maelys felt her cheeks going even redder. "I am pregnant to Nish."
"Why do you insist on this vicious falsehood?"
Nish's flesh-formed hand gripped a rock at the entrance, crushing it to dust.
"Faugh! I've had enough of this."
He turned to step out onto the plank, and Maelys could not think how to stop him.
"There's a way,"
Flydd said hoarsely from the floor.
"We both know. It can be done. Nish."
Nish spun on his boot heel on the swaying plank, strode back to Maelys, and lifted her by the front of her shirt, staring into her eyes. She forced herself to meet his one eye, and again she saw that fleeting spark of hope in it.
"Well, girl," he said, letting her down again, "I have to know, and you must understand that once I have Gatherer in my hands again, I can sort truth from falsehood in an instant.
Yet you want this grandchild so desperately you can't bear to wait until the Sky Palace arrives. It was his weakness and her opportunity, though only if she could capitalize on it once she'd told her story, and Maelys still hadn't thought of a way to do that. Your son is a passionate man, she said. A lusty man who had been deprived for 10 years.
I know my son, he said thickly. I was like that myself before the tears raised me above such animal appetites. Get on with it.
The cavern was perfectly still. There was no sound apart from the swishing of the moss curtain in the wind and the creaking of the monstrous mooring cables as the Sky Palace moved in the updrafts. I nursed Nish after he was wounded, leading the Defiance in their victory over your army, said Maelys. So far so good, but she hadn't begun the real lie yet. Her eyes met Nish's, and it looked as though he was trying to say something, but she couldn't tell what.
It was no victory at all, sneered Nish. I was directing my troops via Gatherer. I let him win.
No difficulty reading Nish's face now. He was a man stripped naked to the world, his anguish showing in the shards of his cheekbones, the fingers like fishhooks, the raw, running eyes. Maelys felt acid rising up into her throat, burning her. Nish was an even bigger monster than she'd thought. You deliberately sent thousands of men to their deaths and left the rest of your own army dying in agony in that slaughter heap. Why? Nish chuckled. It amused me to let the so-called Defiance think they could win, for it will make their ultimate defeat all the more crushing.
How did you do it, girl?
Maelys could barely breathe. She couldn't speak for a moment, but she had to master herself. The soldiers were long dead. She had to take care of the living. Nish. It was so difficult to say it. She felt a scarlet blush spreading up her neck and across her cheeks. Your son is such a lusty man that, even while recovering from that terrible arrow wound, he was subject to an, nocturnal, flux.
Nocturnal flux?
Nish cried. Speak in a plain tongue, girl, and be swift about it, or Reaper will sear it out of your living mouth. Even in the most terrible fever and half dead, Nish became so aroused each night that he spilled his seed upon the sheets. Her cheeks were so inflamed that they stung. I had to have him any way I could, but Nish would not have me at any price.
I'm not surprised. My son is entitled to princesses. He could see nothing in such a plain little minx as you.
Maelys was used to insults. She'd had a lifetime of them from her mother and aunts. Yet she winced. And so, she went on haltingly, on the second night of nursing him, while Nish groaned in his lusty delirium, I gathered up his seed and inserted it within myself. And now I'm pregnant by him. And still a virgin. It can only be his child." There was a shattering silence. Maelys lowered her head, trying to see Nish out of the corner of her eye, but he had turned away. Not Colm, though. He was staring at her in appalled, contemptuous disgust. He was not a forgiving man. In his eyes, their time together and their friendship had been a lie and a stain on his own honour. No matter what happened next, he would never forgive her. "The chances of becoming pregnant," began Nish. "My clan are very fertile," she said truthfully, "and it was the right time of the month."
"Well, son," said Nish, "what do you have to say?"
Nish wore a faint smile. He was not displeased to be described as a lusty man. Bore, she thought, oaf. Yet he met her eye and, surprisingly, she saw no censure there. Indeed, a trace of admiration. She'd been game to take his father on. Despite his flaws, Nish possessed qualities that Colm would never have. "I am, as we discussed earlier, a man of strong appetites," Nish said. "What Maelys says could be true. I lay in a fever for days, so how would I know what she got up to?" Nish turned back to her. "Why?" he said simply. She'd scraped over the first hurdle, but Maelys couldn't relax yet. Now was time for the plain truth. "Ever since I was a little girl, and first heard the tale of Nish's heroism and nobility in the Lyrinx Wars, I've looked up to him. I admire him above all men."
"So you had to have him any sordid way you could to further your absurd fantasy?" His lip curled.
"I did not," she said with dignity, "for I knew Nish was far above me and out of reach. I come from a good family, yet I'm a simple country girl, and the ways and doings of the mighty are beyond me."
"Indeed they are," said Nish. "I would not have chosen you for my son, not for anything." "Then, why?"
"My mother and aunts knew how I admired Nish and required me to commit this dreadful wickedness, for it was the only way to save our clan. Clan Niflheim."
"Clan Niflheim," Nish said thoughtfully. "An old clan, once troublesome, but no more.
All resistance failed with the death of the last male, your father, Rudigo, a week ago." That shook her, though her beloved father had been on the run since she was 12 and had been captured long ago. She'd been expecting his death for a year, but even so, tears welled in her eyes. "Father is dead? Please, did he suffer at the end?"
"Oh, I made him suffer," said Nish with vengeful relish. "Once I discovered your role in Krill Nish's escape, I kept Rudigo alive so he could suffer all the more."
Maelys lowered her head. She couldn't speak, could not bear to think of her father in torment because of what her mother and aunts had forced her to do.
"Your aunts put you up to this," Nish said, "and somehow you, a simple country girl, succeeded against all the odds. You have saved your family, for the moment at least, for until proven otherwise your clan is bound to mine with indissoluble ties of blood. There's more to you than meets the eye, girl. Perhaps you aren't such a bad choice after all, if you're telling the truth. But I'll soon discover that, and if you have been truthful, you will have everything you've ever dreamed of." He studied her, then Nish, then Maelys again. "And if you've lied, well, I'll leave that to your fertile imagination." Maelys couldn't relax, for she'd merely won her family a tiny reprieve. It could be as little as an hour, once he took her onto the Sky Palace and tested her with Gatherer, or as much as a few weeks if she held out, and Nish had to wait until she had her next monthly courses. But the moment she did, Maelys would be revealed as a liar and a cheat, and both she and her family would be doomed. Claiming that she'd miscarried would not save her. Only Nish's child could. Unless she could get away before he tested her. That was the second impossibility, though having achieved the first, however fleetingly, she felt bolder now. Nish beckoned the Sky Palace forwards, impatient to get moving, but there came a terrific crack from below the cave. Gigantic lumps of rock flew in all directions,
and the mooring cable tore free and hurtled upwards, smashing the gangplank to metal splinters. Nish teetered on the rim of the entrance as the cable flailed across the sky like a writhing worm, the massive anchor clanking on its end. The Sky Palace tilted, and the tension of the remaining cables jerked it up out of sight. He cursed, then began shouting orders to his helmsman via Reaper. Maelys met Colm's eyes. He gave her a look of deepest contempt and turned away, and she knew she'd lost a friend forever. It hurt, but she put it to one side. Clan first. Always clan first. "Xervish," she said softly, "try the crystal again. This is the only chance we'll get." He was on his feet now, holding the diamond-clear, thumbnail-sized crystal out on his shaking palm and staring at the fire burning within it. The power it had absorbed from the cursed flame below the obelisk standing in the centre of the marshy plateau. Flame reflected in his brown eyes. "Can't," Flydd said dully. "Nothing left." "You've got to find it again. You've got to remember." "Art is gone, body renewed, but art didn't survive. Lost them, hollowed out, empty, useless." Maelys had never heard such bitterness from Flydd before, and without his arts, how could they hope to escape through the Shadow Realm to safety? It was a dangerous place where they needed all the protection they could get, and he had long ago woven such protections into his crystals, especially the fifth, the only one left. But no matter how dangerous the Shadow Realm might be, they had to go through it, for Nish had covered every other escape route. "Xervish," said Nish uneasily, "please try again. Open the hidden door and get us out of here." "Art's lost," Flydd said through his teeth. "She must have taken them." "Who, Maelys?" Nish's eyes probed her. "No," Flydd gasped, retching again. "Woman! In red." "What woman in red?" said Nish quietly, with an anxious look at his father's back. "Was in my mind during renewal. Thought she was me." "That doesn't make sense, Xervish." Flydd looked up blankly. "Don't know. Memory in pieces." "It'll come back. You recognized us, so you've still got some memories. Use them." "Can't!" Flydd began to retch, spitting bloody muck onto the floor. "The crystal is charged," said Maelys, staring at it, though without Flydd's art it was as useless as a lump of coal. "Nish said it has power to open any barrier. Tell us how, Xervish, hurry." If renewal had gone wrong internally, Flydd might be dying. All the more reason for her to act quickly. Nish stepped inside. He'd overheard. "For one who can use it," I said. "None of you can, no matter how you try. But try, by all means." He smiled maliciously, then turned away and plunged his hand into Reaper again. The Sky Palace reappeared, listing steeply to starboard in the fierce updraft, and objects began to slide off its decks. Maelys felt her slim hope fading. With Reaper he would soon set the Sky Palace to rights. What could the God Emperor not do with the tears? However, the Sky Palace listed further, and Nish cursed. "Pathway!" With a metallic zing, a copper-coloured plank fizzed into existence between the cavern and the Sky Palace. Withdrawing his hand from Reaper, he began to stride up the plank. Coloured pressure patterns swirled across its coppery surface with every step, and it shortened behind him, so that he was always walking upon its quivering outer end. Without turning, he thrust his arm backwards, and a brown wall formed at the cavern entrance, then slowly solidified like baked clay until the light was blocked out. They were trapped. "A lucky accident that the anchor tore out," said Zam. "Can we make something of it?" "No accident," slurred Flydd. "Monks are Vivamore, determined, bring down blasphemous God Emperor." "And he wants Nish," Maelys reminded them. "You'd be better off with your father, Nish. Vivamord is insane." "But while father has Reaper," said Nish, "Vivamord can't touch him, which means—" "Nish playing with us," said Flydd. "He loves his little games," Nish said bitterly. And more than anything, Father loves to allow his victims to hope so he can have the pleasure of crushing it. He wants us to dream that there's a way out, which means there's none, said Flydd. He's set us up. Absolute silence fell, for no sound penetrated the seal at the entrance. The cavern was dark, save for the faint light from Flydd's crystal. He's not a god, just a pretender, said Maelys. He didn't expect Rivermord to come through the hidden door at the back of the cave, nor did he know what choice Nish was going to make or what I was going to say, and he can't know what we're going to do next. We've still got a chance. Teach us to use the crystal. Secret art. Years to master. No novice can use crystal, no matter how much power it contains. His voice was cold. Nothing remained of the charming, friendly Flydd she'd met just days ago. Why was he so bitter? Renewal had been a terrible ordeal for him, but he was alive and had a healthy and vigorous body. Couldn't he be thankful for that? Nish snatched the fiery crystal out of Flydd's hand and thrust it into Maelys's. You've got a small gift for the art. Try it. Father could be back any minute. He could be waiting outside right now, laughing his head off, said Colm grimly. We should have jumped off the cliff when we had the chance. My family needs me, Maelys hissed, and it's abundantly clear that you'll stoop to any depths for them. His words were another slap in the face. She wanted to do the same to him, felt an urge to hurt him, but Maelys turned away and clenched her slender fingers around the crystal, trying to think her way into its heart. Its light came pinkly through her flesh, flaring and fading. A pulse was beating in one of the veins of her wrist. Think. There's got to be a way. She couldn't think of one. Maelys didn't know anything about her little gift, which had been suppressed too long, and now was stunted. Training in the arts needed to begin in youth, and at 19 she was too old to ever achieve mastery. Could there be a simpler way? She touched the crystal to the columns carved into the rear wall, left and right, high and low, and to the flat section in between, where the secret door had opened. Nothing happened. Maelys imagined Nish's mocking laughter. She rubbed the crystal against her forehead and touched it to the taphloid hanging on its chain around her neck, again to no effect. Nish was frowning at her. Did he think their peril was her fault? In a way it was, but surely it was better than the alternative. If she'd refused her aunt's demand in the first place, he would still be in his father's prison, going mad, and she and her family would be hiding in the mountains, slowly starving to death. You try it. She passed the crystal to him. You're the one with the clear sight. My gift is puny, he reminded her, totally insignificant. But linked to God, Emperor, said Flydd. Gift came from touch of tears, Nish. I'll never forget it. Nish was clutching the crystal in both hands, one clasped around the other. During the war, Father thrust my hands right into the tears in an effort to bend me to his will. Fighting his compulsion almost broke me. But you got free, single-handedly saved what was left of mighty army, said Flydd, sounding more coherent now. Fighting him strengthened you, Nish. Strength you can draw on now. It's a wonder you still have your hands, rumbled Zam. The touch of Reaper crisped Rivermord's belly like a roast pig, and he's a great mancer. Father protected me, I suppose, said Nish. Power of tears has grown mightily since. Beware, said Flydd. Anything coming to you? Not a thing. Maelys's eyes met Zam's. He was standing between the columns, holding his enormous sword. He gave her an encouraging smile, and it warmed her. She still had one friend left. Colm was grimly practicing strokes with his notched blade. Was he mentally using it on her? Nish, she said, what if you used your clear sight to see what's happened to Xervish's art? I hadn't thought of that. There was a long silence while Nish strained until a muscle began to jump in his jaw. I can't see anything. Panic was creeping over Maelys, suffocating her, but she couldn't give in to it. Whenever she wavered, the thought of Phyllis in the hands of Nish's torturers stiffened her spine for one last try. What about using me? She said.
I don't know what you mean, said Nish. I'm not sure I do either, but something strange happened to Flydd during renewal last night. After he'd used the fourth crystal, he had to draw on me. He took my hand, and I could feel the heat running up my arm to my heart, the strength being drawn out of me. How does that help? What if he didn't just take from me? What if he gave as well? Nish frowned, the flickering crystal lighting the furrows across his forehead. Xervish, could Maelys be the woman in red you were raving about? She isn't wearing red. Perhaps in the fever she seemed to be. Flydd shook his head vigorously, then winced. The woman in red looked nothing like Maelys. She wasn't beautiful, her face was stern and arrogant, and she was bigger, taller and older. Maelys stared at Flydd. He thought she was beautiful. No one had ever said that before. Did you give anything to Maelys? Nish persisted. Can't remember what happened during renewal, Flydd said hoarsely. Few mancers ever do. Is it the kind of thing you might have done? Not unless I was desperate. What mancer would willingly give away the least fraction of his art, knowing he might never get it back? But you were desperate, Xervish, Maelys said softly, glancing over her shoulder at the barrier. Nish could return at any second. Nish, use your clear sight on me, quickly! He put his hands around her skull, above her ears, and Maelys shivered at his touch. Nish didn't press hard, nor hold his hands there long, and when he drew away there was an odd look in his eyes. Xervish, I think you did pass something to Maelys, and yet— My art, Flydd said hoarsely. My precious art. Maelys hadn't realised that it meant so much to him, though when she thought about it, to have been a great mancer for so long and then to lose it in a moment must be like losing a limb. No, worse, for a man with no legs can walk with crutches, but losing one's art would be like going back to the helplessness of infancy. There's something not right, though, Nish swallowed. I've lost my art, Flydd cried. The one thing that has sustained me all my life. I'm naked without it. That's not what I meant. Nish was staring alternately at Flydd, then Maelys. My clear sight tells me that there's more of you now, Xervish. That's absurd. If I passed my gift to her, there should be less of me. Can you remember doing that? I can't remember anything save the woman coming into me. She had strange eyes, a reddish purple. Now what does that remind me of? Can you take your talent back from me? Said Maelys. Not without the art, though there may be a way to use it where it lies, said Flydd. Look deeper, quick. Nish put his hands on Maelys again and shook his head. I can't tell. My clear sight is too feeble. If only there were a way to strengthen it, said Maelys, musing on what had been said. And how could there be more of Flydd when he'd lost his art? That didn't make sense. If we could eat rock, we could chew our way to freedom, sneered Colm. There is a way, said Nish, ignoring him, though I'm not sure I've got the courage to try it. I wouldn't, said Flydd. Your father won't save you this time, Nish. Maelys didn't know what they were talking about. I'll try anything if it helps to save my family. Not this way, said Nish. I won't let you. Flydd's eyes were on Maelys. I do believe she would, Nish. She's braver than any of us. Just tell me what to do, snapped Maelys. Thump. Something struck the barrier from the outside and it cracked like an ancient bowl. Nish was staring at it, his fists clenched rigidly at his sides and his jaw muscles standing out. He turned to her and something shone in his eyes. Admiration? Surely not from Nish. Now he let out a long breath, but the fine hairs stirred on the back of Maelys's neck. What was he going to do? He eased himself into the deep shadows to the left of the opening, crouched and pulled up great handfuls of dead moss until he was covered in it. Nish? Said Maelys. There's only one hope left, he said quietly. It's do or die this time, and I don't care which. What are you going to do? Stay back. Distract father so he thinks I've escaped. As soon as he breaks through, scream my name and leave the rest to me. To the wall, hissed Zam, sweeping them together in his long arms and thrusting them backwards as the clay seal began to crack and fall out. Pretend Nish has gone through the hidden door. When Nish comes in, we all attack him at once. Fragments crashed to the floor and misty light flooded in. Maelys reached out towards the wall and yelled, Nish!
as shrilly as she could. "What the?" cried Nish, then leapt to the floor of the cave. Maelys spun around, trying to maintain the pretense that Nish had disappeared. Nish came forwards, staring at the closed door. How did he get away? "Get him!" roared Zam, hurling himself at Nish. Nish propelled himself to his feet. Nish spun around, sure he was under attack, but Nish wasn't going for him. He dived and thrust his left hand deep into Reaper and shrieked. 3. "You should not have done that, son," said Nish with icy calm. "I'm not going to protect you this time." Nish was writhing on the floor, frantically trying to jerk his hand free, but it was held fast, and his wrist and forearm were blistering and growing redder by the second. Maelys caught a whiff of burning flesh, and was glad Nish hadn't told her what he was going to do. If she'd done that to herself. As everyone rushed Nish, he caressed the upper surface of Reaper. Zam was hurled sideways against the hidden door. The crack sounded like ribs breaking. Colm went flying across the cavern, thudding into the left-hand wall with his shoulder and side. Maelys dived for Nish's ankles, trying to heave him off his feet, but was driven face first into the moss. Flydd must have thrown something, for Nish doubled over and fell to his knees, spit spraying through the mouth slit of his mask. Nish's shrieks broke off. He brought his free hand up and crashed it into his father's chin, sending the half-mask clanging off the stone sill and over the precipice. Maelys caught a glimpse of the scarred, noseless, suppurating horror of Nish's face, destroyed by a lynx's claws 13 years ago. Despite all the power the tears gave him, he had never been able to repair the injuries. Nish's one eye glazed. His hand fell away from Reaper and he collapsed, unconscious. The quicksilver surface of the profane tear turned a dull, roiling red, and a hideous clanging erupted from it. The rest of the crazed barrier exploded out of the entrance, tearing the curtains of moss and lichen away, and Maelys heard an answering clanging from bow and stern of the Sky Palace, a few hundred paces away. Soldiers ran along the deck, the white armour of the Imperial Guard shimmering, their adamantine blades raised high. The ultimate crime had been committed. The God Emperor's sacred person had been attacked, and they burned to avenge the insult. They converged on the copper plank path that linked the Sky Palace to the cavern. "Kick the plank away," said Flydd. Maelys ran and took hold of it with both hands, but it was so heavy she could not budge it. Only minutes to live, she thought, but a whole eternity for the dying. Nish's hand was still caught, and his lower arm was smoking. His mouth opened and closed as if he was silently shrieking his lungs out. Maelys couldn't bear to see his agony. She scrambled towards him on hands and knees. "Nish! Nish!" She had reached for his sleeve when Flydd shouldered her out of the way. "Don't touch him lest you end up the same way." "But, Nish, why did he do it?" Flydd scooped dry moss from the floor, wrapped it around Nish's wrist and heaved. The moss began to smoulder, then burst into flame. Flydd cursed but didn't let go. With a wrench, he tore Nish's hand free of Reaper. Maelys nearly threw up, for his hand was a smoking ruin and smelt of burnt meat. She darted to the sill, tore up handfuls of wet moss and covered his hand in it. Steam boiled out. He gave another silent scream. She dragged him to the entrance and thrust his hand out under the cascading water. Flydd ripped the sleeve off his shirt and pulled it over Nish's hand. Maelys had to help Flydd tie the knots, for renewal had cost him his coordination as well as his art. "I can do nothing for the pain, Nish," said Flydd. "Did you succeed?" Nish tried to speak, but his face twisted in another silent rictus. When it finally passed, he tried again. "No choice. Only way. Bolster clear sight. Think it worked. Take wrists." Flydd took his blistered wrist, Maelys the sound one, and Nish strained. "I see it," he slurred. "See way." "How?" said Flydd urgently. "Zam, Colm, hold the soldiers off." Colm was on his feet, swaying as he attempted to lift Zam. The giant's forehead was bloody and he was holding his side. He leaned against the rear wall and wiped blood out of his eyes with the back of his hand. Drawing his monstrous blade, he advanced unsteadily across the cavern. "I'll hold them off as long as I can, sir." Tears sprang to Maelys's eyes, for Zam was utterly reliable, blindly loyal. She dashed them away. "Nish, how am I supposed to give Xervish back his art?" "Don't think can. He's got to take back, but without art." In other words, it was impossible. "Then how do I use it?" She shook his arm in her agitation. On the floor, Nish kicked feebly, then slurred. "They're coming for us. I warned you they were coming, son. Why wouldn't you listen?" "What's he on about?" said Colm. "Father's paranoid," said Nish. "He thinks we're being watched by creatures from the void." "Maybe we are," said Flydd. "That's where the lyrics came from, and they weren't the first." "Father sees enemies everywhere," sneered Nish. "The mighty God Emperor lives in terror of being overthrown." Mocking laughter issued from the roiling surface of Reaper. "How do I use the art?" Maelys repeated. Nish's eyes swam in circles. The pain was killing him. "You can't." She wanted to scream. "Then you've maimed yourself for nothing." Nish shook his head. "Together," he whispered. "You've got to do it together." "I can't perform any kind of mind merge without my art," said Flydd. "I don't know what a mind merge is," said Maelys. "Father stunted my talent when I was little to save me from the scryers. That's why he gave me my taphloid." "Yes," cried Flydd. "Take it off, quick!" With her free hand, Maelys lifted it over her head, feeling the wrench that she suffered every time she was forced to remove it. She felt naked without it, exposed to the world, for her unshielded talent created an aura which a skilled scryer would detect instantly. Flydd snatched the taphloid from her hand, holding it by the chain. "I can feel your great gift shining out in all directions, Maelys," said Flydd. "Beating on me like hot sun on bare skin. You must focus it on me alone, though not as I am now. Look for the old, decrepit but true me, the one you met before I took renewal. Try to find that man, no matter how deep he's buried. I can't open the way, but he may be able to, if he still exists." Another painful, mocking laugh issued from Reaper. Maelys restrained an urge to kick it out the entrance. "Take my wrist," said Nish urgently. "They're coming fast." She tried to do what Flydd had asked, but couldn't see him at all, for something obscured everything in her inner eye, a heavy, churning mass of black, burning from the inside out but never consumed. Reaper. This close, its power was singeing the fine hair on her arms. Reaper longed to consume her, and it was as corrupt as the man who had created it from the implosion of the Snizort node all those years ago. Those compressed forces had distilled everything good and noble out of it, and now it debauched everything it touched. It longed to corrupt her, to burn her to ashes. "Maelys!" An open hand slapped her hard across the cheek. She opened her eyes, tore her mind away from Reaper's pull. Flydd was glaring at her. "You struck me." She touched her fingers to her stinging cheek. "What's the matter with you?" "Reaper," she shuddered. "It's too strong, too near. I can't resist it. I can't see anything but Reaper." "Try harder. You've got to look beyond it. There's no other way." There was shouting outside, then the clash of sword on sword. Zam swayed in the entrance as he fought the first of the crack Imperial Guard. He had the advantage of height and position, but clearly his broken ribs were troubling him, and he couldn't hold the enemy off for long. "Wait," Maelys said. "I was wearing my taphloid when I saw Nish using Gatherer in the Pit of Possibilities." Flydd slapped his hand across her mouth so hard that her lips stung. They both turned towards Nish, who was twitching again. "It's coming for us," Nish said. "Ah, fire and flame, it's coming." She averted her eyes from his ghastly face.
I wish you hadn't mentioned that, said Flydd in a low voice. Reaper may allow Nish to register what we say even when he's unconscious, and I don't want him to know what you saw in the pit. It reminded her of the gloomy futures Nish had seen in the pit of possibilities. None of them had contained her. Was she destined to die young, soon, today? It shook her. If her fate was preordained, what was the point of fighting, or indeed anything? No, she thought with a rush of anger. I refuse to believe it. I will fight on, and I will prevail. Metal clanged on metal. Colm was standing to Zam's right, thrusting his blade at a soldier on the plank just outside. Zam skewered the man behind him through the neck joint of his armour and twisted his blade out in a gush of bright blood. The soldier toppled off the wind-shaken plank, but another stood behind him, and many more behind him. The plank was bowed down under their weight. Flydd slipped the taffloid into her hand. Try it. Maelys put it around her neck and felt the pressure of Reaper ease. She closed her eyes and tried to blank everything out save her memory of the old Flydd. It was hard, for there was so much to intrude. The thump of sword on armour, the grunts and screams of the fighting soldiers, and the howling updraft, which always picked up as the day drew on. Nish, beside her, was panting like a woman in labour from the escalating agony of his burned hand. Most distracting of all, she kept catching whiffs of the rotting flesh of Nish's terrible face. Phyllis, splayed on the wall of Nish's torture chamber. That image helped her to focus on what had to be done. Find the real Flydd. She felt the strength of his hand around her wrist and imagined it to be the old man's feebler grip. It was working. Now she remembered him as she'd first seen him, just days ago, drinking and laughing with Nish on the rickety bench outside his amberwood hut. She'd envied them, their easy camaraderie and their long friendship, for she'd felt alone and abandoned since Niflheim Manor had been torn down. Flydd had led her out into the stink-snapper-infested marshes and questioned her about the most intimate and embarrassing details of her travels with Nish. Later, she remembered Flydd's fury as she had pressured him to take renewal. If she'd had an inkling of what it would do to him, she would never have opened her mouth. Colm gasped and stumbled backwards, holding his left shoulder. Blood was seeping through his fingers. Just a scratch, he said through gritted teeth, though the gash was as long as his little finger. Zam swung his blade back and forth, sweeping another of the Imperial Guard off the plank. The man's helmeted head flying right and his body toppling to the left. Colm gripped his sword in bloody fingers and returned to his position. They were safe for another minute. She conjured up that first memory again. Flydd, barely tipsy at all, laughing with a sozzled Nish. It felt like a lifetime ago. She tried to see into Flydd, to understand what drove him, good and bad. How had he held to his purpose despite being trapped at the top of Mistmurk Mountain for 9 years, knowing that his plan to free Nish from prison had come to naught? Flydd had never given up. Moreover, he had maintained his sense of humour and that ferocious will to fight on, no matter the cost. He reminded her of her father, Rudiger, who had been forced to flee from Nish's vicious lieutenant, Seneschal Vomix, when she was little. Rudiger, whose tortured body now lay in the anonymous burial grounds behind Mazahaiza. That was her fault too, for as a child she'd unwittingly insulted Vomix, and it had drawn attention to her family's gifts. Suddenly she saw Flydd, the real Flydd, just for a second, and again felt that burning sensation surrounding her heart and flowing down her arm to where his fingers clenched like an iron manacle. Nish stiffened and tried to pull away from her other hand, but she maintained the contact even though her head was spinning and her knees had gone weak. Must hold on. Must hold. She was lying on the floor with Nish bending over her. Maelys felt cold now, to her very core, frozen and empty. The taffloid was lying beside her, and she reached out for the comfort of it. "I've got back a trace of my art," said Flydd. "I can see the way." He turned towards the rear wall, the 5th crystal shining through his fingers, and reached out between the columns. A dazzling flash lit up the cavern, The crystal burst, and fiery shards flew out in a fan, though all were extinguished when they hit the hidden door, as if it had drawn the power from them. One glowing fragment flew straight up, bounced off the roof, and curved down in an arc towards Maelys, landing on her stomach. Had Flydd taken back all his art, or was part of it still trapped in her? She didn't feel any different. The shard was useless, but she slipped it into the empty crystal compartment of her taffloid and waited for the door to open. It did not. More malicious laughter issued from Reaper as Nish groaned and came to his knees, unmasked and grotesque. "You think you can best me that easily?" he said in a slurred voice. "Even unconscious I was more than your match, Xervish." With a bellow of rage, Nish leapt at his father. The uppercut started at floor level and ended with a sickening crack on the point of Nish's scarred jaw, lifting him off his feet, for Nish had hit him with all the pent-up fury of his 10 years of imprisonment. Nish landed on his back in the moss, eyes open, but so deeply unconscious that Reaper's surface went still. The clanging started again. The Imperial guards on the copper plank let out a collective roar. A sword rang on Zam's greatsword. "Xervish," said Nish, his battered knuckles bleeding onto the moss and his bandaged hand dripping yellow fluid. "This can't all have been for nothing." "It's over, Nish, old friend," Flydd said gently. "That crystal was special. I spent years priming it to crack into the Shadow Realm and protect us while we were there, and without it we've lost. As I said on one other memorable occasion, we must face our end with dignity." Maelys had read that tale when she was little. Flydd was referring to the time during the Lyrinx War when he and his allies had been taken by the corrupt council of scrutators in their attack on Fizz Gorgo. After a show trial on a great canvas amphitheatre erected many spans above the roof of the stronghold, all its people had been set to be executed there. "I didn't hear you say it," whispered Nish. "I was trapped below in the burning tower." She'd read his part of the tale many times. In one of the greatest feats of heroism in all the histories, Nish had cunningly attacked the scrutators and their hundreds of crack guards, rescued the prisoners, and with their aid had turned ruinous defeat into an unimaginable victory, which had turned the tide of the hopeless Lyrinx War, and 2 years later had led to that astonishing yet noble triumph over the alien enemy. Maelys, reliving the tale, realized that she could forgive Nish almost everything because of the hero he had once been, and might be again. Looking at him now, she could see that he was in agony, but he endured it in silence. He could show no weakness to an enemy who would ruthlessly exploit it. "And you saved us all," said Flydd, deep in a recovered memory. "To die at my hands," slurred Nish from the floor. How had he roused so quickly? Maelys tasted despair this time. He could never be beaten. Flydd forced a clump of moss into Nish's mouth with the toe of his boot. Nish fell silent, though his fingers kept moving. Reaper's surface rippled, and Zam staggered backwards, falling against Colm and driving him to his knees. Flydd stamped on Nish's fingers, but too late. With a single bound, a giant of a warrior sprang from the plank onto the sill of the cavern. He was almost as big as Zam, brandishing a cutlass in one hand and a rapier in the other, and cutting and stabbing faster than the eye could follow. Zam came upright, but his injuries had weakened him, and some of the rapier blows were getting through. He was soon speckled with blood in a dozen places. The cutlass flashed out to the left. Zam parried, but the warrior lunged and stabbed his rapier half a handspan into Zam's mighty thigh. His leg wobbled and he nearly went down. "Zam!" cried Maelys, seeing blood pouring down his leg. Something whirred in front of her. She did not see what it was. With furious blows, Zam drove the warrior backwards onto the plank. Behind him, a line of soldiers waited their turn, and many more were at the railings of the Sky Palace. The greatest hero in the world could not defeat them all. Maelys felt sick, for the end was inevitable now. "Fly, little lady," said Zam, turning to smile at her even as he defended furiously.
I'm done for, but you can still get away. No, Zam! The door is closed, it's over, lay down your weapon. Fly, I won't give up until you pass through. Please, Zam! Ever since I took up arms, he grunted, I've known it would end this way. It's all I'm good for, little lady. He drove the warrior backwards a few steps, then reached down to grasp the plank and gave it a mighty heave. It twisted slightly. The huge warrior threw out his arms for balance, and as the twisting motion propagated along the plank, those men behind him did the same. One fell silently to the left, another cried out as he went off to the right. Zam twisted again. Could he pull the plank free? She allowed herself to hope, for Zam's strength was as huge as his heart. Again that whirring, and this time Maelys looked down. The shell of her taffloid was changing. Faces and dials she'd never seen before were appearing and disappearing there as they'd not done in many years, and the hand on one dial was pointing towards the rear of the cavern. The fragment of crystal must have powered it for the first time in months, but it did not blank out her gift as it had always done before she'd passed through the mist murk at the base of the pit of possibilities. Hopeless, fatalistic thoughts rose up. Again she crushed them and focused on what she had to do. The taffloid must be enhancing her gift, for suddenly she could see Nish's jagged red and black aura again, and Flydd's pale green one flickering, and a tiny glimmer coming from Nish as well. She turned, following the direction the little hand was pointing, and the hidden door between the columns was outlined in yellow radiance. A brighter oval in the middle marked a keyhole the size of her closed fist, and in a daze she thrust the taffloid at the hole. An enormous groan made her look over her shoulder. Zam had lifted the end of the metal plank and the soldiers still on it. How could he do that with broken ribs? Grunting with the strain, he forced it to chest height and twisted it left, right, left. A dozen Imperial guards fell to their deaths, some silently, others screaming in terror, but the giant warrior rode the twisting board as if his feet were glued to it, swaying from side to side and balancing himself with swings of his rapier and cutlass. Maelys could see how it was going to end, for Zam had exhausted his strength, yet failed to dislodge his enemy. The warrior sprang, bounced on the swaying plank, lunged and thrust his rapier down. It went through Zam's unprotected chest and came out a couple of handspans from his lower back, sparkling like freshly polished metal, with rubies dripping from its tip. "Zam!" she wailed. The end of the plank slipped through his fingers and struck the sill of the cave. The warrior tried to heave his weapon out, but Zam's hands locked around his enemy's on the rapier's hilt and held him. Putting his huge boot against the warrior's groin, Zam sent him flying into the three guards behind, knocking them down. The warrior went over the side, and they did too. Maelys ran to Zam. "Flee!" he said weakly, and fell to the floor, the impact pushing the rapier most of the way back through him. Blood was flooding from the hole in his chest. He was going to die. The few surviving guards broke into a run, and others were scrambling over the side of the Sky Palace now that the way was clear. Soon they would pour into the cavern like a dam bursting. "Thank you, faithful Zam," she wept, kissing his brow. There was nothing more she could do for him. Family first, always family first. Her eyes swimming with tears, she turned away from the friend who had given his all and asked nothing in return, went to the rear door, and thrust the taffloid into the keyhole. The door began to scrape open. Nish twitched, rolled over and groped blindly for Reaper. "Get in!" she screeched, leaping through into the darkness. Flydd picked up his rucksack, which Zam had packed for him after renewal, slung it over his back and followed. Then Nish. Colm was still by the entrance, his sword out. "It's over, Colm," Flydd said gruffly. "Come if you're coming." Colm jerked the rapier out of Zam's chest with one hand, swiping at the leading soldier through the entrance with the other. The man ducked, then came on. Colm ran across the cavern, through the door, and Maelys put her fist into the glowing keyhole on the other side, then whipped it out again as the slab slammed shut, leaving them in darkness. 4. As the stone door closed, Nish sagged with relief, for it had placed a physical barrier, however temporary, between him and his father. He couldn't see a thing, and there was no way to tell which way the cavern led from here save by feel. "Light!" he said hoarsely, for his throat was so dry it itched. "Can't even make light," muttered Flydd. "I'm reduced to mere talentless humanity." "That's all I've ever been," said Colm. "Then you can't possibly know any different. Stop moaning, you old fool," snapped Colm. "Make the best of it." "You sound better, Xervish," said Maelys hastily. "As cranky as ever, in fact." Flydd managed a feeble chuckle. "I'd imagined that being restored to a vigorous middle age would be like getting a new life, but it feels as if my old bones are loosely clothed with someone else's muscles. Every movement requires an effort of will. It's like learning to walk again." He paused. "I don't know how you did it, Maelys, but thank you." She said something softly, but Nish missed it. He could not concentrate for the pain of his charred left hand. He sucked at the wet sleeve covering the coconut-sized moss bandage. The moisture felt good on his cracked lips, but the movement caused the agony of his burns, temporarily forgotten in the mad scramble to escape, to flare anew. He bit down on a cry. Giving way to pain could only make things worse. He had to be stronger than he'd ever been, for it was his only hope of escaping the monster on the other side of the door. But it was hard. Very hard. The pain was worse than any of the many injuries he'd taken during the war. This will be my first test, he thought. No matter how much it hurts, I won't make a sound. And if I'm strong enough for that, I'll take it as a sign that I can defeat Father. Nish groped in the darkness with his good hand, touched something warm and yielding, Maelys's bosom, and jerked his hand away. At her sharp intake of breath, he muttered, "Sorry, can't see a thing." She probably thought he'd done it deliberately, but he had bigger worries, not least the extraordinary stories she'd told his father. Could Maelys really be pregnant with his child? He didn't think so, but if she was, even if she'd done it in such a sordid way, it would change both their lives. They would be bound together for all time by blood. He had to admire the scheming little vixen. Maelys was braver than he was, and she never gave up. He could sense her small, tense presence half a span away, and hear her quick breathing. She sounded as if she were cracking up, and he couldn't blame her. She'd saved them, but she could do no more, nor could Flydd, and Nish didn't trust Colm. It was up to him now. He had spent months tormented by self-doubt, and to his shame wallowing in self-pity, but he had to put all that behind him. After repudiating his father's offer to become his lieutenant, there was no going back, for they were enemies and would remain so until one of them died. It was time for Nish to take charge of his life. Flydd and Maelys were talking about what she'd seen in the pit of possibilities, which reminded Nish of his own visions there the first time. He could almost convince himself to discount his last vision, the one where he, the deliverer, was acclaimed as God Emperor, no matter how much he yearned for it, for Vivimord had as good as admitted sending it to him. But take it away and the other futures all ended the same way, in the failure of his quest, the triumph of the God Emperor, and Nish's exile, madness, or death. Despair pinched at his liver, a stabbing pain, but he endured that too. Never give way, not once, not even for a second. "I reject all those possibilities and the pit itself," he raged inwardly. "There will be no madness, no exile, no death. I will make my own future. I won't become the deliverer either, for that would mean submitting to Vivimord's plans for me, and he's just as corrupt as my father. But I will overthrow Father and restore peace and justice to Santhanar, though not as the God Emperor. There will be no more God Emperors. Whatever it takes and however long, I'm going to do it." "What's that?" said Flydd. Nish hadn't realized that he'd spoken aloud. "We've got to get away from the door. Where does this cave go?" "I don't remember." "Why not?" Nish snapped as the pain flared again. "You had 9 years, and you took 10 years to get here," Flydd said mildly. "How far is it to the Shadow Realm?" "Not far, assuming I can find the power to enter it. Lead on." The pain nearly overcame him. Nish squeezed his eyes shut until the spasm passed. "Feel around, everyone. Find where the passage goes." "Right here." said Colm from his left. It slopes down gently. Go down and we'll follow. Whatever you say, Deliverer, Colm said, the soles of his boots sliding on stone. Nish didn't have the strength to be irritated. He went behind Maelys, wishing he had Zam's strong arm to lean on, and already missing his quiet, reliable solidity. But Zam was gone, as so many of his friends and allies had been lost. Nish needed to grieve for him but couldn't afford to, not here. Nish would already be recovering. His troops would be helping him back to the Sky Palace, where he would use Gatherer to search out all the secrets of Mistmurk Mountain and hunt Nish down. He choked, but managed to swallow his despair. Just take it minute by minute, he told himself. Even agony can be endured for 1 minute, and if you can do that, you can suffer it for another. And so he continued. They went down a long, straight passage, clambered over a shallow crevasse which Colm discovered by falling into it and gashing his shin, then along a narrow, snaking tunnel with a gentle downslope and a strong smell of animal urine. Flydd kept stumbling, falling over and cursing his ill-fitting new body. "Xervish?" said Maelys in a tiny voice. 10 or 15 uneventful minutes had passed, during which Nish's unease grew ever stronger. "What?" panted Flydd. "When you began renewal, you talked about forcing the barrier and holding open the Shadow Realm for the hours it would take to get through it to safety. You said you needed at least 3 crystals to do that, but all we have is 1 tiny shard. How can we possibly get through without the crystals?" He began to breathe heavily, as if remembering something he would sooner have forgotten. "I don't know. I thought the stone door—" "It's just a normal door into the caverns that run through Mistmurk Mountain. The Shadow Realm is yet to come, if we can get into it at all." "What is the Shadow Realm?" said Nish. "Is it like the maze we passed through when we escaped from Monk's Heart at Tifferfight?" Flydd stopped to catch his breath. "Completely different. That maze was a dangerous place, but an empty one. It could drive you mad, and most people would become lost and die there, but it held no other threat. The Shadow Realm is like a netherworld to the 3 worlds, bound to yet separate from them. It's the pit into which necromancers like Vivamore delve to further their depraved arts. A perilous place, full of dark and mischievous spirits." "Then why are we going there?" "Because there's no other choice. Bad as it is, we've got a better chance passing through the Shadow Realm than we have staying here. We're not strong enough to fight Nish. We've got to disappear. Though sooner or later he'll find us with the tears, wherever we hide. Therefore we've got to have a weapon, one he's afraid of. And the antithesis is the only possibility I know of. Besides, I spent years preparing my crystal to protect us while we pass through the Shadow Realm. But it's broken. The spells remain in the Shard Maelys court. Let's get moving." "So we won't be there long?" said Maelys anxiously. "Just a few hours, hopefully." That sounded ominous. "And then what?" said Nish. "We return to the real world a long way from here and from Nish." "And after that?" "The instant I have regained my art and my fitness, we go south to the Tower of 1,000 Steps. To approach the Numinator, I'll need all my wits about me," he added under his breath. "And then some." They continued down a steeper slope, which was slippery with aromatic droppings. "What's that smell?" said Nish. It was sickly sweet and spicy, like cane syrup mixed with pepper and cloves. "Giant swamp creepers," Maelys said from ahead. He could hear the revulsion in her voice. "When I went down to the cursed flame earlier, there were thousands of them, all oozing and squirming over each other. Yuck!" "Tasty, though," said Colm. "If we're trapped down here, at least we'll eat well." Nish, remembering the splendid steaks they'd dined on during their first night on the plateau, salivated. The swamp creepers were like gigantic black slugs the size of a muscular man's thigh, and almost all meat. "I remember now," cried Flydd. "That's where we've got to go. The cursed flame is the one source of power available to me." "And Father will have it under guard," said Nish. "He may not know about the flame yet. Ah, this place has a familiar feel. I think I know where we are." "Lead the way, then." "What's that?" said Nish, as thunder rolled down the passage. "The God Emperor's Mancers must be attacking the hidden door," said Flydd. "Come on." They skidded down the slick surface, scrambled through a pit full of droppings which had an appalling stench and a faint luminosity, then climbed a broken slope equally coated with muck. By the time they reached the top, they were smeared with it. Handicapped as he was, Nish fell many times, and each time his burned hand struck the rock, it sent sickening waves of pain through him. He almost cried out, but managed to stifle it. "I will not give in," he kept telling himself. "I can beat father, I must." He was thankful for the darkness, which concealed the tears streaming down his cheeks. "Nish, are you all right?" said Maelys. Her hand touched his arm. "Oh, Nish," she said quietly. "I'm sorry about everything." Her concern almost undid his resolve, but he could not reply. It was taking all his strength to endure the pain. He managed a grunt, and after a moment she moved on. After some 20 minutes of scrambling, during which they heard the thunder twice more, Flydd whispered, "It can't be far now. Once we get to the bottom of this long slope, we should be below the flame." "Back!" They crept backwards. "What is it, sir?" said Nish. "I caught the faintest reflection, a long way down, as if someone had put his head around the corner, then ducked back." "I didn't see anything," said Colm. "Good eyes are the one benefit I've got from renewal so far," said Flydd. "Apart from life?" Flydd ignored the sarcasm. "My renewed guts feel as though they're eating themselves, and my leg muscles slide up and down on my bones with every step. We'd better go back to that cross passage we saw a few minutes ago. I think there's another way into the flame chamber." "I got to it from beneath the obelisk in the marshes," said Maelys timidly. Did she think they were disgusted with her? Colm had certainly made his contempt plain. Nish no longer knew what he felt about Maelys, though she was as brave and resourceful as any woman he'd ever known. Even Iris's. No, he could not, would not allow himself to make the comparison. After feeling their way through absolute darkness for a good while, Flydd grunted. "I smell moist air, cool air. I smell nothing but the decaying turds of a million swamp creepers," muttered Colm. "Above the cavern of the cursed flame," Maelys said, "the air was warm, but below it a cool breeze was blowing up from the depths." "So we're below the cavern. Good," said Flydd. "Perhaps this way is not guarded." Nish thought that unlikely, but refrained from saying so. "Despair is your greatest failing," he told himself. "Don't open the door to it, not even a crack. While we're alive, there's hope. Things aren't as bad here as they were at Fizz Gorgo, and you pulled off a miraculous victory there. You can do it again." He closed his mind to the thought that miraculous victories had occurred a number of times in the histories, but seldom had even the greatest of heroes done it twice. "I can smell sweaty men," said Maelys, now walking shoulder to shoulder with Nish. "Just what you've been panting for," said Colm. "Shut up," she hissed. "Just shut up, Colm. I don't know what I ever saw in you." "Likewise." Nish couldn't stay silent any longer. "Leave her alone or you'll have me to deal with." "Is that a promise, Oathbreaker?" Nish felt himself flushing. "She saved us all, you fool!" "And she'd do..." "Enough!" hissed Flydd. "What's the matter with you three?" Now Nish could smell the soldier's rancid sweat. The way was guarded. And as they crawled back into the reeking dark, he felt despair's door creaking open. Just a crack, but it was always there. With an effort of will, he closed it again. "Is there no other way to obtain the power we need?" "There are only two entrances, and I dare say the other one is guarded as well." 5. Maelys sagged against the wall, feeling worse than ever. Colm's naked contempt was almost unendurable, and she could not understand why he was so hostile. She'd made no promises to him, they had never been more than travelling companions. With an effort, she put him out of mind. She'd had barely any sleep last night, and not much the night before. Every muscle in her body was aching, and she was tired beyond rational thought. Flydd's and Nish's muttering was like a harsh lullaby, and her eyelids drooped. She would snatch a few minutes' sleep while they worked out what to do. Maelys felt herself drifting, all her cares retreating. The suppressed nightmare jerked her awake, reviving those paralysed minutes she'd spent on the slab with the cursed flame licking at her, and Froon looming over her,
preparing to take her skin and spill her blood into the flame so as to revive his dreadful master. The scene played over and over until she was shuddering with the horror of it. The blade, the blood, Froon's mutilated leering face and Vivimord's groans issuing from beneath the slab, the heat of the cursed flame and the bouquet of precious amberwood, the high shadowed ceiling covered in the mucus crusts of swamp creepers, webbed by the corded nets of some unknown scuttling beast, all the way across that pyramidal opening. Maelys's eyes flew open. "Xervish!" "Yes," he said dully. "There may be another way into the chamber of the cursed flame." She heard his sharp intake of breath. "Where?" "When I was on the slab and the flame flared, I saw a hole high above. It may be an old chimney, and if anyone has some rope, you might be able to get down it." "I've got rope," said Colm. "Can you find the top of the chimney, Flydd?" "I think I know where to look." He led them up a broken slope, over a blade-like hump and around a twisting bend which felt as though water had once flowed down it. There were no droppings here, though Maelys could still smell them. Flydd stopped so suddenly that she ran into him, and Nish into her. "Hush," Flydd said softly. "What is it, Gorders?" A slurred voice issued through a fissure in the rock to Maelys's left. "Thought I heard footsteps, Sneg," said another voice, sounding rather strained. "Hold up. This place makes my mind reel. Where are we?" "No idea. What's happened to the others?" "I thought they were with you," said Sneg. Gorders cursed. "The master won't be pleased." The intruders were only spans away through the rock. They would hear the slightest sound. Maelys steadied herself against the wall. Nish's shoulder touched her, and she could feel him shuddering as he fought the pain. If he let out a squeak, they were lost. The soldiers did not speak again, though Maelys was afraid they were still there, waiting for someone to move. Nish's breathing grew ever more laboured, but she wasn't game to try and comfort him. Finally the first man spoke again, much further away. "Wait another minute," said Flydd quietly. "They're lost and afraid. If we go the other way, we should be safe." There's no safety anywhere inside Mistmurk Mountain, Maelys thought. They went on, feeling their way around a hairpin corner and along a passage so low that even Maelys had to negotiate it bent double. She could hear Colm's muffled curses as his backbone struck the knobbly roof. "There's a crack ahead of me," said Flydd when they emerged at the other end where there was room to stand upright. "And it smells faintly of smoke. I think we can dare a little light here. Maelys, if you would open your taffloid." She did so, gingerly. Flame swirled within the shard, revealing a vertical, soot-stained crack a couple of spans high, though less than 2 handspans wide. "The crystal is brighter here." "No wonder," said Flydd. "We're directly above the cursed flame. Close the lid to just a sliver of light. That's better. Go through, Maelys, and step with care." She squeezed sideways through the crack, at the risk of her remaining coat buttons, and felt around with her foot. "I'm on a narrow rock shelf running around the inside of the chimney," she whispered. Its walls were smoke-stained and crisscrossed with crusted mucus tracks, some of which were fresh, judging by the shine. "The chimney hole is practically blocked. Come inside, don't step in the centre or you'll fall through." Below the chimney was a clotted mess of slime and droppings caught in corded cobwebs. Maelys felt her skin creeping. She didn't want to meet whatever made such thick webs, especially not in the dark. The others worked their way through, and she moved around the ledge to give them space. Colm, who was tallest, blocked the crack with his body, and Maelys opened the lid of the taffloid all the way. The chimney flared out around and above them, but narrowed below the shelf. Colm thrust his sword into its sheath, leaned the rapier that had killed Zam against the corner, then pulled a hank of fine rope from his pack and tugged on it, testing its strength. "Down there," said Flydd. "That's where the smoky smell is coming from." Swamp creepers gave Maelys the shudders, and though she wasn't afraid of ordinary spiders, the creature that had made those cord webs could be as big as she was. "If you and Nish go down, I'll watch the way out with Colm." "Nish can't use his left hand." Flydd frowned at the crusted mess blocking the chimney. "Give that a poke with your blade, Colm. It doesn't look very wide." "Chimneys really are," said Colm. "That's why they use little kids as chimney sweeps." He was looking coldly at Maelys, as if she were a stranger. Not me, she thought. Haven't I done enough? Colm ran the tip of his sword around the four sides of the chimney hole, then carefully lifted out the web and its clinging droppings, flicking them into a corner and wiping his hands on his pants. A warm, spicy smell wafted up, of swamp creeper slime, ordure and smoke. The exposed hole was no wider than her shoulders. "It seems to narrow further down," said Flydd, with the faintest of smiles. "You're the only one who'll fit, Maelys." "You're pleased it's not you?" She felt petulant saying it, but she'd sooner fight a stink snapper in the swamp than go down there. "I certainly am, but if I had to go down, I would. And so will you." Not for the first time, Maelys cursed herself for being so little. She cursed her companions too, and her whole life. She'd been brought up to marry well and manage her manor and estate, and there had been a clear division between men's work and women's. Men did the hard, back-breaking labour, and most of the really dirty work. Climbing down this chimney was definitely men's work. She heard a squelching slurp from the depths that had to be one giant swamp creeper crawling over another. "You're not that big, Xervish," she said desperately. "I'm sure you'd fit at a pinch." "Nope," said Flydd. "The renewed me has broad shoulders." "And I've got a big bottom," she said recklessly. "Huge, in fact." "Indeed you have." Flydd gave her an appraising grin. "Turn around. I'd better make sure. Don't want you getting stuck halfway." She did so, flushing, yet praying for once that it would be too big. "It's large, all right," said Nish, grinning despite his pain. Even Colm, who had been grim-faced ever since her lie about being pregnant, gave a faint twitch of the lips. "Men." Flydd measured her hips with his outstretched hands, then the chimney hole. "Your bottom, while certainly of a traditional size, isn't large enough to get you out of trouble. Take your coat off and down you go." She might have refused, but Maelys felt she had to prove herself. "I'll go down," she said savagely, "but you're going to pay for this." "I'll add it to the list," said Flydd. "I've a whole lifetime of villainy to atone for." She didn't budge. "What am I supposed to do?" "Ah," he frowned. "This is where it gets tricky. Your shard still retains the spells I wove into the 5th crystal years ago, and it should be able to open the Shadow Realm if you can recharge it. Take it to the cursed flame." "But when I touched the flame last time, it paralyzed me." He felt in his pockets. "Hold the shard in this." He handed her a coil of fine wire. She quickly formed a loop in one end and put the coil in her pocket, again reliving how close she'd come to being skinned alive by Froon. Her stomach muscles tightened. He was dead, thankfully. Colm fashioned a rope harness around her middle, avoiding her eyes and being careful not to touch her, as if she were tainted. He checked the knots and tied the other end of the rope around himself. "We'll lower you until you're directly above the slab," said Flydd. "You won't need to set foot on the floor. Give 3 jerks on the rope once you're in place, then 2 and 2 more when you want to be hauled up again." "What if there are guards?" "Give the second signal before they see you. We'll pull you up and try again later." Going down and up once would be bad enough. She couldn't bear to do it twice. "There's one more problem," said Flydd. "Though I don't see what we can do about it." "What's that?" she said gloomily. "I don't know how much power your shard can absorb from the flame. It may not be much at all." "How will I know when it's got all it can take?" "It'll burst." "So how do I know when to stop?" she cried. "I haven't regained that memory." "Wonderful," Maelys said sourly. "Are there any other ways this can go disastrously wrong?" "I'll give you a list when I think of them. If you fail, just come up. Have you got a knife? You'll need one if you get tangled up in a web or—" "Yes." The huge blade Zam had given her up in the mires was still strapped to her lower leg under her trousers. She unsheathed it. "Go now." She took a deep breath, then went to her hands and knees and lowered her head into the hole, conscious that her bottom was facing them. "Make sure the rope is tight, Colm. If I'm going down head first, I'd hate it to slip over my hips." "As if that's going to happen." Nish smirked. She wanted to smack him. Colm pulled the harness so tightly around her small waist that it hurt. Maelys closed her taffloid and the chimney was plunged into darkness. She went down head first, arms outstretched below her, and as her feet scraped over the edge, she felt him take up the slack.
Colm might hold her in deepest contempt, but she was safe while he was holding the rope. About half a span down, she encountered a thick web clotted with droppings, though fortunately it was so old and dusty that it was no longer sticky. Zam's knife cut through the strands like a razor. She stretched out her free hand and froze, for her fingertips were touching something round, cool and slippery. It was a giant swamp creeper, the most disgusting thing she could possibly have encountered in the darkness, and she had to feel her way around it. She dared not open the taffloid for light in case the precious crystal fell out. The chimney was wider here, not narrower. Even Colm could have come down it, she thought resentfully, and swamp creepers didn't bother him at all. On their first day on the plateau, he'd killed one and carried it back to the camp over his shoulder. Maelys tried to stop, but her slippery fingers couldn't get a grip on the wall, and Colm kept lowering her on the rope. She dropped sharply, her right cheek glided across the swamp creeper's skin, coating her in sickly-smelling, slimy gunk. She tried to push herself back up, but the swamp creeper moved under her weight, and she fell head-first into the gap between it and another. The chimney was blocked with a great mass of them, one upon the next. She kept sliding down between the loathsome, squirming creatures. Her forehead was coated in slime, it clogged her eyes, and with every breath sticky bubbles formed at her nostrils. Her mouth was blocked with a clot of ooze the size of a larynx's bogey. She spat it out explosively, shuddering with disgust, then twisted sideways and managed to get another breath, but her weight kept pushing her down and there was nothing she could do but go with it. She slipped further. Now all but her legs were surrounded by giant swamp creatures, all stirring and creeping over each other on their mucus tracks, making disgusting slurpings and squelchings which, this close, were deafeningly loud. Maelys squirmed, trying to clear a space so she could get a decent breath, for she could feel herself starting to panic. She slipped all the way down into another great cluster of swamp creepers, enclosing her from head to knee. Her shirt had slipped up, and a small creeper oozed its way across her bare belly. Another crawled over her mouth and nose. She desperately, frantically tried to batter it out of the way, but her blows just skidded off. Panic burst over her. She couldn't control it. Maelys thrashed wildly, shaking her head from side to side until she was dizzy, and a little space opened up in front of her nose. She spat out another mouthful of ooze, which reminded her unpleasantly of the barbed slurchy Colm had removed from her belly in the rainforest. Maelys sucked in a breath of smelly air and screamed her lungs out. Colm couldn't have heard, for he kept lowering her. She continued to flail and scream until her throat hurt and she was so exhausted that she couldn't move her arms or legs. She slumped in the middle of the cluster, ever so slowly sliding down between the swamp creepers, too exhausted to do any more. The panic was gone. She no longer had the energy for it. She had given up. Until that reminded her of Tulatine, the old seer who had helped raise the defiance in Nish's name months ago. Though Tulatine must have been nearly 80, she had a lover not a third her age and a zest for life unmatched in anyone Maelys had ever met. Tulatine had helped and protected her, though she'd been disappointed in Maelys when she'd fled the Defiance camp after Froon had identified her. Maelys's courage had failed her then, but she was stronger now. She could not, would not give up. She was going to fight Jal Nish until there was no breath left in her body, but fight cleverly. If there was anyone in the cavern below, she must have given herself away. Or maybe not. She'd slid through a couple of spans of swamp creepers which completely blocked the chimney here. If they formed as thick a cluster below her, her screams might not have penetrated it. Surely there couldn't be far to go. Maelys wiped her eyes on the back of her hand, but it didn't help. Every part of her was thickly enslimed. The swamp creepers didn't feel quite so bad now. Their skin was no more slippery than hers, and they were harmless, she reminded herself, entirely vegetarian. She slid another arm's length, then stopped, for they were so tightly packed here that her weight wouldn't carry her any further. Maelys realized that she was breathing heavily, the panic rising again at the idea of being trapped in this slimy darkness. What if she cut her way through? The thought was revolting. Besides, she would have to work head down in a puddle of swamp creeper blood and body fluids, and might drown before she got through. She couldn't do it, and sheathed the knife. But could she force a path through them? Maelys twisted left, then right,
but a space didn't open up. Harmless the creepers might be, yet she might easily suffocate before Colm realised that something was wrong. She pushed harder but couldn't exert enough force to move them. Got to have something to push against, she thought. She wriggled and jerked but couldn't get the tiniest breath. The panic was swelling, almost overwhelming her. Her lungs were heaving. She only had air enough for another few moments. She couldn't stand this. She had to get out. Maelys tried to punch the closest swamp creeper out of the way, but her fist sank into it as if it were a fat man's belly, forcing a gust of cool air out of an opening below its head. It had a humid smell of chewed-up vegetation, somewhat like a cow's belch, but it was breathable, life-sustaining air. Wriggling her legs and sliding her weary arms this way and that, she managed to slip one foot to the side of the chimney, then another. The stone, though slick, was rough enough for her to get a grip. She pushed against it, forced with her arms until she broke the suction between the swamp creepers and a cluster fell away. She shot through the obstruction like a cork popped from a bottle into an open space and dropped a good span before the rope caught her. Maelys hung there, slowly revolving, gasping at the cold, spicy air. She went lower as Colm continued to pay out the rope, and her downstretched palms skidded across another clot of swamp creepers. They didn't feel any better than the ones above, but the sooner she began, the sooner it would be over. Maelys formed an arrowhead with her hands, wedged the swamp creepers apart, and began to wriggle through like a human tadpole. This passage was just as unpleasant as the previous one, but she continued, keeping her head bent towards her armpit so as to protect her nose with her angled arm. It worked, mostly. After several more panting minutes, her hands popped free, and in place of the sickly swamp creeper odour, she caught a faint, gassy warmth that she remembered from her previous visit. She was out of the chimney and suspended above the huge, coffin-shaped slab, up through which the cursed flame issued. Maelys scraped muck out of her eyes and wiped it off on her saturated shirt. Clots of muck splattered on the stone far below. After blinking furiously, she managed to ungum her eyelids and made out the flicker of the cursed flame at least 8 spans down. It was no longer blue. The flame looked purple-black now. She couldn't see anyone in the cavern, though most of its expanse lay in shadow. Besides, if Nish's scryers had found a way in, they might have set up a wisp watcher anywhere. She couldn't afford to worry about that. If she were discovered, she would give the signal and pray that Colm could heave her up in time. Maelys closed her mind to everything except what she had to do. In a couple of minutes, she was settling on the slab, which was partly covered in the splattered remains of a fallen swamp creeper. Near the flame hole, the stone was stained with blood. Hers, Froon's, and Vivimord's. She shivered at the memories. How long ago had Froon attacked her? 6 hours? 8? 10? She felt quite desperately tired. There was no time to waste. If any soldiers came in, she would be clearly visible. Don't think about what happened earlier, just recharge the crystal and get going. She gave the rope 3 sharp tugs. Maelys popped out the shard, which was glowing fiercely now, passed it through the loop of wire and pulled it tight. What if the force of the flame could travel up the wire? She pulled her sleeve down so no part of her skin would be in contact with it, then gingerly reached out to the flame. Nothing happened, save that the dancing colours in the shard brightened. It's all right, she thought, her arm shaking. I can do this. And last time it hadn't taken long to charge the whole crystal. She'd held her shard in the flame for the count of 30. It must be nearly that long now. Long enough. She daren't take the risk. Bang! The shard burst into 1,000 flying fragments. One stung the back of her hand. She picked it out and sucked at the tiny drop of blood welling there. Their last source of power was lost. All was lost. Why hadn't she been more careful? 6. Maelys was about to give Colm the signal to haul her up when she noticed a coating of little crystals, like spilled sugar, around the star-shaped hole through which the cursed flame issued. Crystals were everywhere, of course. Rocks were full of them, but even in the days before the nodes were destroyed, crystals capable of storing power for use in the secret art had been rare and precious. They were far rarer now, and finding one was as difficult as searching through the myriad grains of sand on a beach for one lost jewel. And yet the cursed flame had charged Flydd's 5th crystal quickly, so even an ordinary crystal might absorb some power after being bathed in the cursed flame for hundreds, even thousands of years. She studied the sugary crust of yellow sulphur surrounding the star hole, but these crystals had no glow. Besides, they could not be bathed by the flame or the sulphur would have burned. Every apprentice healer knew that. To find crystals bathed by the flame, she would need to search beneath the slab. Dare she? Flydd had said to come straight up if she failed, but she had to make up for bursting the shard. She had let him down, and her failure would only confirm the contempt Colm felt for her. Unfastening the harness from her waist, she slid over the edge of the slab, avoiding the congealed puddle of Froon's blood, and crawled into the space beneath the slab. Here the floor was scattered with flakes of Vivamord's skin, for Froon had dragged his master underneath so Maelys's blood, purified by the cursed flame, could heal him. She brushed the skin aside with her sleeve and crawled up to the flame, which hissed from a crystal-encrusted crack in the floor. These crystals were different, being long, thin, and blue-green, but all intergrown. She prized carefully with the point of Zam's knife, but the brittle crystals broke every time. Rolling onto her back, she studied the underside of the slab. There were more such crystals inside the star hole, but she couldn't reach them without putting her hand into the cursed flame. However, the underside of the slab, around the hole, was covered in squat pink crystals condensed from the flame. She could see their facets twinkling. Squelch. What was that? Maelys eased her head out from under the slab, thinking that she'd been seen. Why had she untied the harness? She was about to spring up for it when her eye caught a faint movement from the chimney above, flame reflecting off the mucosal sheen of a moving swamp creeper. Feeling like a fool, she resumed her search. Most of the pink crystals were the size of grains of rice, but there were occasional larger ones, as big as kernels of corn, a few of which had faint colours swirling within them. It didn't mean that they contained usable power, but Maelys couldn't go back up the rope empty-handed. She scanned the underside, not for the biggest crystal, but the one with the brightest colours. It was only as long as her little fingernail, though the colours were intense. She touched the tip of Zam's knife to the rock above the crystal, and it fell into her hand. The moment she put it in the taphloid, it came to life, suppressing her aura the way the taphloid had been designed to. So the crystal did contain some power. Squelch. She eased out, looked up at the chimney, but didn't see any movement this time. Better get going. Flydd would be anxious about the time. Maelys put her hands on the top of the slab and tried to spring up, but her feet went from under her and she landed flat on her back. She'd slipped in Froon's congealed blood, and that reminded her of something she should have remembered the moment she'd landed on the slab. She rolled away, her hackles rising. Previously, Vivamord had dragged Froon's body underneath, then stood on the slab, cut his own chest, and let his blood flow into the cursed flame in a despairing attempt to revive his acolyte. But it had failed, and Froon's body had still lain under the slab when Vivamord staggered off to confront Nish. There was no sign of the body now. Someone had been here before her. Nish's troops might have dragged Froon out, but they would hardly have carried his disgusting body away. Only one man would have done that. Vivamord. Was he here still? She couldn't see anything in the deep shadows. Heaving herself onto the slab, she reached for the harness. Squelch! The sound had come from her right. He was waiting for someone to come to the flame, the only source of power here that Nish did not control. Vivamord and Froon had despised each other, yet they were linked by terrible needs which only the other could satisfy, and until the day of her death she would not forget Vivamord's parting words. "You'll pay for this, Maelys Niflheim. I know black arts that can make a corpse scream in agony, that can torment even a bodiless spirit and cause lifeless bones to chatter in terror. You'll pay and keep on paying 100 years after your agonizing death. Had he been talking about the spectral beings inhabiting the shadow realm? More than ever, she did not want to go there. Her sore fingers fumbled with the knots of the harness as she looked over her shoulder. Vivamord could be anywhere, and there was no point calling for help, for the soldiers they'd encountered earlier must have been his men, not Jal Nish's. Besides, Flydd, Colm and Nish would hear nothing through the clots of swamp creepers blocking the chimney. Having checked that her harness knots were secure, she reached up and gave 2 sharp tugs on the rope, but it stayed slack. She signalled again. It was not answered. That dreadful squelching sounded once more. She looked around frantically. Then out of the darkness it came. In the dimly flickering flame she couldn't tell what it was at first. It was man-shaped, though it did not move like a man. It had a slow, stiff-legged, shuffling lurch, and every movement was accompanied by squelching sounds as if something liquid was sloshing back and forth. Maelys caught a glimpse of a round, waxen head punctured by blank eyes. The mouth was a bloated circular orifice with something long and dangling jammed in it. It looked like a man who had choked on the head of a squid, with its tentacles hanging halfway down his chest, flapping from side to side as he moved. The cursed flame flared, the creature stepped out of the shadows, and she nearly wet herself. It was Froon's ghastly corpse, its intestines hanging out of its mouth. He had died that way after Maelys, in a desperate attempt to save herself, had thrust her taphloid through his lips, and its contact had inverted his aura violently. But no one could have survived what he'd been through. His corpse must have been reanimated by Vivamord's black arts. "Colm!" she squeaked. Why wasn't he pulling her up? Had they been discovered, taken, killed? She tried to climb the rope, but it was so slippery she couldn't get a grip. She gave it a furious heave, and another span or 2 slid down. She hadn't pulled hard enough the first time, hadn't drawn down all the slack line trapped between the swamp creepers. Colm hadn't got her signal. She pulled the rope down until it went taut, then heaved hard, twice and twice more. Dead Froon had covered half the distance between them already, and the sight of him filled her with a sickening, paralysing horror. "Come on!" She gave the signal again, and finally the rope began to move up, though several spans of slack were pulled on the slab, and Froon was only 5 spans away. She unsheathed Zam's huge knife, the size of a short sword, in her hands, and held it out. The corpse gave a squelching choke. Laughter, and more white loops of intestine flopped out. She waved the blade back and forth, but how could she harm a man who was already dead? The slack was being taken up more quickly now. Perhaps Colm had realised that something was wrong. The corpse reached the edge of the slab and reached out for the last coil of rope. Maelys kicked it out of the way and slashed at the waxen pale forearm. The tip of the knife parted grey flesh, but he did not bleed. The corpse slipped in its own congealed blood and fell against the side of the slab. Plump fingers gripped the edge, the gluey eyes fixed on her, and he began to climb. As Maelys backed down to the other end, the rope tightened around her waist and began to lift. Froon was on the slab, straightening slowly, but as soon as her feet lifted off, she began to swing towards him. She would thump into him, couldn't stop herself, and all he had to do was hang on. "Pull, damn you!" she screeched, for Colm wasn't lifting her nearly fast enough. She bent forwards, holding Zam's blade in both hands like a spear, and pointed it directly at Froon's eyes. If she could cut them, he might not be able to see, though he could still grab her blindly. She was swinging at him from his right. He shifted to face her, which meant that he could see. His arms rose. He was going to duck the knife and grab her, and she was moving too slowly to avoid him. She whipped the knife back, doubled up her legs, and as dead Froon came within reach, she shot out both feet like springs and struck him on the jaw. His head jerked backwards, his arms flailed, and he nearly overbalanced, but his left hand struck her ankle and latched on. She kicked furiously, but he would not let go. She swung around him on the rope, then struck at his wrist with her other foot and tore free, kicking Froon again and again, hitting him in the back of the neck and the shoulders, knocking him to his knees, until the swinging rope carried her away. Colm jerked her higher. She was now head high above the slab as Froon regained his footing and came at her. Another jerk, and she was above his head. He reached up and his putrid fingers grazed her ankle but could not get a grip this time. She slashed with the knife, only managing to trim his long nails before another heave lifted her out of reach. Colm had done it. She was safe. Maelys sagged on the rope, barely able to see for the tears of relief. She hung there, limp and exhausted, as Colm pulled her up another half span. Froon's arm jerked upright, his plump fingers pointed at her waist, and she felt a tickling at her middle, as if invisible fingers were working there. The knots were untying themselves. She tried to hold them together, but the harness was already undone. The rope burned through her fingers, and she fell heavily to the slab at the corpse's feet. Froon lunged for her. For an instant, Maelys was too stunned to move. Then desperation fired her limbs, and as his oozing intestines trailed across her chest, she hurled herself onto the floor and scrambled around the other side of the slab. The rope had stopped moving up. Colm had noticed the weight go off it and must be waiting for her to tie on again. If she could distract Froon, she might just scramble up, grab the rope and hang on while Colm lifted her out of reach. She'd have to be quick, though. Unfortunately, the corpse wasn't moving. Froon was just waiting beneath the rope. Her gaze flicked around the large chamber. The cursed flame illuminated it for a few spans, beyond which the shadows became progressively deeper. Spying a scattering of precious amberwood pieces on the floor from her previous visit, Maelys scooped up half a dozen and tossed them into the cursed flame. It flared up, illuminating the chamber for a good 20 spans. The corpse lurched away from the flame, but the moment it died down, Froon resumed his position, guarding the rope. The taphloid had done him terrible damage before. Might it still hold some power over his remains? It was worth the risk. Turning away, she took it off and concealed it in her left hand, the chain wrapped around it for security. Maelys crept in, waving Zam's knife in her right hand. The corpse slowly rotated to face her. She slashed at his knees, but he didn't move. Whatever intelligence had reanimated him, he knew she couldn't harm him with a blade. "Let's see how you like the sting of my taphloid," she thought savagely, then darted in and slammed it against Froon's pale calf, which was chest-high to her. The corpse didn't react, save to tilt its head to stare blindly at her. Of course, being dead, it had no aura, so the taphloid could not harm it. Nothing could, save hacking it into immobile pieces, and she could not risk getting that close. Wait. When the flame flared, Froon had lurched out of the way. Could he fear the fire? Or was he repelled by the precious, sacred, lucky amberwood that had saved her last time? She sheathed the knife, pocketed the taphloid, and gathered all the amberwood she could find, tossing it into the flame, which roared higher than Froon's head. The corpse moved backwards, trying to shield its eyes with its hands. It was her only chance. She vaulted onto the narrow end of the coffin-shaped slab, took 2 running steps, and leapt high for the rope. Froon hadn't moved. Maelys wrapped a loop of rope around her wrist and drew her legs up out of reach, hanging on grimly as she waited for Colm to feel her weight and start pulling her up. He did so, jerkily, but to Maelys's horror the rope began to slip across her palms. It was coated in swamp creeper slime, and though she squeezed until her hands began to cramp, she wasn't strong enough to hold on. She was slipping, faster and faster, until she slid off the end and landed on the slab, right over the flame. It only stung this time, though she could feel the paralysis from the cursed flame creeping upon her, slowly this time. Perhaps it was still partly affected by amberwood. The corpse came her way. Maelys threw herself off the far side, intending to bolt into the gloom, but her legs had gone numb from the knees down, and all she could manage was an awkward stumble. She hadn't gone far when 2 long arms wrapped around her and held her tight. "We have the bait," crowed Vivimord. "Now to set the trap." 7. Nish moved in the darkness, bumped his burned hand against the side of the chimney, and bit down on a gasp. As the moss bandage dried, the pain was growing ever stronger, and he didn't think he could take much more of it. Even worse, there was no feeling in his last 3 fingers. Might he lose them, or even his whole hand? He was beginning to think so. Colm was on his left,
the taut rope looped around his right hand so he would sense the smallest tug. Flydd was on the other side, murmuring a rhyme, trying to recover his lost art. He broke off. "How's your hand?" "It's troubling me a bit, but I'll be all right," Nish lied. "During my time in Father's prison, I learned to be stoic." After a while, Flydd said quietly, "That bad, eh? If I could find a trace of my art, I'd work a healing charm." Talking about it made the pain harder to endure. "Thanks," Nish said curtly. "How are you getting on?" "A few memories are coming back, though my flesh still doesn't fit my bones." "It takes days to adjust to a new pair of boots," said Colm. "You can't expect to feel at home in a new body in a hurry." "One of the reasons why I'd always refused to take renewal." "Still," said Nish, "many people would kill to be young again. Well, middle-aged anyhow." "Some people will kill for a few coppers," Flydd sighed. "I have to admit that despite my protestations, a part of me did want renewal. After 9 years in a failing body, I knew it would either kill me, thus solving all my problems, or make a new man of me. In a way, I'm glad I was forced into it. But don't tell Maelys I said that," he added hastily. "And what about the third possibility?" said Nish. "That I'd survive but be damaged, I ignored it, and the irony is bitter. I could have endured any physical agony more easily than I can accept the loss of my talent. Mansory has been my life and soul, my art and science, my work and play. Most of all, it has been the crutch which has held me up through every one of life's crises since I first began training in the art as a small boy. I don't think I can cope without it." "It may come back," said Colm. "I wouldn't bet on it." After a long pause, Nish said, hesitantly, for few Mancers like to be questioned, and Flydd was no exception, "Xervish, a while ago you seemed to remember something puzzling about your renewal, and you mentioned a woman dressed in red? Xervish?" Nish repeated after a minute or two had gone by and Flydd had not answered. "I had a strange dream," said Flydd. "It was after using the third crystal, or was it the fourth? The fire flared up oddly." "Fires flare all the time," said Colm. "Not peat fires when they're nearly out. Though mine was no ordinary fire." "What do you mean?" Nish said uneasily. Whenever he thought he knew what Flydd was talking about, he introduced some new oddity. "Vapours seep up through fissures in the rock from bituminous layers deep below Mistmark Mountain. The same vapours feed the cursed flame, and the greater abyssal flame that is its uncanny source." "What? Greater flame?" said Nish. "I haven't heard of any other kinds of flame. I built the fireplace in my hut over a fissure years ago." Flydd continued as though Nish had not spoken, "Thinking that once I grew too infirm to cut and carry peat, I would still have warmth and a blaze to cook on. And the well of dreams when I needed it." "Well of dreams?" frowned Colm. "The seeping vapours induce prophetic visions in those who have the gift of the seer, which thankfully I do not. And by breathing their vapours, oracles can connect with the ethereal realm where the shape and timbre of the future is encoded." "Like the pit of possibilities," Nish said uneasily, remembering the dark futures it had predicted, especially for Maelys, and among them the solitary bright possibility for himself. He had always craved the respect that high office brought, and despite seeing how power had corrupted his father, a little part of Nish still yearned for it. "No," Flydd said firmly, "not like it at all." That made little sense. Then surely with the vapours you would have had strange dreams every night. "On warm nights when there was no need for a fire, I lit the vapours before retiring. I am no oracle and prefer my own dreams. But during renewal, when Maelys was asleep, the fire flared as though vapour had gushed forth, then died down, and I heard a hissing beneath me. The mystical vapours had found a new path up through the rock, and it was then that I had the dream. If it was a dream." No one spoke, and Flydd went on. "I didn't feel myself at all. I felt like someone else." "Huh! But you haven't become a woman inside, have you?" Nish wasn't sure he could deal with that. "You know I haven't," said Flydd, "though it can happen.
The woman dressed in red was standing by the greater abyssal flame, and though I could see her, I was also looking out of her eyes. Do you mean that you were in her mind? It felt that way, though she could have been in mine. What was she doing? Trying to do something with the abyssal flame, but it wasn't working. Perhaps she was an amateur, said Colm, out of her depth. Flydd chuckled at the unintended pun. Not at all. She's a master of the art, or once was. Where is the abyssal flame? Said Nish. Deep down. She had a stern, handsome face from what I saw of it, mused Flydd, all dreamy and distant, and she was dressed in robes that have not been worn since ancient times. I'm sure I've never seen her before, yet I feel I know her. Clothing rustled against rock as he stood up. Maelys should have given the signal by now. Nish came back to the present with a start. She's been ages. Something must have gone wrong. He felt tense all over. His muscles were as taut as cables. Waiting here was like thumbing his nose at fortune. Every minute Jal Nish would be tightening his cordon around the mountain and sending his scouts creeping further into its hidden passages, cutting off every way of escape save the one Flydd could not get into, the Shadow Realm. We'll give her a bit longer, said Flydd. What is the Shadow Realm, Xervish? Said Nish. I'd never heard of it before you mentioned it the other day. It's a netherworld, a way station for spirits detached from the body after death to rest until they finally fade into nothingness. I've heard that it was benign once, though scary, but something that did not belong was trapped there in ancient times and has corrupted it. What something? Said Colm. I don't know. It's now the home of dark shades called revenants and darker nightmares. It's the ethereal realm where necromancers delve to further their unpleasant arts. In the later stages of the war, Chief Scrutator Gore, a mancer who had mastered more of the dark arts than anyone, set out to find the Shadow Realm, for he thought it might prove useful in the war, or if the worst happened, provide a final refuge for a select few. Your depraved council, no doubt, said Colm frigidly. If they hadn't prolonged the war, I would never have lost my home, my family, and my inheritance. Flydd ignored the bitterness. Gore decided it was too dangerous to use, so he sealed all known ways into the Shadow Realm. Forever, said Nish. Well, nothing is forever. What one brilliant mancer can lock, another will eventually unlock. When was this? Asked Colm. About 15 years ago, but destruction of the nodes broke the power that had been used to seal the entrances. That's how I can hope to get in. Flydd was being careful with his words. The scrutators had always been close-mouthed. They guarded their secrets with other people's lives. I felt a tug on the rope, hissed Colm. 2 and 2, it's the signal. Nish could hear it rasping on rock and its coils settling on the ledge beside him. Then Colm cursed. What's the matter? Said Flydd. Her weight's gone off it, said Colm hoarsely. She's fallen. Light suddenly flared at Flydd's fingertips, bright enough to hurt Nish's eyes. You've got your art back, he hissed. Any fool can make a bit of light, Flydd said in an imperious voice, rather higher than his usual tones, then stared at his fingers. Are you all right? Your voice? It's nothing, Flydd said harshly in his normal voice. We've got bigger things to worry about than my state of mind. He studied the coils of rope. Maelys wouldn't have been more than a span above the slab. She won't be hurt. She'll try again. How could she fall with her harness on? Nish swallowed hard. And she might be pregnant with his child. There were times when he still ached for the child he'd fathered on Ulii 12 years ago. A child killed in the womb by the foul sorcery of Scrutator Tlisp. Why had he let Flydd send Maelys down? She must have been attacked. She took the harness off, said Flydd. Maelys has trouble following the simplest orders. Colm let down a couple of coils and they waited again. About your art, said Nish. A tiny bit has come back, no more than a gifted 5-year-old might display, Flydd said without expression. But you just said, I don't want to talk about it. Flydd allowed the light to dwindle to the feeblest of glowworm gleams. Colm sat rigidly upright, hands clenched into a knuckled knot over the rope. Despite his harsh words, he did seem to care about her. Flydd began muttering again, though Nish couldn't make out the words. He rubbed his knotted jaw. What was the matter with Flydd? That voice had definitely not been his. It could have been a woman's voice. What if the woman in red was trying to take him over? Colm's hands jerked, then again and again. "She's back!" He came to his feet, feeling the rope, but frowned. "She's trying to climb it. Why doesn't she tie on?" Flydd was staring down into the black hole. "She's been discovered." The rope went slack. "She's gone this time," Colm said dully, and reached for his sword. "They've got her." "Not necessarily," said Flydd. "We've got to go down," said Nish. "There's no more defenceless man than one climbing down a rope," said Flydd. "Maelys has been a good friend to me, a better one than I have to her, and I will never abandon her." "Nor I." Colm's knuckles had gone white. "Despite everything." Flydd sighed. "And sometimes I forget that I am no longer a scrutator but just an ordinary man. Of course I won't abandon Maelys. I should never have sent her down in the first place. I merely wished to teach her a lesson." "But none of us could have gotten through," said Nish. "I lied. Chimneys don't narrow downwards, they get wider. Even Colm could squeeze through with a bit of effort and a liberal coating of swamp creeper goo." "She's braver than all of us put together," Colm said, flushing in mortification. "Indeed she is," said Flydd. "For we're men of action who've spent a lifetime learning our brutal trade. It's all new to Maelys and very hard. Yet does she ever refuse a challenge? Come on." "Where are we going?" said Nish. "Down and in the back way. The first guarded way we came to. Leave the rope." "We may need it," said Colm. He tossed the rapier to Nish, who caught it awkwardly. It felt good to have a weapon again. "If we haul the rope up, they'll know we're coming," said Flydd. "If we leave it, they'll have one more way to watch." "Father has enough men to watch 100 ways," said Nish. "Years ago I protected these caves against him. His men won't find their way through easily." The finger light died. "How come you didn't tell us that before?" said Colm, aggrieved. "I've only just remembered that I'd done it." It explained why the men they'd encountered earlier had been lost and confused, though Nish didn't take much comfort from it. His father could have broken Flydd's enchantment by now. "So how come Vivamord got in when you were taking renewal?" said Colm. "When I set the enchantment," Flydd replied, "I didn't know he was my enemy. No single enchantment can protect against every Mancer. This way." Nish couldn't imagine how Flydd knew where to go, for he couldn't see a thing, nor remember the myriad twists and turns they'd taken since escaping from Jal Nish. "Quiet," whispered Flydd after some minutes. "We're close." "How are we going to do it?" said Nish. "With extreme violence and no chance offered." No one became a member of the God Emperor's Imperial Guard without losing most of their humanity, and they would ruthlessly exploit any hesitation. Even so, and despite all the killing he'd done during the war, Nish could not take another man's life without a qualm. He hardened his heart. It was their lives or his. Their lives or Maelys's. Their lives or else the God Emperor would prevail. And if the tears gave him the secret of immortality, his brutal reign would last until the end of time. Nish could not endure that thought. Jal Nish had to be overthrown. They turned another corner and saw the faintest illumination reflecting off the stone wall from around the next bend. "Wait here." Flydd went forward silently. Nish felt an urge to practice a few strokes with the rapier, a weapon he had not used in many years, but restrained himself. Flydd would not appreciate its point coming his way in the dark. Shortly, he was beside them again. There were 3 guards, sitting 10 or 12 paces past the corner, just before the entrance to the flame cavern. They've got their backs to us, watching the other passage. At the corner, I'll make light and we'll rush them while they're dazzled. We've got to take them down without warning. If one gets away... "We know," said Nish, holding the rapier point down so as to avoid accidents. He was longing for bloody action now. It would help to take his mind off the pain. They agreed on battle signals and headed for the corner. Flydd peered around it, then moved noiselessly out. Nish followed half a span to his right, for the passage was broad here. A little way ahead, he made out a flicker coming from an opening to their left, the entrance to the cursed flame chamber. This side of it, 3 large silhouettes waited in the dark. Flydd touched their wrists again, the signal that he was ready. Nish tensed. On the count of 5, a brilliant light burst forth from Flydd's upstretched fingers, and they charged. The man on the right was scrambling to his feet when the rapier took him in the back of the neck. He collapsed without a sound. On the other side, Colm had taken the head off his man with a single savage blow. Blood sprayed onto the tunnel roof and all over them. Unfortunately, Flydd stumbled and fell hard, and the third soldier took off into the dark so quickly that Nish had no hope of catching him. Before he could move, Colm swung his sword over his shoulder and sent it flying viciously through the air. It struck the fleeing soldier in the back and brought him down. Colm went after him without a word and finished the job, returning with jaw set and eyes hard. "That was a mighty throw," Nish said, uneasily, for it showed a side of Colm he hadn't seen before. Nish had killed with military efficiency, while Colm's blows revealed a violent rage, barely kept in check. "I've suffered plenty at their hands," Colm grated. "In the past your father's men showed me no mercy, and I'll give them none." "You never forget an injury, do you?" "Why should I?" said Colm with a hard stare. "All I ask for is what is mine by right." Nish withdrew his rapier, wiped it on the soldier he'd killed, and helped Flydd up. The light from his fingers was just a glimmer, and he was waxen pale. "Bloody renewal," Flydd muttered. "Legs gave out as soon as I tried to run." He studied the bodies. "They're not wearing uniforms. I wonder why." Nish could not have cared less. His pulse was racing, and every heartbeat sent a fresh spasm of agony through his burned hand. But he had to endure it. He had to find Maelys, if she was still alive. He wiped the worst of the still warm blood off his face, went around the headless man, whose neck stump was dribbling blood, and headed into the flame cavern. Left, right, left he went, the light of the cursed flame growing. Now the long stone slab Maelys had described was no more than 20 spans away, with the rope and harness suspended above, but there was no sign of her. "Keep watch on the entrances," Flydd said quietly. "I'll look for her." Nish moved into the shadows, rapier out. He wanted to use it on someone, and if they'd hurt Maelys, he would. Colm, keeping well clear of the cursed flame, went across to guard the unseen far entrance, though it seemed a useless gesture. Neither of them would be a match for Jal Nish's highly trained Imperial Guard, face to face. The pain grew ever worse until it was impossible to think about anything else. In a sweaty daze, Nish watched Flydd moving towards the slab, eyes sweeping right and left. He picked up something from the floor. "Shards of my crystal. She overcharged it and it burst. The flame must be more powerful than I'd thought. And it shrunk back. Is that because of Vivimord?" Flydd bent low. "Congealed blood, hours old, so it can't be hers. It must have come from Froon or Vivimord." Colm eyed the cursed flame warily. Nish couldn't blame him. He felt its power too. Flydd inspected the slab and the floor around it, from which he picked up Maelys's taffloid by the chain, wrapped it in a rag and pocketed it. "This is bad. Why did she undo the rope? Because the crystal burst and she could not return to confess such a failure?" "Why not?" said Colm from the darkness. "Her family blame her for the ruin of the clan. In their eyes, she can do nothing right, and she's always been expected to make up for the failings of others. But when she tries, it always goes wrong. Like the story she told back in the cavern." "It didn't sound like a story to me," Colm said coldly. "She acted to save her family in the only way she knew how. I'm sure you would have done the same." "Not that way." Colm could not contain his disgust. "You judge her harshly. The line has to be drawn. She crossed it." "Let's all bow to Saint Colm," Nish sneered, for his pain was getting the better of him. "Pay your own debts before you criticize me," spat Colm. "We've got enough enemies without you two at each other's throats," said Flydd. "Clearly Maelys was driven to make her failure good to save us." He hauled his reluctant flesh onto the slab. "These footmarks are too big for Maelys. She encountered someone here, but not one of Jal Nish's big men. Not with plump, stubby feet like these. And not Vivimord either, said Nish, coming closer. He's got long feet. Come up. Flydd reached down to give Nish a hand, and he scrambled up. Hold your burnt hand just above the cursed flame. It might help. Is that how Vivimord was healed? Flydd jumped down and began to pace around the slab. Not exactly. Vroon shed his own blood into the flame, thence onto Vivimord, who lay beneath, and the purified sacrifice healed him. I don't suppose... Nish began. I wouldn't recommend it, said Flydd. It's the cursed flame, remember, and if any two men were already cursed, it was those two. I'm equally cursed, Nish said bitterly. He held his hand above the flame, biting his lip as the pain flared to new levels of excruciation. I don't see how it can do any harm. Flydd walked into the darkness, head down, studying the floor. Vroon's sacrifice might have perverted the flame. It will take a long time to cleanse it. Nonetheless, with the possibility of healing right in front of him, the pain suddenly became unbearable, and, desperate for relief, Nish stabbed his wrist on the point of the rapier and allowed his blood to fall onto the slab beside the star hole. It began to run into the flame, which flared red and green. He half scrambled, half fell off and crawled underneath, tearing the moss bandage from his charred and repulsive hand. Blood began to drip through onto his wrist. It was hot and made his unburned skin creep as if thousands of stinging ants were running over it. He rubbed the blood across his burned hand and fingers, where he could see bone showing through charred flesh. It smelled awful. Cooked. Ah! He cried out as the pain doubled and redoubled. He just had presence of mind enough to keep rubbing the blood in. No, Nish! Flydd came back at a stumbling run and tried to drag him out. Nish kept him at bay with his feet. If his hand could be healed, even partially, it was worth the risk. It's not a sacrifice if it's your own blood, Flydd added. Drip, drip, drip. Nish felt sure it was doing some good. The pain was easing and the flesh didn't seem quite so charred. No, no! Cried Flydd, trying to climb onto the slab. A trail of large, dark drops fell, but they were icy and burned glacially as Nish smeared them across the back of his hand and down his little and ring fingers, where the cold took away the pain completely. It's working! He held his hand up. Where he'd rubbed the cold blood in, new skin was rising up from charred flesh before his eyes. Smooth skin, slightly darker than his own. Another few drops like those and I'll have my hand back, nearly as good as ever. Get out, Nish, there'll be no more. Flydd's voice was granite hard. What's the fool done now? Said Colm from the other side. Nish caught the last drop, rubbed it in and crawled out. But it's healing me! Those last drops were Vivimord's blood mingling with your own, you fool, and you don't want... His eyes dropped to Nish's hand, where new skin was still forming. You don't want any part of him in you, especially not his blood. Hold your hand out, quick! Nish obeyed. What are you going to do? Flydd grabbed Colm's sword and swung it high. Nish was slow to react. He couldn't believe that Flydd was going to do it until the blade started to fall, then snatched his hand out of the way just in time. What do you think you're doing? He cried, backing away as the blade struck the floor. He was shaking. Better no hand than one tainted by Vivimord's black blood. Hold it out. No! Nish gasped. What had he done to himself? Flydd looked as though he was going to come after Nish and amputate his hand by force, but finally he sighed. It's your funeral, and handed the blade back to Colm, who wore a curiously satisfied smile. He wasn't displeased at what had happened, but Colm had never liked him, and the feeling was mutual. What's the matter? Said Nish. How could it be that bad? How the devil would I know? Said Flydd, though I dare say we'll find out soon enough. Better see if I can recover anything from this fiasco. He crawled under the slab, soon humping out again with a small crystal cupped in his hand. The faintest colours moved inside it. She found a powered crystal, but then she encountered her nemesis, and it wasn't Jal Nish, so that's why the soldiers weren't wearing uniforms. Vivimord, said Nish, feeling faint. That stinking, murderous maniac. and without her taffloid she'd be defenceless. Can you find him? I don't think that will be too difficult, said Flydd. It's not her he wants, Nish, it's you, and you've just linked yourself to him for the term of your natural life, if not beyond it. Taking a small phial made of white crystal from an inner pocket, he carefully filled it at the cursed flame and stoppered it tightly. Through the walls of the crystal, the flames licked back and forth, red and black. What's that for? Said Nish. I don't know yet, but it's what the woman in red wanted me to do. And is she still in your mind? Nish fretted, possessing you and controlling your every thought and deed. 8. Vivimord had tidied himself up since Maelys last saw him. His healed, baby-smooth olive skin had been freshly oiled, including his long, hairless skull, and the bloodstains washed away. The dark hollows surrounding his deep eyes were less prominent, while the black, egg-shaped swelling on his right cheek, where Maelys had struck him with her taffloid, had shrunk to the size of a plover's egg. He bound Maelys, gagged and blindfolded her, threw her knife away, then carried her through the dark, walking with a slow, measured tread. They went down many flights of steps, along a passage with an uneven floor, and through a stone door whose hinges hissed as it opened and closed. The swamp creeper's slime became ever more itchy as it dried, but she couldn't scratch herself. On the other side, the passage was smooth and clean. She couldn't hear Vivimord's footfalls, though shortly she made out a repulsive squelching which indicated that Froon was close behind. She could smell him now, a revolting mixture of rancid oil, dead flesh, and burst intestines, overpowering Vivimord's own faint odour of crisped skin and the balm he'd used to dress his wounds. Or did Froon still provide that service even in death? And if he did, what other services did he continue to provide for his master? Maelys shied away from that thought, for it was too appalling. She had to concentrate on getting free and fulfilling her responsibilities. She could not allow Vivimord to use her as bait for Nish. If she could get a hand free, she might draw the taffloid from her pocket. And then, look out. She swung her knee up so as to feel the comforting weight of the taffloid in the pocket of her pants, but it wasn't there. It must have fallen out during her struggles. She was unarmed, helpless, lost without it. More doors opened and closed, the last with a brittle crack as though stone had become frozen to stone over the depths of time. Warm, dusty air billowed out, and a faint smoky odour, though it wasn't the chamber of the cursed flame this time. They had gone down many flights and up none, so she must be far below it now. Vivimord's footsteps echoed hollowly, indicating that this was a much larger chamber, deep within the mountain. As they went in, she heard a faint whistling, which grew louder. Maelys counted 54 paces before he laid her down on a warm floor and removed the blindfold. Some 20 paces away, a much larger green-black flame whistled up from a structure of carved greenstone, a pedestal or circular altar big enough for a temple, and its light illuminated the whole chamber. She caught her breath, for she could have been in the audience room of a palace from the histories, one suited to an emperor. Why was it hidden in an insignificant plateau deep within an empty rainforest? The chamber was painted with murals that even in their barbaric brutality were beautiful, though this was not the vicious brutality of the God Emperor's realm. Even Maelys could tell that. It was the glorious barbarism of a people who had fought for survival for so long against impossible odds that they knew nothing else. The flame flared higher, emerald tongues within the black. Dead Froon squelched to a stop behind her, his regurgitated entrails dangling and dripping. Maelys rolled away across the floor. Froon came after her and stopped her with his fat foot. Vivimord stared at the characters inscribed around the altar. "All endeavours fail," he read haltingly. "Time undoes all things." And rightly so. The Charon were great, but fatally flawed, and now they have gone to extinction. Maelys knew enough of the histories to understand what he was talking about. A few Charon, the 100,
had escaped out of the terrible void between the worlds thousands of years ago and taken Arcan, another of the three worlds, for their own. At that time, Arcan was inhabited by the great and powerful Arkim, but the 100, led by the greatest Charon of all, Urulka, had seized their world and kept them in thrall for thousands of years. The Charon were extremely long-lived, but in some cosmic irony no one had ever understood, most had been sterile on Arcan, and over the eons the 100 had slowly dwindled. 3 Charon had subsequently come to Santhanar: Rulka, Yalkara, and Kandor. Kandor had been killed in ages past. Rulka had eventually been incarcerated in the Nightland, a special prison remote from the laws that governed the real world, but had escaped and brought the tale of the mirror to its dreadful climax some 220 years ago. He had been slain, and the handful of surviving but sterile Charon, led by Yalkara, had gone back to the void and to extinction. "Why did they build this place here?" she said, speaking her thoughts aloud. "For the abyssal flame, I expect," said Vivamord. "It's far more powerful than the cursed flame and more difficult to use, but I'll find a way." Froon made a hideous gurgling noise. Maelys's hackles rose. "Why, Froon," said Vivamord teasingly, "are you trying to tell me something?" Again the disgusting noise. Vivamord smiled thinly. "You want to kill her? No, to skin her for me. You'll have to wait, my dear Froon. Maelys is bait, you know that. Come, we must set the trap." He dragged Maelys by her bound wrists into a smaller room which lay in darkness. "This was once a great lady's bedchamber and will do nicely for the purpose I have in mind. But if you fail me, Maelys, a surprise awaits you below." Froon gave another squelch. Maelys sensed dismay in him, or anger. "Surely I don't have to remind you that you're dead, Froon," said Vivamord. "You have no feelings now, if you ever did. You may think that tormenting her will give you the same sadistic pleasure as before, but it's not going to happen. You'll never feel anything again." Squelch, squelch, quick and agitated. "Don't be like that," Vivamord said with mock sorrow. "We can't allow our base lusts to get in the way of the greater plan, can we? I too want Maelys to pay for what she did to us. I shudder for retribution, but we must keep to our purpose if we're to get out of here alive and turn Nish into the deliverer. My defiants are only leagues away, but first we have to reach them." Light sprayed from the tip of the whippy wooden rod he was holding, illuminating a blood-red bedchamber. Its walls were lined with red marble. The ceiling was shaped like a tent, though draped with several of the cord-thick webs that had so unnerved her previously, and the centre of the chamber was occupied by a large bed with 8 posts and a 3-spans-high canopy whose velvet curtains, though somewhat ragged and dusty, had lost none of their ancient magnificence. "Turn down the bed, Froon," said Vivamord. Froon slopped forward, but Vivamord added, "On second thoughts, I'll do it myself. Lengths of intestine on the sheets would not be conducive to romance." "Romance?" she said hoarsely. Squelch, slurp, went Froon. "Nor mere animal lust," said Vivamord. "Back, Froon!" Froon retreated, and Vivamord deftly flicked dust off the covers and turned down the bed. "Better test the equipment. It's many years since I was last here." He touched the first of a line of polished platinum stubs on the head of the bed. Nothing happened. He pressed it harder, and flames sprang up from engraved glass lanterns mounted on brackets around the 4 walls. Vivamord stroked his fingers clockwise around the stub. The flames dimmed. He touched another stub. A glow appeared in a pair of brass sensors hanging to either side of a dusty chandelier. Trails of drifting, fragrant smoke made Maelys's nose tingle. Suddenly the colours in the room seemed brighter and richer, but she itched worse than ever. As Vivamord touched the 3rd platinum stub, a faint, mesmerising music began from pipes and drums, like the sound of players drifting up from a distant ballroom to be heard in snatches by a listener on a high balcony. He listened for a minute, head to one side and toe-tapping,
as if briefly he had been transported to another age, then pressed the stub again and the music faded. A fourth stub was separate from the others, but Vivimord had his hand positioned casually, as if to conceal it from her, and when he took his hand away, the stub was no longer visible. She was wondering why when he strolled to the foot of the bed and stood looking down at her, rubbing his chin. "I wonder, what creature is it that you dislike above all others?" Instinctively, she looked up at the tented ceiling, but the dimmed lanterns no longer illuminated it. Maelys shivered. "Swamp creepers disgust you, don't they? I detected your screams when you were coming down the chimney. You can't bear the sight of them or the smell. And to have them crawling over you, trailing their slime across your face." Maelys clenched her jaw and swallowed. Let him think that. It might give her a chance. "They give you the horrors, and if you were trapped in the middle of a mound of them, you might go insane. But they're not what you fear most, are they? I can read you, little Maelys. You're the bravest girl I've met in years, but you have a weakness." She didn't reply. "Spiders?" said Vivimord. "You don't like scuttling creatures with lots of legs?" "I'm not afraid of spiders. I used to catch them in little pots and put them out of Niflheim Manor all the time." That wasn't quite true. She'd been terrified of the huge, warty toad spiders that she'd sometimes encountered in the old ruins behind Niflheim. Maelys was reminded of the thick, cord-like webs that had been everywhere in the chamber of the cursed flame. She'd never seen the creatures that had made the webs, but they must be worse than toad spiders. "But you didn't kill them, did you?" Vivimord said. "You're soft-hearted, and that's a weakness." "They were no danger to me." "It still shows weakness." "Do you know what an octopede is?" She shook her head. To her left, dead Froon let out a slippery, coughing bark. Jeering laughter, perhaps. Vivimord was wrong. Whatever he was talking about, Maelys feared no creature on Santhanar the way she feared her own kind, and especially Vivimord and Froon. Animals could be violent and vicious, but they weren't malicious, and they did not torment other creatures for their own sick pleasure. "This is no laughing matter, Froon," said Vivimord. "This is retribution, not revenge. Retribution is measured justice and carried out dispassionately. It elevates us. Revenge is a base emotion that eats us away from the inside and in the end destroys us." He studied his former acolyte. "You can't understand, can you? The senses were everything to you, alas. That's what brought you undone and robbed me of your service when I needed it most." Vivimord raised his right arm towards the ceiling. Maelys heard a faint zzzt, then something long and corpse-white tumbled through the air, trailing a short length of corded web, and thumped down onto the bed. Maelys gasped and clutched at her chest, for the creature had an elongated body nearly 2 spans long, rather flabby and warty, a long straight spine or sting at the rear, and short plump legs extending sideways. A pair of fishhook-like claws jagged at the covers, then it shot over the side of the bed into the darkness underneath. She shuddered violently and felt like throwing up. She could not have said why it filled her with such terror. Maelys was sure she'd never seen anything like it, even as a child. But it did, and she couldn't conceal it. What if an octopede had come upon her in the chimney? They had definitely been there. Vivimord gave a thin, satisfied smile. "I thought as much. Get on the bed." Then he frowned. "No, not in that disgusting state. Go through that door, you will find a bathing chamber. Clean yourself up and come back." He gestured, and her bonds fell away. She hobbled on numb feet for the door he was pointing to. She had to get away. The squelching noises sounded behind her, but Vivimord said sharply, "Stop, Froon, you're dead. You no longer feel any lusts." Froon made a mewling gurgle. Jerking the door open, she hurled herself through and banged it, feeling in the darkness for a catch or bolt, but there was none. However, her fingers touched a glassy plate which began to glow faintly, as though the power that had once illuminated it was almost gone. She was in a small triangular room lined with polished pink stone. It must once have looked magnificent, but all was badly stained by brown seepage, and efflorescences of white and yellow crystals grew from the joins between the tiles. It could not have been used in centuries. Centrally, a tulip-shaped tub made from clear crystal rose from a stalk of the same material. Water with a yellow tinge flowed over the sides and down into recesses at the base. Yellow concretions like button mushrooms had formed there, and the room had a musty, dusty smell. Maelys dared not disobey Vivamord. Besides, the itching was almost unbearable. She didn't undress, though. She took off her boots and socks, climbed 3 crystal steps, and was sliding into the tulip tub when the door opened a fraction. Vivamord's voice said, "Don't try anything, my guardian is watching you." The panel brightened fractionally. Maelys's eyes were drawn upwards to the dimly illuminated ceiling. A corded web stretched across it to a corner which lay in shadow, apart from a pair of large, garnet-coloured eyes, close together, and the tip of one hook-shaped claw. Muffling a cry, she crouched until the cool water was at neck level and scrubbed furiously at her clothes and skin, trying to rid herself of every remnant of dried slime. After a hasty glance at the octopede, which hadn't moved, she ducked her head and washed her face, surfaced like a porpoise, checked on the watcher, then ducked again and raked her fingers through her hair. She wasn't game to lose sight of the octopede for more than a few seconds. For such a flabby creature, the other one had been terrifyingly fast. How did Vivamord plan to catch Nish? It looked as though he was planning a seduction, though Vivamord knew that Nish had rejected Maelys months ago, and that he was still obsessed with Irissus, whose perfectly preserved body was held in Jal Nish's palace of Moraloon. Nish would do almost anything to have her back. And what if Vivamord, whose black arts had reanimated Froon's corpse, knew of a way to restore the dead to life, was horrible, sick, depraved? So what did that make Nish? She reminded herself that though Nish had been sorely tempted more than once, he had done nothing about it. Yet. Vivamord was the immediate problem, but Maelys didn't have the faintest idea of how to deal with him. He was too ruthless and clever, so why was he playing out this seduction scene, just to torment her? Hardly. Every minute that passed meant a greater chance of discovery by Jal Nish, so why not simply seize Nish when he appeared? Could Vivamord be afraid of Flydd? Then why show her the octopede? To ensure that she did what she was told, and betray Nish? And she probably would. Vivamord had found her weakness. She couldn't bear to be at the mercy of such a creature, its disgusting, warty limbs on her, its hook claws dragging her to its fanged mouth. She would agree to anything to get away from it. 9. Nish had no idea how Flydd was tracking Vivamord and Maelys through the tunnels of Mistmurk Mountain, unless it was by smell. Several times he got down on hands and knees to sniff at the floor, where Nish noted an occasional greasy smear, and once a faint odour of rotten flesh, though it didn't tell him anything. Where they were going or what Flydd planned to do when he got there was a mystery, though Vivamord, with his powers restored, was almost as formidable an opponent as the God Emperor. What could Flydd do with just enough art to create light? Nish noticed he kept playing with the crystal he'd taken from beneath the slab, rolling it back and forth between his fingers or pressing it against his forehead, but if he was trying to draw upon its power, it was not working. Nish trudged along at the rear, enduring the fierce pain from his partly healed hand. The healing process felt like clusters of spines growing through inflamed flesh. His thumb, first 2 fingers and half the back of his hand were covered in new skin, and so was his palm, though the remaining 2 fingers were deeply burnt, and he might still lose them. "I think this is it," Flydd whispered, loosening his knife in its sheath but not drawing it. They had turned into a straight hall lined with polished stone, smooth and cold to Nish's fingertips. "We'll go in darkness now." "What's down there?" said Colm. "Quiet." Flydd was staring fixedly along the hall. Nish couldn't hear a thing, though when he rested his head against the wall for a moment, the stone had the subtlest vibration. A great chamber lies at the end of this corridor, said Flydd, and it's a place of power, though not one I know how to use. The abyssal flame, the mother of all cursed flames, burns continuously here, fed by a source deep in the roots of the mountain. It's the reason Vivimord brought Maelys here. With the mountain surrounded, he can't get out without tapping a mighty source of power to... What's that? I didn't hear anything, said Nish. Nor I, said Colm. Perhaps I imagined it, said Flydd. My new mind jumps all over the place. I can't always be sure whether I'm living in the moment or remembering the past. Or her past. Come on, Nish. Stay close. Vivimord wants you, remember. Everyone wants me, Nish thought, and Maelys too. I'm beginning to understand what she has gone through these past months. What does he hope to do with this mighty source of power? Said Colm. Open the Shadow Realm. That was a secret known only to 2 scrutators, said Flydd. The vile and vicious chief scrutator Gore, may he lie rotting in the most infested pit of all, and myself. Gore would have told no one before he died. He loved the power of his solitary secrets too much. I feel sure that not even Nish or Vivimord know how to enter it. Directly, I mean. How else can it be entered? It's rumoured that there was once a Charon portal here. That's one of the reasons I chose this place. Or the woman in red put it into your mind. Not for our betterment, Nish thought, though he didn't dare say it. What do you mean, a portal? Said Colm. A gate which allows one to travel instantly from one place to another. Then open the damn thing and take us somewhere civilized as far away from the Shadow Realm as possible. I don't know how to open it. Yet, Flydd said. And even in my prime I wouldn't have had the strength to open a portal sealed for centuries. However, its previous existence would have left a weakness in the fabric of space here, which even without my special crystal I hope to exploit to slip into the Shadow Realm, and then out somewhere safe as quickly as possible. But Vivimord, he's a great mancer, and having recently been restored at the cursed flame, he'll be able to wield its power better than any living man. He may be able to reopen the portal and carry Nish and Maelys beyond our reach. That cannot be allowed to happen. If she does carry the first grandchild of the God Emperor, Vivimord would have a hold over him that would be impossible to break, and an alliance between those 2 monsters must be prevented at all costs. At the end of the corridor, Flydd leaned on one of a tall pair of doors until it opened a crack and peered through. Nish made out a distant whistling. This is the chamber of the abyssal flame, whispered Flydd. Prepare for battle, but don't strike until I give the order. Nish and Colm drew their weapons. Flydd kept his knife in its sheath. The faintest glow limned the fingers of his right hand. As they entered, the whistling became shrill, painful. A monstrous green-black flame flared spans high from an altar in the centre of the room. They stopped, staring at it. Colm was breathing heavily. They were in a vast, magnificent chamber with polished stone walls and splendidly barbaric murals. Flydd continued, and the flame drew down to a flicker, the whistle dying to a gassy hiss. All fell into shadow save for the greenstone altar through which the flame issued. Its circular top was a thick, ornamented disc several spans across, with the flame hole in the centre and a pair of curved projections running out from opposite sides to form the tips of a stubby 2-armed spiral whose grooves continued into the centre of the disc. That's odd, Flydd said quietly. What is? Colm was moving his blade slowly from left to right. I've been here many times over the past 9 years, trying to find traces of the portal, and the flame hasn't changed by so much as a flicker. Someone's made it change. Vivimord must be using it, said Nish, suddenly feeling cold, though the room was warm. The unhealed parts of his hand throbbed mercilessly, while where the new skin and flesh had grown, he felt those prickling clusters of needles. What if Flydd was right, and the blood did link him to Vivimord? I'm afraid he is. It's time for desperate measures. Flydd raised his hand, grunting with the strain, and yellow light burst forth from his crystal, reflecting dazzlingly off 1,000 polished surfaces. The barbaric splendour of the chamber imprinted itself on Nish's inner eye. Then the abyssal flame was drawn below the aperture from which it issued, and the yellow light radiating from Flydd's crystal was driven back into it. He groaned, clenched his fist around the crystal and shook it furiously. Momentarily the blood was visible flowing in his fingers, but the crystal went out, and the chamber grew dark. "Can you hear that?" hissed Flydd. Nish made out distant, heavy footsteps, as of a squad of soldiers running up a long stair, though they had an echoing, unreal quality. Flydd grunted and his fingers flushed pink for a second. Then the light went out, and he could not force another glimmer from the crystal. "It's Father's army coming up from the rainforest. They've found a way into the base of the mountain. Are they close?" said Colm. "I can't tell," said Flydd. "Wait, no, I don't think so. Those sounds are being sent here to panic us. Back to the door." As he moved away, Nish caught a faint whiff of smoke, no, incense, with a sweet, spicy odour. His head spun. He shook it and it cleared, but the needle pricks in his hand grew so painful that he couldn't think straight. "What about Maelys?" began Colm, somewhere to Nish's right. "We can't help her if we're caught." Flydd's voice seemed to come from a distance. "This way." Nish headed back towards the doors through which they had entered, holding his rapier low, but soon began to doubt that he was going in the right direction. "Xervish, where are you?" "Here," Flydd hissed. His voice came from even further away. To Nish's left now, he thought. How could he have made such a mistake? He turned in the direction he thought Flydd's voice was coming from, hurried forwards, then whack. He hit the floor and the rapier clattered away. Nish rolled to one side, thinking he'd been attacked, but his groping right hand came down on carved stone which had a circular shape. He stood up, feeling his way around it. He'd run head first into the altar. What was he doing in the middle of the room? He rubbed his forehead and caught a stronger whiff of incense, though it didn't make his head spin this time. It seemed to clear it. His hand prickled again, and now it felt as though someone had taken hold of it and was leading him to safety. He jerked back and felt around, but there was nothing in front of him. "Xervish?" He did not reply, though a pale shape whispered by off to Nish's right. Stumbling backwards, he trod on the hilt of the rapier and grabbed it, never more glad to have a weapon in his hand. "Colm?" He didn't reply either. Nish shivered. He felt even colder now, and really afraid. "Xervish!" It was as if he'd shouted into an amphitheatre full of mud, which absorbed every sound. How had Vivamord separated them so easily? His new skin tingled, and he rubbed at it absently. He had to find the door. Flydd and Colm must be waiting there. Nish put his back to the altar and, trailing the rapier's tip on the floor, walked directly away from the altar. When he came to the wall, he would follow it along to the double doors. The smell of incense grew stronger with every step. He was halfway across the chamber, as near as he could judge, when someone whispered his name. He stopped, squinting into the dark until his eyes ached, but could not see a thing. He couldn't hear anything either, save his breathing. Those pounding footsteps had stopped when he'd hit his head, which surely proved that they had been sent to panic him. "Nish!" It was louder this time, a woman's voice, though it also came from a long way away. It might have been Maelys, he could not be sure. "Clear sight, I've never needed you more, show me the way." But his clear sight, though it had been enhanced by the kiss of Reaper, told him nothing. He bumped into a column supporting the roof, felt his way around it and kept going, swinging the rapier back and forth like a blind man's cane. Shortly it scraped on something hard. He reached out, but it swung silently away from him. It was just a normal-sized door, not either of the pair of huge double doors they'd come through a few minutes ago. From beyond, he made out a faint music of pipes and drums, notes that stirred the senses and set them on fire. He shook the feelings off. They had to be an enchantment sent by Vivamord or Jal Nish to ensnare him, and he wasn't going to be taken in. Suddenly his burned hand throbbed like a warning of greater pain to come. The effects of the cursed flame were wearing off. He tried to ignore the pain and the head-spinning incense. He had to think clearly now. Left or right? There was no way to tell. He caught another whiff of incense. It was stronger, richer and more perfumed this time, and again his head spun. Nish rubbed his face with his free hand, struggling to think straight, then turned left, but heard the voice again, coming through the door. A throaty woman's voice, a nerve-achingly familiar one. Nish! It couldn't be, for Irisis was 10 years dead and he wasn't going down that path again. Only madness lay that way, and he'd nearly succumbed before, when Nish had offered him what he most wanted in all the world. Nish had managed to resist the temptation, and was all the stronger for it. Nonetheless, he pushed the door open. He had to satisfy himself that it wasn't her, that it was a trick. The stirring music grew stronger. An overpowering waft of incense seared his nasal passages, and he saw that he was in the boudoir of some potentate of olden times. It was pleasantly warm, but dimly lit. All he could see was a magnificent bed, dark, costly curtains and bed coverings turned down on one side, and the flames guttering in their wall brackets, and the buxom young woman on the bed. It wasn't Irisis, but a smaller version of her, for the shoulder-length golden hair was exactly the colour Irisis's hair had been. He couldn't see the woman's face, just the curve of a cheek, one bare, soft shoulder, and the outline of her figure beneath the covers. Nish swallowed, the incense swirling through him like a drug that muddied the mind and enfeebled the will, the music driving his pulse and quickening his desire. The last time he'd lain with a woman, with Irisis, had been 10.5 years ago. A vague unease stirred, though he couldn't remember why. Something didn't seem right, but he could no longer tell. His mind felt like mush. He tried to fight the urge to go to the bed, but it proved too strong. He was led there by that ghostly compulsion, again tugging his burned hand. Nish no longer cared about anything else. Both Vivamord and his father had vanished from his mind. He could only think of the woman on the bed and his flaming desire for her.
10. Maelys lay in bed, unable to focus on a single thought. The drugged incense and mesmerizing music had eaten away her will, and she wasn't strong enough to break free. Neither the fate of her family nor of Flydd, Nish and Colm mattered. She was no longer afraid of Vivamord. She felt a sense of lazy, drifting peace. As she'd emerged from her bath, fully clothed, a touch of Vivamord's fingers had left her dazed and compliant. With hand gestures he'd transformed her garments to a diaphanous bedgown, painted her nails and lips, and converted her shaggy black hair to golden blonde locks that caressed her bare shoulders. He artfully arranged her in the bed, and she could do nothing about it. Had he sent her underneath to face the octopede, she would not have been able to disobey, for he was far more powerful than when she had first met him. Now Vivamord entered and made a mirror in the air in front of her to show her what she'd become, and her appearance so shocked her that the enchantment he'd laid on her cracked, and she felt the blood flooding to her face. Her upbringing had been modest, and had become puritanical after her father had fled from Nish. She had never worn lip paint nor clothes that were the least revealing, but now she might as well have been wearing air. "You've turned me into a slut!" Jerking the covers up to her chin, she scrubbed at her lips with the back of one hand, smearing crimson lip paint across her face. Her voice was deeper, more throaty and sensual, and she didn't like that either. "Why are you doing this to me?" "I've transformed you into a temptress to trap Nish," he said, removing the smears with a snap of his fingers. No easy feat given the base materials I had to start with. She ignored the insult. Maelys was used to them by now. Vivamord's plan didn't make sense. Why did he need her to trap Nish? "Why me? You once thought I was completely unsuitable for Nish." "I've changed my mind about you," he said cryptically. "Besides, the need is urgent now, and I have no one else." She had to get out of here. She wasn't going to do his depraved bidding. Maelys tried to get out the other side of the bed without revealing any more of herself. No easy thing in the gossamer gown. Vivamord dragged her back by the ankle. "Either you obey my commands," he said icily, "or you will suffer retribution for what you've done to Froon and me." "What do you mean?" she whispered. "Once Froon has taken your skin, I'll feed your shrieking remains to the octopede." He touched her on the forehead, restoring the charm, and she fell back on the pillows, unable to resist as he arranged her limbs as before and pushed up her breasts until they were bursting out the bodice of the gown. He brushed his hand over her eyes, and Maelys felt herself drifting off to sleep. She tried to resist it, but his lips brushed her ear as he spoke in a language she did not know. Sleep claimed her. Time passed, and she woke, so listless that she could barely move, drifting, dreaming, the music reinforcing Vivamord's enchantment with every beat, the incense dulling her wits with every breath. She was unable to think two connected thoughts. Her mind kept wandering into waking dreams no matter how hard she tried to concentrate. She managed to turn her head and noticed the 3 platinum stubs on the bedhead. Hadn't there been a 4th? She had a feeling that Vivamord had hidden it from her. She tried to reach up, but her arm had no strength. Later, the door opened and Nish appeared there, looking around dazedly. He seemed taller, younger, and more handsome than before, though she knew that was also Vivamord's enchantment. She wasn't drowsy now, and suddenly Maelys understood what was going on. Vivamord wanted her to get pregnant by Nish and would use his arts to make sure she did. Then Vivamord, by keeping the child, would be able to control both Nish and his father. Yet in her dazed state, it felt right. If she could only sink back and accept Nish, it would make her lie to Jal Nish into truth, one he could never disprove. And once she was pregnant, her family would be safe for as long as he lived. Why not? She could not stop Vivamord, so what was the point of resisting? It would save her from Froon, too, and the octopede. Nish was staring at her so hard that it burned, though Maelys knew he was seeing the irisis look-alike Vivamord had made of her. She refused to meet his eyes or encourage him in any way. Give him nothing of yourself, she thought laboriously. Expect nothing from him and you won't get hurt. Lie with him, save your family and your life. Get it over with. It won't be so bad. Unfortunately, Maelys had always been a romantic, and this was the very opposite of how she had imagined her first time with a man would be. But Nish looked very handsome now, and his robes befitted a prince. Perhaps he did care, a little. He pushed the door closed and began to walk towards her. His eyes were glazed, the pupils dilated, and his breathing was fast and shallow. He was also being controlled by Vivamord. He did not want her at all. The realization made another crack in the enchantment, though when she thought of little Phyllis in the hands of Jal Nish's torturers, Maelys knew that lying with Nish was a small price to pay. She took a deep breath, rolled onto her back, feeling her breasts straining against the gauzy fabric, and smiled until it hurt. She could not help remembering the time she'd tried to do her duty and seduce him, and the ghastly humiliation as he'd repudiated her. Maelys dreaded it happening again. Nish began stripping off his princely robes, which had to be an illusion, as he approached. He climbed onto the bed, his eyes dark pools of longing for the woman she was made up to be. Maelys had no experience in the arts of the bedchamber, so she lay back on the pillows, closed her eyes, and left it up to him. Her nerves were singing from the incense, and Vivamord's enchantment must have been working again, for the moment Nish began to caress her, his touch awoke feelings that she had never felt before, though she had read about them in the great tales. She did not resist. She could not. She did not want Nish to stop. "This isn't you." A tiny voice hammered on the closed doors of her mind, trying to get through. "And it isn't Nish either. Vivamord is moving both of you like puppets. Stop it. Now!" But Nish's caresses felt so good, the nothings he was murmuring in her ear so right. She wanted them to go on forever. "Anything Vivamord wants is wrong. Fight him for all you're worth." She did not. Nish drew the covers aside, looking down at her like a prince at his princess, but as Maelys felt the cold air on her skin, she was reminded of her mortifying state of undress, and it undermined the enchantment a little more. As Nish leaned over her, the prince's illusion slipped. She saw that his eyes were dull, and there was blood on his right cheek and matted in his hair, blood under his fingernails too. Where had it all come from? His clothes were soaked in it. He'd been in a fight. He must have killed a man. She felt sick. Vivamord hadn't bothered to clean Nish up for her. Her feelings did not matter. His left hand, the burnt one, was swollen like a 5-fingered balloon. It was a mixture of smooth new skin. How had that come about? And blistered, weeping flesh. His dirty fingers touched her, and she felt so disgusted that it tore the enchantment apart. This was wrong, and bound to end disastrously, as any alliance of the two most corrupt men in the world inevitably must. She had to stop it. Her darting eye fell on the platinum stubs, and she remembered the fourth, to the right of them. Vivamord had hidden it from her. Might it offer some means of escape? "Nish, no!" She pushed him away so hard that he slid off the edge of the bed and fell heavily to the floor, whacking his injured hand. He let out a shriek and drew his knees up against his chest, rocking from side to side. She regretted it instantly, and was on her hands and knees, peering down at him, when he cried, "Maelys?" in a choked voice. Pain had cracked the mesmeric spell on him, and his eyes hardened. He must be remembering her previous mortifying attempt at seduction. "Nish, run! It's a trap!" The door slammed back against the wall, and Vivamord stood there, his eyes ablaze, and the blotched lump on his cheek a livid purple. "Quick, Nish!" she screamed. He got up, shaking his head dazedly, but Vivamord blocked the door. He smiled, pushed it shut, and moved towards them. "Get back on the bed, Deliverer. You have a duty to perform for the good of your people and the stability of the realm." Nish looked up at Maelys, then at him, and shook his head. "You will mate with her, Deliverer." Nish rubbed the back of his burned hand. He was shaking his head furiously. Vivamord reached out to touch him on the forehead, but Nish backed away. "You're breaking his enchantment, Nish!" Maelys yelled. "Keep fighting him!" Vivamord drew his fingertips down Nish's chest. His eyelids fluttered, then he got up and turned towards the bed like a zombie. Maelys watched him come, stumbling and pale, but when he was just a few steps away, he looked up and met her eyes, and there was such dumb, helpless despair in them that her skin crawled. Nish could not endure this any more than she could. It was 1,000 times worse than before. Under no circumstances could Maelys lie with Nish while Vivamord was standing here, pulling his strings. She couldn't help Nish, but she could stop this from happening and frustrate Vivamord. As he stalked towards her, she threw herself backwards against the bedhead. Where was the fourth platinum stub, the hidden one? Dare she try it? "Nish, onto the bed, quick!" He didn't move. He was completely in Vivamord's power. She slid her hand across the bedhead, past the 3 stubs, feeling with the heel of her palm for the fourth. She sensed just the faintest indentation and pressed it. Vivamord grinned wolfishly, and she knew she'd just failed a critical test. 11. "Nish, Colm," said Flydd, squinting into the darkness. The thundering feet were now so loud that they drowned out his thoughts. It sounded like a small army running up steps, though he didn't think they could be close. The climb from the base of the mountain would take hours. However, he was having difficulty distinguishing between reality and Vivamord's arts of bemusement and illusion. He knew Vivamord was close by, though. Flydd could smell him. He shook his head, but the fuzziness didn't improve, though he well remembered the crystal clarity of his old mind before renewal. What if he never regained it? However, even that loss was insignificant compared to the nagging ache that was the disappearance of his art. Curse Maelys for pressuring him into taking renewal, and curse himself for succumbing to the temptation he'd resisted for so long. He'd sooner be dead than try to live with the few pathetic fragments of the art remaining to him. and even those could be the temporary gift of the woman in red. "What do you want from me?" he raged. "Flydd," said Colm in a cracked tone from some distance to his left. He was afraid, and well he might be. Flydd was too. Once he would have enjoyed the challenge of pitting his wits against another master, but there was no pleasure in being an ordinary man hunted by a master. "What are you doing way over there?" Flydd hissed. "I thought you were going this way," Colm's voice approached. "Cursed place, it tangles the mind." "Mine too," muttered Flydd. "Though it's not the place that tangles it, it's Vivamord. Where's Nish? I thought he was with you." Flydd swore under his breath. "Nish," he said, not too loudly. Nish didn't reply. "What's happening?" said Colm, with forced calm. "Is Vivamord trying to pick us off one by one?" Flydd pressed his hand against his chest, for he had a burning pain there. What a laugh it would be if his renewed heart was giving out already. He doesn't give a damn about us, and he doesn't pick fights needlessly. All he wants is Nish. "Nish!" Colm bellowed. "Where are you?" "Shh!" Colm's voice hadn't echoed in the vast chamber, which was odd, but everything about this place was odd. How can he not hear us? "I'd say Vivamord has got him, but we'd better make sure." They circumnavigated the chamber 3 times, but found no sign of him, and no openings save the double doors by which they had entered. "Vivamord was so quick!" Flydd wanted to bang his head against the wall. "He plucked Nish out from between us in seconds, and I haven't got the faintest idea where to look for him. You know Mistmurk Mountain inside and out. You must be able to find him, and Maelys. Vivamord was ever a master of illusion, and now he's been rejuvenated at the cursed flame. You saw the fire dripping from his fingers when he fought Nish in the cave. Vivamord's powers have been redoubled, and I've lost mine. We've got to look for them, Flydd. I wouldn't know where to start. This place is a labyrinth. They can't be far away. Vivamord could be anywhere, even in this room, but hidden. I can't break such powerful arts, can you? Only with a blade to the heart, Colm said savagely. Froon is dead. He can't hurt anyone now, but if you get the chance to take Vivamord down, don't hesitate, for he's as big a monster as the God Emperor. Let's go back to the altar. That's where Nish disappeared, and we may be able to pick up the traces. There's power at the flame too, power aplenty. If only I could remember how to use it. As they headed back, Flydd's confusion began to fade, and suddenly, when they were just a few steps from the altar, the abyssal flame leapt up spans high, emerald green shot with black, illuminating the barbarically beautiful chamber. Its shrill whistling was painful to the ears. The running feet have stopped, said Flydd, his heart sinking. Vivamord's got what he wanted. Though to get through Nish's cordon, he'll have to activate the closed portal, so surely he must come back to this flame. Can I set a trap for him? Colm was pacing, ever more agitated. We've got to go after them, Flydd. If we do, we'll probably be leaving them further behind. No, this place is the key. I'm sure of it. I'm staying here. Flydd! Shut up! I've got to think it through. He sat on the base of the altar and put his head in his hands. In his prime, he would have come up with a plan in an instant, but now his mind was like fog. Keep watch by the door, Colm. Why was he so unsure of himself? He'd been a commanding figure for more than 40 years, and as a scrutator on the council, he'd been one of the most powerful people in the world. Because authority had to be earned, and it could only be maintained by using it. He was out of practice. The world had changed. The old ways were gone forever. Nish had remoulded the world in his image, and Flydd no longer understood it. Above his head, the flame flared and shadows drifted through his mind, like an image seen out of the corner of an eye, billowing red curtains with someone concealed behind them. The woman in red was peering through a framed hexagonal glass at him. Her finger pointed at him. Maelys's taphloid grew hot, and he felt a stabbing pressure behind his temples. It wasn't exactly pain, more like something pushing through a barrier. It disappeared, and he tried to focus on the woman behind the curtains, but her image was gone. Flydd realized he'd been holding his breath, but didn't let it out. Something had changed. She'd done something to him.
He felt more clear-headed now, or was it more awakened? Did that mean she was ready to put her plan into action? "There's something the matter," said Colm, who had his back to the flame and was watching the doors. "I had a vision that reminded me of my renewal dream. Though why would I see her now? Could her appearance be due to the power of the flame, or did she want him to do something here? If she did, it was unlikely to be for his benefit." Flydd gnawed his lip. He wasn't used to being kept in the dark and couldn't bear to be manipulated. He didn't want anything to do with this perilous flame either, yet it might offer the only way out of here. Drawing the taffloid from his pocket, he held it up towards the flame to see what would happen when their innate powers met. The flame's note changed to a deeper, more muted whistle. Colm drew a sharp breath. The green flame dropped fractionally, and a series of little silvery bubbles rose up within it, black shadows and emerald fire drifting across their surfaces before popping halfway to the ceiling with streams of trailing green specks. Flydd thought he saw her image in one bubble, hands out to him as if she were trying to tell him something. Why was the flame affected by the taffloid? She can't have known he'd have it. No, but she would have expected him to be carrying his charged crystal, and Maelys had put the crystal she'd found below the cursed flame into the taffloid. Could the two flames be linked? Flydd rocked back and forth, wondering about the bubbles, then thrust the taffloid at the flame. This time only one bubble appeared, but it was the size of a melon and spinning rapidly. Within it, he saw the red curtains again, only they weren't curtains, but the robes of a dark-haired woman, standing on a pinnacle in a wild wind. A huge moon hung above her, and she was gazing into a scrying cup. Flydd's point of view shifted dizzyingly until he was looking down into it as if through her eyes, though this time she did not know he was there. She was staring into a black, empty landscape, a place like nowhere he had ever seen before. Everything was black. No, it wasn't a landscape, but a vast structure, for a smooth black floor extended further than he could see. Now he heard her, inside his head, her voice tight with strain. "I must find a way in. I can't hold the place together much longer. But what if it finds out?" The black shapes shifted, dissolving into one another. The bubble burst and her image was gone. Flydd staggered, for his heart was thundering and his knees felt weak. "I heard her," said Colm, shivering. "That was the woman in red, wasn't it?" "It was. What was she doing?" Flydd wasn't going to mention the image he'd seen through her eyes. It was too worrying. "I don't know, but she must have mastered the flame to be so intimately connected to it now. Why did she come to you during renewal?" "How would I know?" Flydd snapped. He paced around the altar, cursing the craters in his memory. Dare he take the chance on her? Dare he refuse her? Colm was looking ever more alarmed. He's regretting not taking the easy way out the other night and jumping off the precipice, Flydd thought. Perhaps he should have. "What's she trying to hold together?" Flydd shrugged. "Could it have anything to do with the Shadow Realm?" Colm wondered aloud. "And where did you hear of the Shadow Realm anyway?" "From Recitifer, an itinerant sorcerer but a good one, and a friend for many years. I trusted him. He found a way inside, and that's where he suffered the wound that killed him. It left no mark, no scar, but he wasted away from within." "What did he die of?" Flydd squirmed. Not even the Council's healers had seen anything like it. He'd been eaten away inside. His vital organs were no more than soot, crawling with maggots. Whatever it wasn't any kind of life I'd seen before. Meddle with the Shadow Realm at your peril. "And you planned to take us through it?" Colm's voice rose. He was as brave as any man when dealing with the known, but how could he cope with this? "Only because there was no other way out. Besides, I was a greater mancer than Recitifer. I thought it was worth the risk, and I'd prepared that crystal to protect us on the way through." "But you haven't got the crystal," cried Colm, "and you've lost your art. So how the bloody hell are you going to protect us if you do find a way in?" I'll have to find a way," Flydd said weakly. Just how was he supposed to forge a protection when he couldn't remember where the dangers in the Shadow Realm lay, nor the spells and protections he'd planned to use there? "Well, you'll be going on your own.
I'd sooner an honest death on an enemy's blade than what's going to happen to you." Colm was circling around the altar, well clear of the flame, his head turned away as if he couldn't bear to look at it, which was another oddity in a day full of oddities. "You'll probably get your wish. Go and check the doors." Colm went across, opened them carefully and slipped out into the dark. Flydd paced. There was something special about the flame, and it had to do with the woman in red and what she'd done to him during renewal. Why had she been in his head at that time, as if she'd been trying a mind merge with him? Why would anyone with such powerful arts want to rifle through the mind of an old fogey like him? Because she wanted him to do something she could not do herself, which suggested that she couldn't use her own powers, or was afraid to. Did she want to attack her enemy without leaving anything that could be traced back to her? "Not me. I will not be used." Colm crept back, head lowered, again shielding his eyes from the flame. "I heard no one outside. It's as I'd thought. Vivimord sent those footsteps to distract us." Flydd took in Colm's fearful expression, his averted gaze, and remembered that he had also avoided the cursed flame. "If I didn't know better, I'd think you were scared of fire." "Little fires I can manage," said Colm in a bare whisper. "I've trained myself to cook on them. I had to. But big ones, and especially any kind of uncanny fire." A shudder racked him. "What happened?" Flydd said more kindly. There wasn't time for counselling, but he couldn't have Colm cracking up on him either. "I was a little kid the first time," Colm said haltingly. "It was during the war. The Lyrinx War," he added unnecessarily, for it had lasted 150 years and raged across the known world, and there had been no war since it ended. "We lived in the mountains of Banador, on the great island of Meldarin, across the Sea of Thurcad. That's where the war began, in the mountains." Flydd knew it far better than Colm could have, but remained silent. "We were burned out of our mana by the Lyrinx, or the human scum who served them. I was too young to understand, though I can never forget our home ablaze with uncanny fire, and the old servants screaming and running across the yard, burning, burning. Mom and Dad couldn't fight the Lyrinx. The whole of Banador was ablaze. There was war and blood and fire everywhere. The enemy were determined to burn us out. Even Thurcad fell a few years later. The greatest city in the world, and the oldest, Flydd thought. The priceless treasures of more than 3,000 years had been lost that day. He often reflected on how long it had survived, and how quickly it had been destroyed. It happened again as we fled in a wagon to the coast. Colm's eyes were black pools of horror. We were attacked from the air, and the wagon and horses were burned with uncanny fire. We lost everything we had left. "I'm sorry," said Flydd. There was nothing more to be said, for such human tragedies had happened 100,000 times during the war on both sides. We ended up in a refugee camp on the other side of the Sea of Thurcad, near Nilkarand. At least it was called a refugee camp. Colm's voice dripped bitterness now, the bitterness he could not hold back whenever he talked about his life, and someday it was going to consume him. In reality, it was a city of slave labour, walled in with a palisade and patrolled by armed guards, where even the littlest children worked day and night every day of the year, making equipment for the war. The cursed war, though long over, continued to intrude into all their lives, and Chief Scrutator Gore's corrupt council had given up trying to win it, for the war had allowed them to maintain their grip on power and wring it ever tighter. Had Colm known that, his hands would have been around Flydd's throat in an instant, though it had not been Flydd's doing. "We spent years in that camp," Colm went on. "Terrible years where I saw my parents dying before my eyes. They couldn't take any more. If they hadn't had me and my sisters to protect, they'd have wasted away and died. But it all came to nothing in the end, of course," he said savagely. "That's where I met Nish," Colm went on after an interval. He dropped out of the sky, half dead, clinging to the wreckage of an air floater. "The very first air floater," said Flydd. "As it happens, I sent him out on it, though I didn't expect it would carry him halfway across the continent of Laurelin. We took him in at the risk of all our lives, and in return Nish promised to help me regain my lost heritage, though he never did. The fury was gone. Colm sounded defeated, as though nothing mattered any more. He might yet do so, said Flydd, once this is over. Ha! Colm snorted. Not long after he came, the camp was attacked with uncanny fire. I remember flames leaping above the roof and a horde of lyrics swooping down on us. People ran in all directions, but the gates were closed, and nearly everyone died. We escaped, but I lost Mum and Dad and my 2 sisters. I searched for weeks, months, years, but I never found them. Do you wonder that uncanny fire arouses such terror in me? I'm really sorry, Colm. They crouched with their backs to the altar, with the overhang above them and the flame roaring in their ears, and after a minute or two, Colm stopped shuddering. We've got to succeed, said Flydd, trying to convince himself. If Nish is lost, we're the sole resistance. Save for the Defiance, said Colm. If Vivimord did win, he'd be worse than the God Emperor, who is at least an accomplished ruler. Under Vivimord, the world would fall into civil war, and that would be the worst outcome of all, for even a dictator like Jal Nish is better than anarchy. The fate of Santhanar is up to me, and if the only way out of here is to walk the Shadow Realm, I've got to do it, alone if necessary. I'm not going there, Colm repeated. Please let there be another way, Flydd thought. For several more memories had come back, of things Recitifer had told him about the Shadow Realm. How could he hope to get through without the protection of the spells he'd put into the lost crystal? I'm sure the abyssal flame is the key, he mused. If I can only discover how to use it. Colm half rose, staring towards the double doors, which were faintly illuminated by the flame. The left-hand door just moved. They crawled behind the altar. If it was Vivimord, I'd know it, so it must be Jal Nish's advance guard. Prepare to defend yourself. Flydd drew his knife, knowing it would be useless against soldiers armed with swords. The flame had to be the answer, but how was he to use it? Colm seemed unnaturally calm now. I've been expecting to die for so long, it's almost like an old friend at the door. When death puts his blade to your throat, you'll find the will to fight. Let's see if I can do something with her flame to scare them off. Follow my lead. I have been, Colm muttered, and look where it's got me. The door was pushed wide, and in the darkness beyond it, Flydd made out green, iridescent reflections. The abyssal flame reflecting off the armour of the God Emperor's Imperial Militia, his second-best troops. If the woman in red had wanted him to use the flame all along, she'd have to show him how. He stood up, keeping cover behind the altar, and raised the taphloid, hoping it would reveal another glimpse of her. The abyssal flame flickered and wavered away without showing him anything. His chest tightened. There's 3 of them, said Colm. 2 with scimitars, the 3rd with a war axe. They're mighty big. Size isn't everything. The original Flydd, though a small, gaunt man, had slain many a warrior in combat through his skill with a sword, not to mention his low cunning and a dash of mancery in emergencies. Unfortunately, his renewed body still didn't fit, and he was afraid it would let him down again. But how else was he to fight? Use the flame, fool! Her voice was even hoarser and more strained, as if it had taken a mighty effort to speak to him. How am I to use the flame, Flydd thought, but received no answer. The leading soldier shouted, There they are, behind that altar! And they moved in. Exposing the metal side of the taphloid, he thrust it as close to the flame as he could bear its prickly, tingling heat. A huge bubble formed and swirled up on a current of air, turning slowly, and this time he saw clearly what was imprinted on it. Everyone must have, since the bubble was transparent. The woman in red was standing by a fire, holding a crystal chalice in her left hand, and raised it high as if saluting an unseen observer. Green flame flickered in the bowl. She lowered the chalice, drained it in a long swallow, and tossed it over her shoulder to smash in the fireplace. Looking up suddenly as if she'd seen him, she pointed at Flydd with her right index finger. He felt a burning pain in the centre of his forehead, a pain he remembered from renewal, as if the sun's rays had been focused there. Was she attacking him or waking something? She slumped backwards into a chair, in evident distress, and the bubble popped. His heart skipped several beats, then began to race. The pain became a wedge driven into his skull, sharper than before. He staggered and clutched at his head, but the pain disappeared, and his knife hand began to tingle. "Use the flame," she had said, and its touch had also tingled. Knife to flame? He reached out with the tip of the knife, and as soon as it entered the flame, the knife shook in his hand and began to make a faint humming sound. Sword clashed on sword. Flydd looked around dazedly, knowing he'd lost precious seconds. Colm had his back to the altar and was fighting for his life against a soldier half a head taller and twice his weight. Another man was coming at him from the left, swinging the war axe, while the third was advancing on Flydd, carving the air with a span-long scimitar. They weren't planning to take prisoners. Colm had been driven to one knee, and his assailant was raising his scimitar for a blow that would split him from skull to buttocks like a side of beef. Flydd lunged at the soldier, swinging the singing knife in a wicked slash, in the faint hope that he would falter. The note of the blade rose as it moved, and a fiery lance of light extended from it, carving a streak across the soldier's iridescent chest plate. Flydd's fingers stung. He could barely hold the knife, which was vibrating wildly, singing piercingly. His heart began to hammer like a set of native drums, and his chest burned from front to back. The soldier screamed. Steam wisped from the thin line which the light had carved right through his armour, followed by curtains of pulsing blood. His legs buckled, and he fell. The other two soldiers were frozen in place, staring at the dead man. Flydd's hand was throbbing now. He swung the shrieking blade in a wobbly arc towards the soldier nearest to him. The light lance passed across the man's throat, just above his armour as he turned to run. He kept turning, but his head did not. Colm gagged, for the soldier's eyes remained locked on his, while his body was facing the other way. The sheared-off head perched neatly on his stub of neck. He kept moving, and head and body separated. The eyes went dull in the flame light, and the head toppled off, bouncing twice before coming to rest near Flydd's foot. He nudged it out of the way, then had to let go of the shuddering blade, whose light was carving smoking arcs across the murals and the ceiling. It clattered to the floor, and the light went out. The beheaded soldier managed 2 more steps, blood fountaining from his neck, before slamming into the floor. The soldier with the war axe was pounding for the doors. "Stop him!" Flydd gasped, barely able to stand up because his muscles were spasming violently. He slumped onto the base of the altar, legs kicking. Colm swung his sword around his head and hurled it viciously at the fleeing man, but he had already crashed through the double doors and run. "Missed! He's gone to warn the God Emperor of this deadly new power," Flydd said ruefully as Colm limped after his blade. "Curse him!" He inspected his swollen fingers, which were covered in little white blisters. "How did you do that?" said Colm as he came back. "I didn't." 12. Maelys was propelled towards the far wall so furiously that the air whistled around her ears. She threw up her hands in a hopeless attempt to protect herself, but passed straight through the wall and felt no more than cold rippling along her body. She slid down a grassy slope, the gown riding up above her, passed through a circular hole, and kept falling. Splat! She landed hard on something familiarly soft and slimy oozy that had to be a mass of swamp creepers, and slid between them up to her hips. Yuck! They felt even worse on her bare skin. She flailed and kicked her way out until she lay precariously on top, in danger of slipping back in with the slightest movement. As her eyes adjusted, Maelys discovered that she was in a deep circular stone pit, at least as wide as the bedchamber she'd been ejected from. 2 small pale eyes gleamed 5 or 6 spans above her, suspended in the angle between the domed roof and the wall. The swamp creepers began to squirm all around her, and she drew her legs up towards her stomach, feeling sick. "Sweet, sweet revenge!" Froon gurgled from on high. His nauseating face was looking down at her through the circular hole, and he'd swallowed his intestines, allowing him to speak. This is legitimate retribution, Vivimord reminded him. I was testing you, Maelys, to see if you were suitable for Nish after all. I really thought you were, for you're a remarkably clever girl. You've thwarted both me and Jal Nish time and again. Had you done what was required of you in the bedchamber, you would have been pregnant by now, and I would have honoured you above all other women. But when you broke my enchantment, it proved you could never be trusted, and now you're going to die in a way that will be a lesson to everyone in my realm. You have no realm, she spat. You murderous lunatic! Ah, but I will have one, and you will become my first public exhibit. And lesson. She could not bear his gloating triumph, nor Froon's sick bloodlust. Maelys looked away, but could see no means of escape, for the curved walls of the pit offered no handholds. Several corded webs hung high above, well out of reach, and from their faint shimmer they must have been freshly made. If she touched one, she would be stuck fast. Prey, that left only one other way out, though it sickened her to have to beg for her life. Please, give me another chance. I'll have Nish's baby or anything. I don't give anybody a second chance, said Vivimord. And certainly not you. You're a threat to the deliverer, Maelys Niflheim, and any one of 1,000 pliable girls will eagerly take your place. Are you going to leave me here to die? She said hoarsely. Somehow she doubted it. A lesson to all, I said. A public exhibit. Do you see the 2 pale eyes under the roof? Maelys swallowed, but it didn't help, for her throat was parchment dry. It's a vigorous young octopede, Vivimord said with relish, freshly mated and ready to breed. They live on the blood of swamp creepers, milking them like a herd of cattle, but to reproduce, octopedes need warm-blooded creatures, or rather, hosts. She let out an involuntary cry. After it feels you all over and paralyzes you with its sting, and does other unspeakable things that you'll discover soon enough, it will spear you in the belly with its ovipositor and lay its eggs in you. After the way you've stalked Nish these past months, you may find that a trifle ironic. Once you've been inovulated, I'll take you with me, paralyzed but conscious, and make a live exhibit of you in my court so all the Defiance can see the little octopede grubs hatch and feed. Maelys felt paralyzed already. She reached up towards him to beg for her life, but no sound came forth. She knew it was hopeless. I'll leave you to your fate, Maelys. Jal Nish's army is close now, and I've got to keep him away until I can round up your friends. I'm going to make examples of them too, all save Nish. He's the key to all our futures. Vivimord withdrew, though dead Froon remained at the hole for a few seconds, staring down at her with those empty eyes before, with a twitch of the head that extruded a white length of entrails, he was gone. Maelys studied her nemesis. The octopede was far bigger than her, and had an elongated, squishy body like a long balloon squeezed in 2 places. Its white, sagging skin was covered in warty pustules that oozed a creamy substance. It resembled the skin of a particularly unpleasant toad, and no doubt the ooze was poisonous. The plump, stubby legs ended in little clinging hooks, while the lance-like tail flicking back and forth must be the ovipositor with which it would deposit its eggs inside her. She rubbed her slippery arms, which were covered in goose pimples, and slid backwards across the swamp creepers. To think she'd been afraid of them. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Was there any way she could use them? The octopede's oval eyes slanted across the front of its sloping head. A pair of hook-shaped claws were upraised, the pincers opening and closing rhythmically. It began to creep to the centre of its web, watching her all the while. The urge to give way to her deep, numbing fear and scream was almost overwhelming, but she had to resist it. Panic would be fatal. The beast began to lower itself on a glistening cord extruded from a ring of spiky spinnerets at its posterior. It was curled into a semicircle, with its ovipositor pointing at her, and its hook claws opening and closing, clack-a-clack. Her throat grew tight as she remembered how fast it had moved in the bedchamber. It could drop on her, catch her in its claws, or spear her with the ovipositor. But how was she to fight it?
She would be hard-pressed to avoid it. She couldn't even stand up on the slippery swamp creepers. She scanned the walls in case she'd missed some means of escape, but they were solid stone. The only way out was past the octopede. Unless there was a hole down below. Could she burrow down through the swamp creepers? The thought was revolting, but she checked on the octopede, now swaying on its web, and knew she had no choice. She began to take deep breaths as it lowered itself on its web cord. The swamp creeper gunk felt disgusting, but she reminded herself that they were on her side. They would be shielding her from the common foe. The octopede uncoiled and dropped sharply on its line, its plump limbs extending towards her, and the clacking of its hook claws became more staccato. "Go, now!" Maelys upended herself and dived headfirst into the squirming mass of swamp creepers, clawing them out of the way as she tried to pull herself lower. It was easy for the first half span, for she slid between them under her own weight, but below that the swamp creepers were ever more tightly packed, and every hand span she moved down took a greater effort. As she clawed at the huge slugs, she imagined the octopede hanging above her exposed legs, ready to sting. She pulled them down, but a huge swamp creeper jammed under her knees, leaving her right foot and part of her leg exposed. She heaved again, her panic rising. A shocking pain speared through the back of her calf. The octopede had got her with a hook claw, and Maelys could feel her flesh being torn. She would have screamed, but could not spare the breath. She wrenched free and dragged herself lower in the squirming mass. Her calf was a shrieking agony. It felt as though it had been ripped open. Maelys gasped and lost the last of her air, but if she came up for more, the octopede would be on her instantly. She groped down as far as she could reach, in case there was a hole below her, but felt nothing save more creepers. Creepers everywhere. Her lungs heaved. She would have to go up. Wait, when she'd been struggling down the chimney, when she tried to punch a swamp creeper out of the way, she had gained a breath from its air bladder. Maelys put her mouth to the clotted opening of the nearest swamp creeper. Yuck! And forced her fist into its middle. Smelly cow's breath gushed out and she sucked it down until her lungs were full. The panic faded, though only a little. She burrowed deeper, then did it again and again, until she must have been a span and a half below the surface, and the weight of swamp creepers above her was so great that she could barely inflate her lungs. If she went any lower, she would be crushed to death. She probed and her fingers touched hard stone, the base of the great well. It was solid. She rested a moment, trying to ignore the agony in her calf, then wriggled on, squeezing air out of the nearest swamp creeper whenever she needed a breath. She crisscrossed the floor but found no opening. There was no way out from the bottom. Up half a span, where the pressure was blessedly less, she began to move in rising circles around the sides, but discovered no exit there either, even when she'd risen to within a single swamp creeper of the surface and could breathe unaided again. What was she to do? Tulatine, she thought, I need your help more than ever. Maelys had a feeling that the old woman would be proud of her now, and it made a difference, since her other friends had turned out to be less than steadfast. Colm was disgusted and contemptuous. Flydd had seemed to be re-evaluating her, and as for Nish, the incident in the boudoir could only have reinforced his disdain. After enduring years of carping criticism from her mother and aunts, Maelys longed for the approval of people she admired, and none more than Tulatine, who was old and had neither the mansery of Flydd nor the skill at arms of Colm, yet possessed an inner strength greater than either of them. If Tulatine could fight even Vivimord, in her own small ways, Maelys could overcome this obstacle and the next. She eased towards the surface, trying to emulate the random squirming of the swamp creepers, and felt that she was doing a good job of concealing herself until the creeper above her head let out a squeaking note of pain. She looked up to see it hooked out of the way and tossed against the far wall. The monstrous octopede was hanging directly above, eye to eye with her. Maelys's mouth opened in an involuntary scream, but she managed to keep silent. If she once gave in to her fear, it would spiral out of control, and that would be the end. She couldn't get out of the octopede's way quickly enough. If she tried, it would attack from behind, and once it caught her with those little foot hooks, she would never get free. Stealthily, maintaining eye contact all the time, she slid her right hand underneath a swamp creeper and cocked her arm. The octopede's 8 plump legs suddenly stood out like inflated balloons. It was going to strike. Maelys hurled the swamp creeper up at it with all the strength she had, so hard that it wrenched her shoulder. As the octopede flashed down, the swamp creeper struck it on the head, knocking it sideways into the wall. Ignoring the throb in her shoulder, Maelys scooped up another swamp creeper, and as the octopede swung back, spinning in a circle, she aimed for its web cord. The swamp creeper bounced off, but the tough web did not break. The octopede began to spin the other way as it swung across the pit. Its 2 hook claws were extended, ready to attack the moment it came within range. Maelys wriggled into a vertical position, trying to get a firmer footing on the mass of swamp creepers lower down so the ones around her legs would hold her upright and give her more leverage. A huge swamp creeper was squirming to her left, the biggest she'd seen so far. Did she have the strength to throw it? Her shoulder was shrieking and suddenly she felt very weak, but she had to fight that too. One last try. She held the swamp creeper on the flat of her palm, hanging over each end like a monstrous slug, and being so slimy they were hard to throw straight. She hurled it at the octopede's middle. It flew straight for once and knocked it right off its cord. It landed on its back on the swamp creepers and began to rattle its claws furiously, struggling to turn over on the slimy surface. The swinging web cord passed by, and Maelys knew it was her lifeline out of here, if she could climb it. It was just within reach, but she was so coated with mucus she wouldn't be able to get a grip. She rubbed her hands against the gritty stone wall until the slime was gone, and as the cord swung back, stretched as high as she could reach, caught hold with her right hand and stuck fast. Web cord was sticky to anything but an octopede. It was still trying to turn over and would soon succeed, for it had impaled a swamp creeper on its ovipositor and was using it for leverage, skidding on its back across the surface. If it came close enough, it could attack with either ovipositor or hook claws. She didn't try to pull free. That wasn't going to work. With her left hand, she scraped muck off her arm, slid her hand in under the stuck fingers, prized and prayed. After a few seconds, it reacted with the gum on the web cord, breaking it into strands that she could peel away. Maelys forced her inner hand up all the way, and the stuck hand popped off. She glanced over her shoulder. The octopede was still thrashing, sliding this way and that, coming ever closer. Could she climb the cord? Maelys didn't think so. She had never been athletic. She reached up with her slippery hand, touched the cord higher up, and it stuck, though not tightly. She could just pull free. She enslimed her right hand and tried to spring up so as to grab on higher. She didn't budge. Suction from the surrounding swamp creepers held her legs in place. Her right hand caught the web cord above the left, slipped, then caught again. She held on grimly, pulled the other hand free, rubbed more slime on it and took a grip higher up, then did the same with the first hand. It was like trying to pull her feet out of deep, sticky mud. She pointed her toes, thrashed her lower legs, and finally the suction broke. Maelys drew her legs up above the swamp creepers, knowing she was far from safe. She was exhausted. Her wrenched shoulder was throbbing and blood ran down her torn calf to drip off her heel. The octopede spun around, its hook claws waving in the air. A host of finger-like protrusions above its mouth were stirring, as if they had picked up the smell of her blood. In a single movement it turned over. The ovipositor pulled free of the impaled swamp creeper and arched over the octopede's back, dripping pink fluid onto its warty skin. Tiny hooks on the ends of its stubby legs latched onto the swamp creepers, and it began to undulate across them like a caterpillar, heading directly for her blood. Maelys hauled herself up another few ells, feeling her strength going. She'd never had strong arms, and they had little left to give. Up again, she told herself, just one more heave and you'll be out of reach. She took hold higher up, without thinking to replenish the muck on her hand, and stuck fast. Now she was really in trouble. Tearing the lower hand free, she rubbed it across her slimy stomach and started to prise away the stuck hand. She had to be exquisitely careful. If she lost her grip, she would be impaled on the ovipositor, which was sticking up below her, catching her blood as it fell. She managed to free herself and climb another handspan, but the blade-sharp ovipositor was not far below her bare feet, and the octopede was arching up its rear section in an attempt to reach her.
She jerked her feet up, only to realise that the cord was dangling below them. If the octopede caught hold, she would be trapped. Kicking the hanging end sideways, Maelys hung from one hand for interminable seconds while she tried to hook the dangling cord with her arm. After 3 attempts, with the octopede stabbing ever closer to her feet, she managed to drape the cord over her shoulder. She rubbed the slime away, stuck the cord there, and clung on with both hands, panting. She was safe for the moment, but there was so far to climb. Maelys had to keep going. The ovipositor speared up at her, just missing her left foot. The octopede was now clinging to the swamp creepers with its front legs and arching its rear section off the ground, giving it another third of a span of reach. She dragged herself up further, sobbing in desperation. Her throat was burning and her arm muscles were starting to cramp. The octopede swayed upwards, stabbing again and again. The tip of its ovipositor slid up between her toes, almost to her knee, and the skin began to sting. She jerked her legs higher, holding her knees against her belly as it kept stabbing below her bottom. If she weakened, even for a second, she was finished. She had to get up out of reach while she still could. Maelys found the strength to pull herself up another few handspans, but could go no further. Her muscles were trembling and wouldn't hold her long, but in a flash of inspiration, she wiped the slime off her right hand, stuck it to the cord, and it held her. She hung there, panting, allowing her muscles to relax for the first time. The octopede could not reach her now, but it wasn't finished yet. It tilted its ovipositor back over its head and circled around on the swamp creepers, its foothooks alternately piercing their leathery skin, then pulling free. What was it up to? She hastily gunked up her left hand and was working the stuck one free when she noticed the spinnerets at the octopede's rear pointing towards her. Maelys's stomach lurched. She dragged herself up another few handspans and stuck on, looking down fearfully. A wave passed along its rear section, the flabby sack contracted, and a liquid jet shot up at her, solidifying into sticky web in the air. Maelys jerked herself sideways, and the jet shot past a finger's width from her knees, arching across the pit to fall near the far wall. The octopede's foothooks released. It moved slightly, hooked on again, pointing its spinnerets squarely at her this time, and fired. She swayed aside as the jet shot past her ankle, but Maelys couldn't play this game any longer. Next time it would get her. She had to climb the cord no matter how much it hurt, and it hurt more than anything she'd ever done. Her arm muscles were shuddering with the strain before she had gone a quarter of the way. The octopede fired again, but did not reach her this time, and undulated across the swamp creepers to the side wall. There it began to climb, clinging to tiny cracks in the stone with its foothooks. It was halfway up the wall already, while after all this time Maelys was only halfway up the cord and going ever slower. She now realised, with the despair of utter certainty, that she wasn't going to make it. She would still be a couple of spans below the hole in the roof when the octopede reached the web above her. Though every muscle in her body was screaming with exhaustion, she kept going. She wasn't going to succumb to it, and she couldn't let Vivimord win either. She was going to fight them to her last gasp. She was never going to give in, no matter what. Maelys still had 3 spans to go, but the octopede was near the top of the wall. 2.5 spans. It began to creep across the roof, upside down, its warty body dangling. 2 spans. She was gasping, grunting, her mouth as dry as paper. The octopede reached its web and headed across to the cord she was suspended from. She stopped and stuck on. What was left? Only to let go, plunge headfirst into the mass of swamp creepers and hope that she broke her neck. But she probably wouldn't, and even a broken neck need not be fatal. The octopede's eggs would still incubate inside her paralysed body, and besides, Maelys clung to life more desperately than ever. Life was hope. Life meant she still had a chance. Think! The octopede reached her cord, clung there for a moment, its pale, slanted eyes on her, and a pair of curved brown fangs above its mouth slowly extended like a cat unsheathing its claws. That must be how it paralysed its victims. Maelys went down half a span and allowed the cord's stickiness to hold her again. If attacked, she would let go and fall. She had no other options. Or did she? Could she use swamp creeper mucus against the octopede? It was worth a try, though she didn't think it would work.
The beast had 8 little foothooks to cling on with. It had walked across the bed of swamp creepers after all by hooking into their leathery skins. Scooping a handful of ooze off her thigh, Maelys cupped her hand around the cord and slid down 2 spans, coating it liberally. She slid down a further span, allowing friction to wipe the remaining muck away until the web's stickiness was just enough to hold her, but she could still pull free when she needed to. What would the octopede do? Had it ever played such a game with one of its victims before? She doubted it. The caverns of Mistmurk Mountain had been uninhabited for centuries. Maelys didn't think it could be an intelligent creature, but there was always a possibility that it understood what she had done, and if so, it could avoid her trap by lowering itself on another line beside hers. She felt exhausted, light-headed from hunger. Maelys couldn't remember the last time she had eaten. Even thinking was hard now. The octopede began to come down, watching her all the while. She wasn't acting like its other prey, and it was wary of her. Could she make it more wary? Unpeeling one hand, Maelys brandished it at the creature, then bared her teeth and hissed. It stopped on the cord, its head swaying from side to side, its ovipositor erecting and the glistening fangs sliding in and out, then began to move down slowly. She needed it to come at her in a rush so it would have all its feet on the slippery line at once. What if she pretended to attack it? She pulled herself up by her arms and let out a shriek of defiance, though it came out as thin and fake, and the octopede didn't seem to be taken in. It swayed upwards, but its legs stiffened. It was going for her. Maelys took a tight grip with both hands. She did not know what it would do or how it would attack. Her gut cramped, one more pain in a long line of them. If there was a part of her body that wasn't aching, she couldn't think of it. It came down the cord more quickly than she had expected. Maelys choked back a cry and tried to scramble down, but the slime on her palms had worn off and she was stuck to the web. Ah! This time her scream was pure terror. She wrenched until the skin of her palms stung, but her hands would not come free. Tiny drops of venom appeared at the hollow tips of the octopede's fangs. Her hands were loosening, though not quickly enough for her to jump. What if she doubled up and tried to kick it off the cord? No, it was too fast. Besides, bare feet were no use against claws and fangs. The octopede shot onto the mucus-coated section, and its foothooks slipped, for they hooked around the cord, not into it. It slid down under its own weight, dragging the rest of its body onto the slippery section. The foothooks clamped on furiously but could not gain any purchase. It was sliding directly towards her. Once it slid below the slippery section, it would catch hold, and then it would be in a position to strike. The front pair of hooks locked onto clean cord, stopping its head end instantly, but the shock tore the upper 6 foothooks away from the slippery cord, and the octopede fell outwards, its ovipositor carving a semicircle through the air, then spearing at her. She threw herself sideways on the cord, but as the creature swung upside down, its weight tore the 2 front hooks away, and it fell. Maelys's hands were still partly stuck. She could do no more than tuck her head under her arm and hang on. One snapping claw struck her hard on the shoulder, and it tried to hook in, but the octopede had already fallen past. The heavy beast plummeted down and slapped onto the swamp creepers, sending a squirming ripple out, as if from a stone thrown into a pond. It didn't move. Perhaps it was dazed or hurt, and Maelys saw her chance. She had to take it, for she'd never get another. She took careful aim at its head section, just behind its eyes, peeled away the last of the gum holding her to the cord, and dropped. She had no idea what was going to happen. If she missed, she might break her ankles. She would certainly be at its mercy. The octopede had not realized the danger, for it was randomly moving its legs as she plummeted down, and she hit it at full speed. The warty skin of the barrel-sized head section resisted the impact for a moment, then burst and she plunged through, splattering stinking yellow and green innards everywhere. The ovipositor shot up at her, but as her knees buckled, it passed over her shoulder and a stream of little white grubs was forced out. Maelys threw herself to one side, scrambling out of the disgusting mess and plunging knee-deep into swamp creepers. She jerked her legs out and scrubbed furiously at the stinging yellow and green muck all over her feet and legs. At a movement behind her, she glanced over her shoulder. The octopede's pale eyes had gone dull. Was it dying? She couldn't be sure, couldn't take the risk either, for its lower sections were still moving. It was still dangerous. The left hook claw snapped at her. She backed away, scraped up swamp creeper ooze and rubbed her legs with it until the stinging died down to a dull throb. There was still green muck on her left foot, and some unidentifiable sausage-like organ had stuck between her toes. She flicked it away, revolted, wiped her fingers, then scrambled backwards as the ovipositor, swinging through the air, fired a stream of grubs at her. Only then did she notice that the swamp creepers were stirring, sliding over one another to feed on the splattered innards, and the little grubs, which they passed over and swallowed. They weren't entirely vegetarian after all. The octopede began dragging itself backwards by its foothooks, towards the wall. If it reached it, it might still prevent her from getting out, might even do the gruesome business with its grubs. No, she thought, I've got to kill it. And then she had a brilliant idea. Picking up a swamp creeper, she tossed it into the ragged cavity she'd burst through the head section. The swamp creeper began to feed on the octopede's insides, so she threw another in, then another, until the beast was so weighted down it could no longer move. Shortly they began burrowing down its insides into the undamaged segments, and before long all the little grubs had been eaten. She'd won the first battle. But she had to get out before Vivimord came back for her, and she had to have a weapon. She wasn't going to let him off either. If she got the chance, he was going to die. She wasn't game to go near the ovipositor, but the left fang was dangling from its venom bulb, half torn off by the force of her impact. Coating her hands liberally with protective muck, she wrenched the bulb and fang off, plugged the tip of the fang with a globule of ooze, then wrapped all in a strip torn from the bottom of her gown and tied it around her neck. It was an awfully long climb up to the hole, and she was quite desperately exhausted and sore, but she knew she was going to make it. Nothing was going to stop her this time. She caught hold of the web and began to pull herself up. 13. Flydd rubbed his stinging hand as he tried to come to terms with what had just happened. From what he remembered of the secret arts, he couldn't explain it. "Was that her again?" said Colm. "It looks that way. Is she here?" Colm kept his eyes averted from the hissing flame. "I don't know, though I know when I'm being used. We've got to get out. You said the flame was our only hope, but I don't think it's meant to be used here. How else can we use it? I don't know. I don't understand anything. Guard the door. I'll see if I can find another way out." Colm took up position by the door, his bloody sword upraised. "They're coming! It sounds like his whole army." "And this time the sounds are real, which means that Vivimord can't keep Nish out any longer." Flydd walked around the altar, staring into the flame. "How did that power come to my knife? What's she trying to tell me? How to get away?" "Xervish!" Colm said urgently. He was near to cracking. Flydd could see it in his eyes as they reflected the flames. "I haven't found the way out. Get a move on, they're nearly here." Flydd ignored him. He had to focus all his wits on finding the way, her way. He could hear the pounding boots now, hundreds of them, and felt a shiver of fear. "Bar the doors." "With what? How the bloody hell would I know? Use your initiative." Colm thrust the dead soldiers' swords through the U-shaped door handles and studied the result. "That won't hold them back a minute." Flydd left it to him. "I'm not even asking the right questions," he thought, trying to conjure up his mental image of the woman holding the chalice. Who could she be? She must have been a mighty sorcerer once. The army thundered up the passage towards the doors. He had mere seconds to find the way. If he wasn't meant to use the flame here, how was he supposed to take it where it was needed? Ah! He brought his knife to the flame until the blade began to sing anew, then used the beam from its tip to cut a small rectangular block from the altar, no longer than the palm of his hand. Holding the block carefully, he eased the singing blade into it, almost to the bottom, then carefully turned it in a circle and broke out the cylinder of rock. Cutting its top off, he wetted the sides with his tongue, sizzle, and slid it in. It fitted perfectly, making a stopper for the empty bottle. Taking it out again, he reached out and gingerly held the bottle to the fire, upside down, until it was full of green-black abyssal flame. Could such a small amount of flame be enough to open the way? It would have to do. There wasn't time to make another bottle. He stoppered it, tied the stopper on with a piece of string, and pocketed the bottle alongside the phial containing the cursed flame. If only he knew how to use them. The swords rattled as someone pushed on the doors. "Xervish!" Colm hissed. "Are you all right?" Flydd was pressing his fist to the centre of his chest again. The burning pain was stronger than before, and anxiety seemed to make it worse. He felt quite ill with it. "Yes," he lied. "Come here." Colm ran back to the altar, reaching it as an armoured shoulder hit the doors hard. The swords held, though Flydd knew they would not survive many more blows. His knife was dead again. He recharged it in the flame. "Make another bubble," said Colm. "She might show you the way this time." The doors burst open, the swords snapping under the force of the impact, and 2 soldiers pushed in. Flydd saw dozens more behind them, the flame reflecting off their upraised blades. Flydd thought he knew what to do, but he was afraid. What if the flame paralysed him, as the cursed flame had Maelys? Yet it was the woman in red's flame. Might that protect him? No time for hesitation now. He had to follow his intuition. Or hers. He stripped the cloth off the taffloid, sprang up and, holding it by the chain, thrust his hand into the flame. Colm choked and turned away. The flame burned, though not with the heat of a normal fire. Flydd held his hand there for as long as he could endure the prickly heat, and a few seconds more, whipping it out as a monstrous bubble emerged from the hole in the altar, temporarily blocking the flame, which gushed out on all sides in tongues of green and black. Why the bubbles, he wondered. Were they the easiest way she could communicate with him from wherever she was? The bubble rose, slowly revolving, though this time, to Flydd's dismay, he couldn't see anything in it. He'd been expecting the woman to solve his problems, but how could she? She must be far away, for every communication took a greater effort and seemed to hurt her more. "How am I supposed to get out?" he muttered. "Down!" The voice in his head sounded really strained now. "What do you mean?" he said, low and urgent. "Am I supposed to go down or out? Speak to me." She did not answer. He felt that her strength was failing. Was she trapped as well? "If this chamber was built as a way for her to recharge her power," Flydd added, "why doesn't she use it?" "She can't get to it," guessed Colm. "Take them," ordered an officer with a plume of ochre feathers rising from the top of his helm. The soldiers advanced. "Battlemancers, neutralise Flydd." A pair of robed mancers pointed their rods at Flydd. He ducked behind the altar. Did her instruction mean to go down or to send something down? The flame, perhaps. Following his intuition, he thrust his hand into the flame again and roared, "Down!" To his surprise, the bubble dropped sharply, pushing the flame out to all sides like the petals of a buttercup. A green wisp made his hand tingle until the vent blocked and the flames went out. The room grew dark, apart from the glimmering hemisphere of the bubble. The whistling note of the abyssal flame was cut off, and the room became as silent as stone. The soldiers froze. Even the mancers went still, arms outstretched. Flydd didn't understand what he had done, nor why the God Emperor's battlemancers, who were hardened to every kind of atrocity imaginable, seemed to be afraid. "Cut them down," said the plume-helmed officer. The floor seemed to move in a circle beneath Flydd's feet. "Down and down and down again," he said softly, concentrating on the bubble, though he did not see how it could work. He no longer had the art for it. Suddenly, silently, the bubble was sucked down through the vent, and the whole floor circled the other way. The only light came from a pencil beam, with the same glimmer as the bubble, shooting vertically from the vent and making a small green circle on the ceiling, many spans above. "Lantern-bearers, unshutter your lanterns!" shouted the officer. Dozens of metal shutters rasped open, but no light came forth. "Lantern-bearers, relight your lanterns!" After a pause, a man yelped, "They're lit, sir," he said in a hoarse whisper. "I burned my fingers on the flame, but it's not giving out any light." "Nor mine," said another.
The officer's voice grew hard. "Mancers, make light!" One Mancer bellowed like a trapped buffalo, and a fizzing sound issued forth, but the blackness remained impenetrable. The other's rod shone white at the tip, before fading again. "Troops, move around the walls!" The officer's voice rose. "Stand shoulder to shoulder until you encircle the room completely, then move into the altar. Allow no one to get past. Take Krill, Nish, Halar, and the black-haired girl if you can find them. Kill the others." "What are we going to do, Xervish?" Colm said beside him. Flydd could feel the woman straining to tell him something, and he could sense her pain, but nothing came through. Pushing the bubble down had been the right thing to do, but it hadn't saved him. It hadn't shown him anything either. Or had it? Maybe he hadn't gone far enough. His eye followed the pencil beam up to the ceiling, where a spiral engraved on the stone appeared to be the twin of the one on the top of the pedestal. And it, he recalled, looked as though it was meant to turn. Could it open some secret passage or path? And if so, how was it operated? He ran through those methods of opening he could recall, though most relied on knowing particular words of command, on solving fiendishly difficult puzzles, or on mechanical devices of great cleverness and subtlety. But he could not be expected to know such words of command, nor solve such puzzles in an instant. Besides, this was her flame, and as far as he knew, she had dwelt here alone. The answer would surely be simple, and encoded in the one word, down. "Down," he said softly. Colm began to duck below the altar. Flydd gripped him by the shoulder. "Not you, stand firm." "Down," he said to the bubble, using his most commanding tone, and with a rumble that shook the floor, it continued on its downward path. The shaking intensified until Flydd had to hold onto the altar with his free hand, but it began to separate into two sections at the spiral engraved on the stone. Now he could feel the floor cracking, no, separating from the altar and moving outwards, carrying them with it. Vapour hissed up. The ceiling also seemed to be spiralling apart, though there was not enough light to see it clearly. The altar section twisted itself down through the ever-widening hole. Flydd staggered and nearly fell in as the other section went too. Was he supposed to follow? He could not see what lay below, nor any way to get down, but going to the source of the flame seemed like a bad idea. Then, as he teetered on the edge, he heard rock being torn open in the depths. Had he set off some trap or curse? It definitely did not help. It hadn't revealed any way out. The floor opened just behind them, in a ring centred on the altar hole, but a few spans out, leaving them on a narrow donut of floor. Flydd was eyeing this new opening when, with a roar and a rush, a column of vapour shot up and ignited. The abyssal flame was back, 100 times greater, a vast ring of green-black fire surrounding them. Colm shuddered, his eyes took on an insane blankness, and he barely choked down a shriek. He was cracking, and Flydd could hardly blame him. The flame was his worst nightmare. "Hold on, Colm," he said softly. The soldiers were equally wide-eyed, but they were tough, disciplined men who obeyed orders without question. They began moving around the wall to encircle the flame, and more was streaming in through the doors. "What's going on?" It sounded as if a band had been clamped around Colm's vocal cords. He screwed his eyes shut, took a deep breath and opened them again, staring at his feet. "We're between the pit and the flame, and there's no way out." Flydd was beginning to think the same thing, but before anything else he had to calm Colm. If he broke down, it would make their situation impossible. "Get ready to fight." He held his knife as close to the raging flames as he could bear, but this time it made no sound. "What's the matter now?" Colm shrieked, running around in circles. "The perversity of the art," Flydd muttered. "Things seldom work the same way twice, especially when you really need them. Stay calm. I'll get us out yet." He lied, for he had no plan at all. What if the abyssal flame were linked to the cursed flame, as he'd speculated earlier? He knew the cursed flame had some connection to the obelisk at the centre of the plateau, which was an ancient Charon memorial, as well as a warning that all things must fail.
Could it also be a signpost pointing straight down to the vast power of the abyssal flame, which the woman in red could no longer reach? It made sense. What if she'd come to him during renewal because she'd read his intention to go through the shadow realm and realized that he could help her? She must intend him to use the power of the flame to open a portal into the shadow realm from the obelisk. He closed his mind to the step after that, what she would do once he'd given her what she wanted. If this was the only way out, he was going to take it no matter the consequences. "Show me the way," he said softly, eyeing the creeping soldiers. She did not reply. He would have to work it out, but how was he to activate a link between the flames? By mixing them? Flydd opened his phial and bottle and allowed wisps of their flames to merge in the air. The flames went blue and began to revolve in a tight spiral that reminded him of a galaxy he'd seen while studying the stars in his apprenticeship near 60 years ago. The spiral spun in on itself ever faster, only to collapse into nothingness. He hastily stoppered his bottles as the rock groaned below him. The circular altar hole closed over, shot open again, and a set of stone steps twisted up from the depths like an auger to form a tight, railless stair moving towards the opening in the ceiling. That's it! With each turn of the steps, Flydd felt the strength drain out of him, as if he were heaving it up with his own muscles. He slumped to his knees. That's her escape route. But were they supposed to go up or down? The ceiling opening was dark. Whatever lay in the depths was equally indeterminate. "Jump through the flame!" shouted the plume-helmed officer. "Take them!" The leading soldiers hesitated on the other side of the ring of fire. It was not a difficult leap, had it not been for the uncanny flame, but no doubt they'd heard of Flydd's singing blade, and no one wanted to be first to feel it. "Take them, you stinking dogs!" the officer bellowed. A group of soldiers moved forwards, slowly and uneasily. Colm was panting raggedly and did not know where to look, for the maddening flames were all around. "Do what you like, Flydd, I'm going up." Head down, covering his eyes, he stumbled onto the rotating stair, whose blade-sharp apex was already 6 coils above them and slowly rising. Oddly, though, the rising treads did not carry him up with them, and he began to lurch up the steps. Fresh blood stained his shoulder where he'd been cut during the fight that had killed Zam. The wound had broken open again. Flydd put his knife to the flame and felt the remaining strength being drawn from his own bones, though the knife remained mute. He backed towards the stair. 3 soldiers ran towards him, attempting to leap the annulus of flame together. If they got through, he was a dead man. He held up the useless blade and made a humming sound in his throat. The officer laughed mockingly. "The blade isn't working and he's got no art. He's helpless." The running soldiers hit the flame but were hurled back, statue stiff. Another man checked them. "They're dead, sir. Stone dead." Flydd took no heart from it. It wouldn't take the battlemasters long to find a way across. His body felt worse than before, exhausted and ill-fitting. As he dragged himself up the steps, 3 more soldiers crept forwards, raised the statue-like corpses to the vertical and toppled them across, attempting to form a body bridge. 2 fell into the depths, but the 3rd body spanned the gap. The living soldiers were flung backwards, as stiff as their fellows. However, another 3 soldiers threw the bodies across the gap. This time 2 spanned it, and only 1 of the living fell. A soldier tried to walk the body bridge but fell onto the dead men and lay there, legs dangling off to the left, arms hanging to the right. Unlike the others, he was still alive and twitching, but unable to move. Not far away, a dozen soldiers waited their turn, fearful yet eager to get the reward for Flydd's head. He continued up to the 10th turn of the stairs, where he looked down into the slowly widening annulus of fire. Something green and black swelled and pulsed in the depths. The stair was still rising, though he could not see what was supporting it. Previously, the abyssal flame had begun at the top of the altar, but its base was creeping ever lower into the subterranean abysses, feeding on itself. What would happen when it got to the bottom? You don't want to find out. He was halfway to the ceiling, some 20 turns of the staircase above the floor, when he stumbled, missed the step and nearly went over. The first of the soldiers had crossed the bridge and was on the stair, climbing more quickly than he could.
He searched the flame for another of those glimmering bubbles that had been so helpful before, but could not see any. Previously he had created them with the taphloid. As he reached out to the flame with it, it swung against his wrist, and its touch was like boiling lye. A little circle of skin blistered before his eyes. The soldiers were coming up rapidly now, their swords out. He had the advantage of height, though it did not nullify the greater reach of their weapons. Flubber flub. It came sweeping in through the open doors, banked and curved towards the flame, an entirely new creature construct of Jal Nish's, something he'd never heard of before. It was like a flying wing. No, more like one of the stingrays Flydd had seen gliding through the shallow water of the bay where he'd played as a child so many years ago. It was slate green with a broad, arrow-shaped head, the mouth opening on its underside. Its delta-shaped wings stretched out a good span and a half to either side, and it had a whip-like tail, plus an erectile sting which lay along its backbone. Another followed it, and a third, flying with sinuous undulations of their leathery wings, though such heavy creatures must also be using the art to keep themselves aloft. They didn't look particularly dangerous, yet if one perched at the top of the stairs, he would not be able to pass. Was this the way out, or had he missed something? He swung the taphloid through the flame. "Bubbles, come!" It was a cry of desperation, but he'd also commanded the flame as though it was his right to do so. No, her right. And a series of small bubbles rose up towards him. "Mancers, destroy them!" shouted the plumed officer. A small, cloaked figure in the doorway pointed at the bubbles with his right hand, and they popped one by one before Flydd could read anything in them. At first, Flydd thought the Mancer was Jal Nish, but it was not wearing a mask, and it was far shorter. A dwarf of a man, in fact. He reeled. "No, it can't be. Who is it?" said Colm, who was just a few steps above now, watching the wing rays warily. He was still breathing heavily, though the panic had receded. The wing rays were circling the top of the stairs, blocking the way. Flesh-formed creatures as they were, they seemed immune to the flames. "I know that little man." Flydd clung to the treads above him as his knees buckled. "He was a great friend once, an unshakable ally, a masterly mancer and one of the bravest men I've ever met." The soldiers were still climbing towards them, but the dwarf stopped them with a hand gesture, and Flydd made out a brassy glint in his fist. "Come down, Xervish." The dwarf came forwards with that characteristic rolling gait, like a sailor walking the deck of a heaving ship. He was a handsome man with a leonine mane of hair that was as thick and full as when Flydd had last seen him 10 years ago, though there were grey streaks in it now. He looked distinguished from the neck up. His voice put the matter beyond doubt, for it was rich, throaty and cheerful. He was Colm, once known as the dwarf scrutator, and he had gone over to the enemy. It was one of the most bitter blows Flydd had ever suffered. "I thought I knew you, Colm," said Flydd. It took all his strength to keep his voice steady. "Clearly I never did." "I haven't changed," said Colm. "There was no point in being a powerless renegade, snapping uselessly at the God Emperor's ankles. The war was won 10 years ago. The war was lost the day Jal Nish came back from the dead in his air dreadnought, and you know it. Whatever you say, Xervish, but he controls the world, and all the arts now. Not this one." Colm stared at the column of flame, now roaring ever higher and buffeting the wing rays aside, and Flydd thought he saw a momentary unease in his old friend's eyes, before Colm went on. "And there's nothing to be gained by fighting him. It behoves those of us who have mastered the arts to use them for the world's betterment. Surely you can see that." "I see only a former friend who sold out for the basest of motives," Flydd said thickly. He did not want to believe his eyes, for if Colm had gone over to the enemy, could anyone be trusted? This was unbearable. It was one thing to lose dear friends to the war, cut down in their prime. That was one of life's inevitable tragedies. But for a former friend to willingly serve their most bitter enemy shook Flydd's faith in human nature, not to mention his own judgment. You judge me, said Colm, yet you know nothing about my life these past years. You're right, I do judge you, and I find you wanting, but I'll finish that debate when I have you at my mercy, traitor. The dwarf raised his right hand, and Flydd saw that brassy glint again. Colm rarely used rod or staff, wand or crystal. His favoured device was a little brassy object he called a knob-laggy. No one else employed such a device, and Flydd had never fathomed how it worked, which might turn out to be a fatal weakness. It gives me 10 times the power of before, Xervish, said Colm, and you've lost most of your art. You can't resist me. Come down. Flydd noticed another silvery bubble rising on the side of the ring of flame furthest from Colm. It was so small that he might not notice it, though the dwarf was amazingly competent in everything he did, and his keen eyes missed little. Flydd had to distract him, had to keep him talking. What mighty position has he given you, old friend? He shouted down, looking away from the bubble, not much bigger than a grape, that was slowly coiling upwards in the flame. Did you take over as his chief lieutenant when Vivermord left him? I know how you crave power. It was a lie intended to provoke. Colm had been the best of men to serve with, for he had never been ambitious for himself. His greatest pride had been to do whatever job he had been tasked with to the best of his abilities. You know me better than that, Xervish. Colm scanned the flames, but the bubble was concealed in a fiery green knot. A position was offered, but I did not take it. I'm a mancer, not a governor, and a very good mancer, better than Flydd himself in some respects. How much more had Colm learned from Nish and the Tears while Flydd had been trapped on Mistmurk Mountain? Just for a second he envied him. The bubble was stationary now, well out of reach, and he could not draw on it from so far away. He had to keep Colm talking. If only he could have trusted you, said Flydd. He might have made you second only to himself, for you're a man of rare qualities. But the God Emperor fears rivals, and he knows that a man who has turned his coat once will do so again when the price is right. I did not turn my coat. Colm showed that Flydd had nettled him only by a slight stiffening of the spine. A small man trying to appear taller. No one else would have picked it, but Flydd had known Colm for a very long time. I only accepted his offer after he controlled the world and all resistance had ended. The bubble was moving up again. And the remaining traitors, your former friends, Flydd sneered, rounded up. You must be pleased to know that the job is done. How many pieces of gold will he pay you for my head? I've never served for love of gold, you know that too. I wish there could have been another way, Xervish, for I love my friends even when they've done wrong. But I love duty more, and having sworn to the God Emperor, I cannot do otherwise than honour my oath. You would have done the same, had our positions been reversed. Colm spoke truly. In the long decades of the war, Flydd had often been forced to choose, and every time he'd come down on the side of duty rather than friendship. A great leader could do no less, and when there had been no choice but to sacrifice a friend to the greater good, he'd done it. It had always left a bad taste in his mouth afterwards, but the war had to be won. Losing it had been unthinkable, for that would have meant the end of humanity on Santhanar. Which capture gave you the greatest pleasure, Colm? Said Flydd, bursting with frustration at the slow rise of the bubble. If he continued to taunt the dwarf, he might reveal something about the fate of their friends. Who got away that day apart from you? In his mind's eye, Flydd relived those last frantic moments after Colm had engineered their escape, and they'd bolted across the town square to steal Nish's undefended air dreadnought. Flydd had got there first, along with Igur, Finmar and General Troist. Flangers, that noble, troubled warrior, came next, with Colm gasping at his side, his little legs going 3 strides to Flangers 1. But Nish, well behind them, had been struck down, and Irisis, who never forgot a friend, turned back to help him, knowing she was dooming herself. You remember what happened as well as I do, said Colm, and you're trying to find out if there were any other survivors. I'm telling you nothing. Curious, Flydd thought. He doesn't parrot the God Emperor's line, every one of your old allies is dead. Was Colm afraid to lie to Flydd in case he picked it?
Could someone else have survived? He felt his eyes pricking at the thought. Oh, to not have to fight the God Emperor all alone. Colm's eyes narrowed. He was no longer looking at Flydd, but just below him. The bubble, which had grown a little, was clearly visible now. Colm threw out his arm, the knob laggy glinting in his fist, but Flydd was quicker. Lunging, he snatched the bubble out of the air and felt the most terrifying pain he had ever experienced. 14. Maelys swung across onto the roof of the swamp creeper pit, fell into thick dust, and lay there unable to move. Climbing the octopede's web cord for the second time had been like hauling herself up a 1,000-span-high cliff. Every bone ached, every muscle burned. Her torn calf was shrieking and she was shaking uncontrollably. She rolled over onto her back, eyes shut, reliving the nightmare. It had been even worse than Froon's attempt to skin her alive at the cursed flame. But it made no difference to the smouldering knot of determination inside her. No one got away with abusing her the way Vivamord had. He must be stopped, and there was only one way to do that. For someone as gentle and soft-hearted as Maelys, it was a life-changing revelation. Vivamord had to die. She'd gone a little way down this path months ago, when Seneschal Vomix had pursued her through the labyrinth below Tifophyte. At one stage, she'd had him at her mercy, but she could not bring herself to cut down a helpless man, monster though he was. Look what had come from that failure. This time, if she got the chance, she would kill Vivamord and Froon, no matter the consequences. She had no idea how to make Froon die permanently, but she was going to find out. And she'd better get going. Vivamord could come back at any moment. Nish was hunting her too, to take her back so she could incubate his little grub of a grandchild, or so he thought, and he'd better not discover otherwise. She rolled over and it hurt, but no amount of pain was going to stop her. Maelys came to her hands and knees and began to crawl up the glassy slope. Time passed in a daze. She could not have said whether the journey to the boudoir wall had taken 10 minutes or 10 hours. She could think of nothing save what she was going to do when she got to the top. When she touched the wall she'd been thrown through, it shivered like the surface of a pool and her hand slipped in. She eased forwards until her eyes crossed the cool barrier. The bedchamber was empty. Maelys crawled in. Apart from the rumpled covers and scattered flakes of dried swamp creeper slime, like the stuff she was covered in now, there was no sign that anyone had been here. She could not see the octopede either. Perhaps it was the one she'd killed below. Her feet still burned from contact with its innards. Desperately thirsty, she dragged herself into the bathing chamber, clambered up into the tulip tub, and lay in the water with her mouth open. Her injured calf throbbed, but she did not move. She could not. Eventually the cold roused her. Maelys scrubbed the last of the octopede entrails off her inflamed skin and felt better. She slid to the floor, only then realizing that she was in her old clothes. Vivamord's temporary enchantment had exhausted itself. She could not find her boots, though. She tore a strip of cloth off her shirt, bandaged her calf, went out into the bedchamber and headed for the door, barefoot, but it was no longer visible. The walls were completely blank. She wanted to scream, yet only cold logic was going to get her out. Nish's rapier lay near where the door had been. The weapon was far too long for her and unwieldy, but at least it was light. How to find the way out? The door must be hidden by illusion, and Maelys knew that illusions cost power for as long as they were maintained. Therefore, since he knew her to be trapped, why waste his strength on unnecessary detail? And if this illusion was designed to deceive the eye, could she break it by using another sense? Touch, say. Closing her eyes, Maelys ran the tip of the rapier across the wall where the door should be. It made a loud scraping sound, but she had to take that risk. After covering many spans of wall, the tip slipped into an invisible crack. She felt it with her fingers. It ran vertically. It had to be the edge of the door. By sliding the rapier tip up and down in the crack, she found the latch, and when she pushed hard on it, it slid in silently, and the door came ajar.
At once she heard the hiss of the abyssal flame and raised voices coming from a distance. Extinguishing the wall lights, she cracked the door open. The altar was gone, the flame chamber now brightly lit by a vast donut-shaped ring of green-black fire soaring up towards the ceiling, though her doorway lay in the shadow of a nearby column. A pleasant, fruity voice spoke. Maelys went very still, for the room was full of Imperial militia, plus several battlemancers and one of the God-Emperor's black-robed scryers. An all-seeing wisp-watcher was mounted on his back, its blind eye turning this way and that. Maelys felt a rush of fear, for the sight brought back those terrible times from her childhood, hiding in the ruins of Niflheim Manor while the searchers tramped back and forth, dragging away cousins, uncles and aunts, never to be seen again, and drawing ever closer to her family's miserable hiding place. She shook her head, put childhood behind her, and eased back through the door, for the soldiers encircled the flame and were pressing steadily in. The men facing her across the circle might see her if she moved. "Come down, Xervish, there's no escape from here." The voice belonged to a tiny robed mancer, a handsome dwarf with swept-back hair. Flydd was trapped halfway to the ceiling on a coiling set of steps arising from the centre of the fiery ring, and Colm was further up. Maelys couldn't see Nish or Vivimort. A plumed officer shouted orders, and the circle of soldiers closed on the flame. Maelys pulled the door shut. There were too many of them. There was nothing she could do. She bit down on a momentary despair. She had to be even stronger. From outside there came a boom, a fizzing whip crack, a series of roars and the sound of pounding feet. Had she been discovered? She stood to one side of the door, holding the rapier out. No one came through. After a couple of minutes the sounds died away and she forced herself to open the door. The flame chamber was empty, though the fiery annulus roared higher and brighter and louder than before, and it was growing every minute. The floor shook with its fury, and an ominous crackling came from the depths. The annulus had been bridged by the rigid bodies of many soldiers, but as it slowly widened they were falling into the deep. She put her head around the column. The chamber was so brightly lit that she could see into the furthest corners. Dead men lay scattered across the floor, including two lying in a red heap at the base of the stairs. Flydd and Colm? Her throat went dry. They could not have been killed so quickly, so easily, could they? Maelys had to restrain herself from running across. A furtive movement caught her eye, high above, and she was glad she had not moved, for it was Vivimord right at the top of the stair. As he heaved someone off onto a platform through a small gap in the flame, the illusion he'd used to conceal himself must have slipped momentarily, and the man he was dragging, slumped over and barely able to walk, was Nish. Maelys could not forget the awful despair she'd seen in Nish's eyes as Vivimord had compelled him to come to the bed earlier. It had moved her, for she had seen into Nish's soul, into the torment of a man struggling to overcome his own demons and do what he believed was right, yet forced to a base act by a stronger foe. He must still be under the compulsion. She wasn't game to go out the double doors. Nish was bound to have left guards, or a scryer with a wisp-watcher. Vivimord disappeared into a tunnel high above, and Maelys, quaking, knew she had to follow him now or lose him and Nish. She crept out into the flame light, feeling as though a target was painted on her back. First, she had to cross the corpse bridge, and she'd better be quick. Only 3 statue-stiff soldiers remained, and as she approached, the annulus widened, sending the shortest of the 3 tumbling headfirst into the crack. The body next to him wasn't much taller. It must soon follow. She checked again, but could not see anyone alive. She crept towards the bridge, repelled by the idea of walking across men's bodies. It seemed so callous, but there was no other way across. She stared at the crumpled remains at the foot of the steps. Could they be Flydd and Colm? There was so much blood she couldn't tell. The dead soldier on the right only rested on his helm and boot heels, and she dared not put any weight on him. With the annulus creeping ever outwards, they would both end up in the abyss. The body on the left was much taller. His head and shoulders rested on solid stone, though the green flame licked up on either side and occasional tongues of fire wisped up between his legs. It looked more dangerous than the cursed flame,
and she was really afraid of it. Taking a deep breath, she stepped onto his shins. Had the flame killed the poor fellow? It was hot above the flame, not as hot as normal fire, but still uncomfortable. She stepped carefully across onto his marble-hard belly, swayed and nearly threw her arms out into the flame. The annulus widened another L, and the soldier's helm made a scraping sound as it slipped on the floor. Now he was only supported by the back of his head and his boot heels. Maelys froze, afraid to move in case it toppled him, but even more afraid of remaining where she was. She was gauging how much of his helm remained on solid stone when his eyes opened. Maelys's knees went so weak that she nearly toppled off. He wasn't dead, just petrified. Maybe none of the soldiers making up the bridge had been dead. He was a handsome young man, no older than her 19 years, and he was staring up at her with pleading eyes. His full lips parted and he whispered, "Help me." Maelys felt a pang in her heart. For all his size, he was no more than a boy, but even had he been her best friend, he was twice her weight and she could not save him. He was going to die. "I'm sorry," she said, avoiding his eye. "There's nothing I can do." As she took another sliding step onto his chest, Maelys heard his helm slip. She swayed wildly, left then right, and her right hand went into the flame. The prickly warmth of it ran up her arm, and it fell leadenly to her side. The paralysis, or petrification, began to creep down her right side and up her neck. She could feel herself stiffening, and knew she would not be able to stay upright much longer. She tried to move, but couldn't. The paralysis crept across her chest and belly, which grew hard. She felt sick, faint and weak. The octopede's curving fang grew burning hot as she became icy cold wherever she'd felt the creeping paralysis. Then suddenly it was gone. It had to be the fang. Perhaps the octopede had spent so long in the abyssal flame chamber that it was immune to its effects. The young soldier's helm scraped again. He couldn't last long. Her next step should have been onto his face, for she was afraid to stretch too far in case she pushed him in, but she couldn't bear to walk on those pleading eyes. "Please help me," he whispered. But she stepped over him onto the floor and kept going, and did not look back even when his helm slipped the rest of the way and he fell to his death with a gasping, boyish wail. The steps had been reduced to a ragged skeleton of stone that might collapse at any moment. What art could have eaten them away? They'd been solid when she'd looked out the door not long before. She had to force herself to inspect the two blood-drenched corpses, and then to pull the locked bodies apart. Her heart was racing as she exposed their faces, but she did not recognize either of them. Did that mean Flydd and Colm had escaped, or had they been taken away? She looked up, but there was no way to tell, and if the soldiers had taken them, there was nothing she could do about it. That made her decision simpler. She would go up after Vivimord. Further up, a pair of soldiers were jammed into the tread of a step that was just a skeleton of stone. There was blood everywhere, still oozing from the base of the step and from one severed, dangling arm, though their bodies were incomplete. The rest had fallen through. Eyes averted, Maelys climbed around them, clinging to the ribbons of stone which were all that remained of the stair. The floor began to shake in circular motions that made her feel seasick, and the skeleton stair wobbled with every quake, shedding flakes of rock like confetti. She scrambled up and up, knowing that there was virtually nothing holding the stairs together. Its stony skeleton could fall apart at any moment. She forced herself on, afraid she was walking into a trap, but having nowhere else to go. The flame roared in a great ring around her. It was licking across the ceiling now, and charred lengths of octopede web plus flakes of swamp creeper crust began raining down. What was up there? She couldn't tell. Everything shimmered with heat haze. She reached the top and saw an up-curving ledge through the flame. Dark entrances ran off it to left and right. She would have to jump through the flame onto the ledge and hope she survived paralysis, for the stair was about to collapse and she could not go down. Maelys eyed the roaring flame, worked her legs up and down a couple of times in practice, and sprang. A blast of heat, then instantaneous and total paralysis struck her. She landed stiffly on the ledge, hitting her knee and the side of her head. She felt nothing through the numbness, though it was going to hurt once it wore off. She lay there, growing even colder, and afraid she would never move again. The fang began to burn, and the paralysis faded, though not as quickly as before, nor as completely. The power of the fang must be exhausted, and she'd better not touch the flame a third time. She got up, aching all over, sniffed her way around until she picked up the faint odour of Vivamord, then hobbled after him into the darkness, holding the rapier out in front of her. The mere thought of him made her heart race and her fury rise in a hot wave. Just let him try and take her now. Just let him try. 15. Flydd, who was lying on his back on the steps with Colm staring down at him, realised that he'd screamed. Every bone ached, his teeth felt loose, and the hand that had grasped the bubble was strangulation purple. The bubble had burst, though before that he'd been looking out through eyes not his own, at something happening far away. The body he'd been clothed in had unmistakably been that of a woman, and the transition had really hurt. But what had she been looking at? He couldn't make sense of it. He shuddered at an echo of the pain, and his knife hand tingled. The blade was alive again. He cut an experimental arc in the air between himself and the soldiers coming up the stairs. The knife screamed, no subtle weapon this, and carved the leading soldier's head and shoulders off his torso as though it had been no more than a joint of meat at the dinner table. The man to his left lost the top half of his head. The soldier below them fell down several steps, trying to scrub the blinding blood out of his eyes, and the rest retreated to the floor. Flydd, shocked, turned it towards the robed mancers and the cold-eyed scryer behind them, who was studying him via a wisp-watcher mounted on his back. Nish selected his scryers from the most depraved men in his realm, and Flydd had no compunction about cutting him down. The mancers ducked for cover, and the scryer slipped behind a column out of reach. Colm alone had not moved. It was as if he was testing Flydd. Flydd couldn't kill his former friend in cold blood, but he waved the shrieking blade at the wall above Colm's head. A warning. He somersaulted backwards through the double doors, then thrust his head and hand around the left-hand one, the knob laggy out, and its blast tore chunks from the stairs below the butchered soldiers. With a shrilling swish, Flydd gave him a haircut. Smoke rose from Colm's hair, and he ducked out of sight. Flydd cut down a pair of soldiers crossing the body bridge, and they fell into the flames. Another two died at the base of the steps. "Up, Colm!" he gasped. "All the way!" A wing-grey shot at them out of nowhere, eyes green with reflected flame, wingtips rippling. He carved it in two, and it fell into a squad of soldiers, bringing half of them down. The others dragged the pieces off the crushed and thrashing men. Colm plodded up, out of sight. Flydd followed painfully, for his bones seemed to be slipping and sliding inside his leg muscles again, and his bruised feet hit each step with a thud. He couldn't work out what he'd seen through the eyes of the woman in red. She'd been crouched behind a brass-mounted lens the size of a small cartwheel, swinging it this way and that, and staring frantically through it, but at what? He'd seen only billowing mist shot with shifting, wraith-like shadows, ice-white and soot-black. Did the lens look into another place, or another dimension? Her heart had been thundering. What was she so afraid of? He vaguely remembered seeing those peculiar shadows before, back in the cavern with Nish. Or had it been earlier, during renewal? He could not recall. Flydd's unease deepened. She was manipulating him to do something she could not do herself or was afraid to, and he could see no way out of it. The stair appeared to terminate a span up through the circular opening in the ceiling, where Flydd made out entrances to left and right. Another knob-laggy blast shattered the step below him, slamming chunks of broken rock into his left leg. He scrambled up around the curve of the steps until he was sheltered from Colm's line of fire. Flydd felled two more soldiers walking across the body bridge, though it would not delay the others long. Nish could call upon thousands of men and would not care how many lives he wasted. Colm kept blasting with his knob-laggy, but the range was long now, and Flydd was not hit directly, though by the time he crawled up the last steps into the ceiling opening he had been peppered by stinging fragments of stone, and the lower half of his body was a mass of bruises.
He leapt off the stair, through a gap in the flames, onto a sloping ledge with passages running to right and left. Below, at least 100 troops had lined up to cross the body bridge, while Colm, the 2 Mancers and the Scryer were in conference behind them. Flydd crept up to the right-hand opening, keeping low, but ran into a solid wall. The way was sealed, and so was the passageway to the left. He could cut through, but the enemy would only follow. He had to stop them. Flydd put his back to the wall, still puzzling about what he'd seen through the woman's eyes and whether she'd meant him to see it. He didn't think so, and that was chilling, for it implied that something was out of her control. He was watching the soldiers when he felt her presence within him again. Flydd could feel the tension in her and sense of fear that all her plans were going to come to nothing, for some shadowy nemesis was drawing ever closer to her. He almost saw it then in her mind's eye, a wraith creature. He could think of no other name for it, formed of white shadow and black fire, creeping, darting, and continually changing its form to blend with its surroundings. He certainly felt it, a rage that had been burning for an eternity, and a determination to recover. What? Flydd shook his head, and the extraordinary feelings faded like a dream. He was back in her mind, and she, fueled with a resolve born of desperation, was trying to find the courage to take a momentous step. Dare I defend myself with the most awful power of all? I must. She was at the obelisk in some past time, for it stood upright and the glyphs carved into it were fresh and clear. At its base, a round opening was lit from below by the cursed flame roaring up the chimney from the flame chamber. The woman in red was looking fearfully over her shoulder, clutching a handful of flame. She touched it to her forehead. Pain speared through his, and he saw her portal spell clearly for the first time. Springing up, cat-like, she snatched a long spike off a table and held it out in her extended arm, pointing towards the base of the flame. The tip of the spike turned red and began to sing in the way his knife had. A beam carved down through the opening, and shortly the flame changed to abyssal green. She caught some in her hand, but did not use it, just pointed the spike down, growing ever more tense. The flame gushed higher, but a shudder racked her. I dare not. She closed her hand, extinguishing the flame, and her image slowly faded from his mind. He couldn't tell what she dared not do, but in that fleeting moment, Flydd had seen her art and thought he understood it. He could feel power within him now, the power of her art, and he used it to complete his renewal at last. She was using him, but he would worry about that later. His loose bones settled into their enclosing muscles, his saggy sinews snapped tight, and for the first time he felt at home in his renewed body. He slid out into the open. "What are you doing?" cried Colm. Flydd didn't answer. There wasn't time, for 6 troops were on the stairs, holding out shiny shields to reflect any knife beam back at him, and the rest were waiting their turn. Leaning over the edge of the ledge, he focused her art, though not to shear flesh this time. The knife had to be forced to cut rock, metal, and anything else in its path. He sent the power of the shrieking blade slanting down through the annulus to sever whatever was anchoring the stair below, and with luck, collapse it into the abyss. Drawing every bit of power the woman had woken in him, he sent it into the knife. Its scream made Colm and the Mancers clap their hands over their ears. The last wing ray, gliding in circles below the ceiling, dived headfirst into the floor and did not move. Colm blasted up at Flydd, knocking pieces out of the ledge. Flydd swung the knife and bisected the dark-robed scryer, who died with a squeal that lasted until the air in his lungs was gone. Flydd felt no pity for him. Scryers were vicious and merciless, and it was fitting that he die as he had lived. The stair shook in wild circles, hurling the soldiers many spans to the floor or into the abyss. He heard bones break. He cut down through the annulus again, expecting the stair to collapse, but it stilled, creaked, fell silent. Only then did he realize that it was fading, parts of it disappearing as if painted with an invisibility brush. Colm sent up another blast, narrowly missing him. He wasn't holding back now. Flydd ducked out of sight. Colm prodded at the lower invisible sections with his knob-laggy, then ordered another half-dozen soldiers to climb the stairs, and the rest out through the double doors. The 6 soldiers started up, anxiously, and Flydd couldn't blame them. He allowed the first to climb halfway before slanting a knife beam in behind the reflective shield and cutting him down. The second and third fell to their deaths when the steps they were standing on vanished, leaving a mere skeleton of stone around the edges. Colm ordered the surviving 3 down. With a grim smile, Flydd turned back to Colm, who was standing at the entrance to the blocked tunnel. "Our first victory. They'll soon cut us off." Without warning, the cool green flames beside them darkened to a deep green-black and grew hotter, though not nearly as hot as normal fire. Something had changed. "What is it?" said Colm, panting like a dog on a hot day. "I should have been more careful. I think I've cut open the reservoir that feeds the flame." A minute ago, the abyssal flames had been bouncing harmlessly off the ceiling, but now the stone began to droop. The ring of fire thickened into a circular column, sending tongues of flame licking out towards them. White fumes crept along the ceiling. "The flame's out of control," Flydd said, "and it's not going to stop. Run!" He carved a hole through the wall blocking the right-hand entrance and leapt into the tunnel behind it. Colm followed, and they raced up a steep slope into the darkness. "Where are we going?" panted Colm. "To the obelisk as quick as we can." A few minutes later, a passage ran off to the right, but the sound of marching feet echoed from it. Flydd swore. "Colm's soldiers have found another way up. They're trying to cut us off." He pressed on hastily, but soon the rising tunnel curved back, and they heard the flame again. They turned the corner and saw that it had dissolved up through the floor not far ahead, flinging globules of rock at them and eating ever upwards. "They have cut us off," said Colm. "There's no way out." Flydd checked the knife in his blistered hand. Rainbow colours swirled across it, as if the metal had been overheated and the blade was bent. Its steel could not withstand the uncanny stresses imposed on it, and if he used it again it was likely to fail, but he dared not take the risk of swapping it for Colm's scimitar. It might not sing at all. The blade might even shatter. Ahead, the roof was sagging, the flame dissolving a circular shaft up towards the surface of the plateau. "I've never seen anything like it," Flydd said. "The flame seems to be unbinding the very forces that hold solid rock together." Tramp, tramp. "They're close," said Colm, "and I'm not going to be taken alive." He seemed to have gained some control over his fire phobia and could glance at the column of flame without cringing. There was a defiant gleam in his eyes and an aggressive angle to his chin that Flydd remembered from the first time he'd met Colm. "Shield!" It hadn't been a voice in his head this time, just the image of a transparent cone standing on its base. "There is one way out," said Flydd. "Straight up." 16. Colm's eyes widened. "Look what it's doing to the rock. It's unnatural." Liquefied rock formed puddles on the floor of the tunnel and began to dribble towards them, sweeping up the debris in its path. A piece of dry grass, blown into the tunnel in ages past, was carried along on top, yet did not even smoke. The liquid rock wasn't hot, and that was downright uncanny. Flydd squirmed at the thought of what the flame would do to them, but there was no other way. He studied the circular opening. The abyssal flame isn't nearly as hot as normal fire, and once it eats through into the cavern above, a tunnel slopes up steeply towards the surface, as I remember it. If we can get into it first... You're insane. She wouldn't have sent me this way unless there was a way out. You don't know this is the way, Colm hissed. She might be trying to trap you. No, she needs me to do something for her, and I'm sure I've got to go up. Flydd edged towards the flame with the tip of the blade out. The flame was only warm on his skin, but the knife grew so hot that he could barely hold it. As the tip grew red-hot, bordering on white, the blade bent into a half-twist at the hilt. Jerking his hand away before the blade failed completely, Flydd stumbled backwards and reached as high above his head as he could, praying that he'd understood what she'd shown him. Duck down, make yourself small. Colm crouched, pulling his arms and legs close together. Flydd angled the blade down and out, then rotated, careful to keep the tip pointing out beyond any part of himself or Colm. The blade hummed as it carved a circle around them, and as he completed it, a grey cone sprang into being, just like the one she'd shown him, enclosing them on all sides. The warmth of the flame was cut off, though its dazzling light was barely diminished. Flydd stopped channeling power through the knife and took a step forwards. The cone moved with him. "Come on." "Where?" A muscle twitched along the line of Colm's jaw. Flydd couldn't blame him. The cone would protect them from many dangers, but could it survive where he had to take it? "There's a way to get past the flame," he equivocated. He could not tell Colm the truth. Colm looked askance at the flame. His larynx bobbed up and down, and his eyes dilated until Flydd could see twin flames reflected there. "You're mad." "Very probably," Flydd said dryly. If he couldn't separate himself from the woman in red, he probably would go mad. A spear shot above their heads, passed in one side of the cone, then out the other. "That wasn't supposed to get through," he muttered. Flydd made the cone again, using all the art she'd shown him. It hurt in the centre of his chest this time. She might have been capable of channeling such power without harm, but he could not. The cone went a speckled blue and grey, like a wild duck's egg, and feeling as though he was carrying an enormous weight, he stepped towards the crackling flame. Colm didn't budge. The moving cone struck his elbow. Zzzt! He let out a yelp and clutched his arm. "Don't touch the cone," Flydd said over his shoulder. "You might have mentioned that beforehand." Colm cupped his elbow. "I don't see any way past the flame." If he knew what Flydd had in mind, Colm would fight him all the way. Flydd pressed forwards, his renewed heart pounding painfully. This was going to take all the art he had, and there was no way to test it first. If it wasn't enough, or if he got it wrong— "What the blazes are you doing?" cried Colm, for Flydd was heading directly towards the curving wall of flame. He smiled mirthlessly. "Flydd!" Colm grabbed him by the shoulder and tried to heave him around. He'd worked it out. "You'll burn us alive!" Flydd shook him off. "It's the only way out, and the cone will protect us. I hope." The blow to the side of the head rocked him. He staggered and nearly fell, and Colm, eyes wide and mouth gaping, leapt at him, mad with panic. Flydd didn't have the strength to fight him. He reached up with the twisted blade and drew the point of the cone down until it touched Colm's head. The younger man crumpled as if he'd been hit with an axe. Flydd pressed on. It took an effort to move, for he was carrying Colm's dead weight on the base of the cone. He heaved it across to the flame, then hesitated. If he was wrong, it would be a most unpleasant way to die. But there was no alternative. He pushed over the edge into the flame. The cone tilted sideways and dropped. Flydd's heart spasmed. He was sure they were going to plummet all the way down to the abyssal source. The cone kept dropping, but he fought it, drawing power, her power, until his galloping heart seemed about to explode. The cone rocked left, right, turned upside down, dropping him on top of Colm, then righted itself and began to bob up and down within the flame. The burden was even heavier now. Flydd could barely stand up for the weight, and it was so bright in the flame that he had to cover his eyes. The firelight was beating against his skin, drying it to a crisp. Even with eyes covered, his mind's eye was full of green. It was uncomfortably warm now, and getting warmer, for the cone, like a greenhouse, was allowing heat in but not letting any out. If he couldn't find the way to the surface soon, they would be baked. A spear shot by, though this time it bounced off the skin of the cone. Another spear struck it harder, making it slowly rotate. The dissolving rock above them was falling in heavy drops that slid off the steep sides of the cone, though the racket was so loud he couldn't think for it. Flame gusts buffeted them. It was taking all his strength to keep the cone within the flame and slowly rising into the roof cavity. He could smell smouldering hair, his or Colm's. Even if his head had been on fire, he didn't have the energy to slap it out. Rock collapsed in a deluge. The cone twisted and rolled, throwing him onto Colm again, then shot up and burst out into an empty tunnel. Flydd directed it away from the flame, but couldn't hold it. It toppled onto its side, rolled around in a curve, and he could finally let go. The cone vanished. His ears were assailed by the roar of the flame. Cinders flew in all directions, and the air had the blistered, metallic reek of a foundry. "Come on," Flydd croaked. Colm lay on the floor, unmoving. Flydd's cheeks were burning.
He rubbed his hands and the skin rustled like dry paper. Taking Colm under the arms, he dragged him away from the flame, around a corner, and into blessedly cool, moist darkness. The roar and crackle were muted here. He could think again. He laid his burning face against wet rock, rubbed his hands over it, and pressed them to the back of his neck. Colm groaned and kicked a foot. "Get up," said Flydd. "This place is a labyrinth, but Nish's scryers will soon track us down. We've got to get to the obelisk first, or we've failed." He lifted Colm to his feet. Colm clung to his shoulder, and they lurched into the darkness, moving by feel, since light would be an instant giveaway. Around 2 more corners, and the roar of the flame was just a slow reverberation of the air, though Flydd could feel it shaking his bones, which in the envelope of his renewed self felt much more sensitive than before. Colm was recovering now. His fingers no longer clawed into Flydd's shoulder, and his footfalls were more even. "If you ever do anything like that again," he said in a low, emotionless voice, "you're a dead man." He wasn't joking. Below the surface, Colm churned like lava in the crater of a volcano, and one day he was going to explode. "I can hear the abyssal flame again," said Colm about half an hour later, as they felt their way up a sloping ramp of broken stone seeping with smelly water. In the distance, Flydd made out a faint, booming crackle. "So can I. That can't be good. It's extremely bad. What if it burned all the way up to the plateau, and the uncanny flame met the cold sludge of the marshes?" Flydd slumped against the side wall, pleased that Colm had regained his equilibrium at least. "I feel nearly as bad as I did before renewal. I feel the way you looked before renewal. You poor devil," Flydd chuckled. "I think we can venture a little light here." Pearly glows formed at each of his fingertips, like shining peas. "We can't be far from the surface now. I can smell the swamp. It's a change from smelling you." Colm scooped a handful of muddy water and rubbed it over his face, where it mixed with the dirt, smoke, flaking skin, and old blood. "And you stink like you just crawled out of someone's coffin," said Flydd with a dry snort. When Colm wasn't wallowing in life's injustices, he could be good company. "Yeah, yours," Colm grinned, teeth flashing white in his filthy face. "And damn glad I am to be out of it." He inspected the rubble slope above them, which ended in a hole too small to crawl through. "It won't be easy to get up there without causing a rock slide." "How far does it go, do you think?" Flydd shrugged. "Could be spans. Then the rubble will take hours to shift, which we don't have. We may not even have minutes. Use the knife, cut a way out. It's dead and I can't recharge it without the flame, if at all. Blast a hole with one of your spells, then." "I don't remember the art for that. I'm worn out, Colm, after sickness has drained me dry." Flydd leaned against the side wall and allowed the light to fade to tiny fingertip glimmers. "I need that," said Colm. Flydd brightened his fingers again. "What for?" "Where Mansory fails us, we'll have to make do with muscle." Colm went up to the blockage and began to tear at the rubble, pulling rocks out and tossing them down the slope past Flydd. "Careful," said Flydd. "The troops will hear you." "Don't see as it makes any difference. If we can't get through damn quick, we're done for." He wrenched at a cabbage-sized rock in the centre of the rubble, but it wouldn't budge. "It's like the keystone of an arch," said Flydd. "Wriggle it from side to side carefully, or you'll bring the lot down on us." "We're going to die sooner or later," Colm said indifferently. "Let's make it a lot later." Colm jerked and heaved, and suddenly it gave, and the rubble above with it. Flydd, who was several spans further down, scrambled up onto a little rock ledge. Colm didn't have time. He turned away and took the blows on his back. Wheelbarrow loads of broken rock drove him to his knees, then further up a blockage gave with a roar, and a deluge of smelly mud poured down on him. Flydd reached down as Colm was washed past and hauled him out of the flood. He was a cake of stinking ooze matted with rotting reeds, but he looked cheerful for once. "If they didn't know where we were before, they do now," Flydd said dryly. "We'll be out on the plateau in a minute." Flydd's stomach was churning again. Once they got to the obelisk, he must use the woman's arts to open the shadow realm, and what would happen then? Was he no more than a diversion, to be sacrificed so she could escape her enemy? The sound of the flame was growing louder again. It was now a roaring and a cracking, a booming and a blasting and a shattering, as if it was tearing solid rock to pieces.
A spear of pain seared through his chest. He didn't think he was having a heart attack, though it might have been less painful if he was. He crawled up the mud-clotted rubble to another blockage. "Give me a hand with this," he panted, trying to prise out a rock without toppling it on himself. Clash, clang. "Can't!" Colm grunted from well below. Flydd glanced down. The younger man was stabbing at something, and Flydd caught an occasional flash that might have been eyes or teeth, though he couldn't tell if it were man or beast. "Don't let it get past, we're nearly there." Colm came to his feet, then lunged. There was an inhuman snarl, and he fell backwards onto the slope, but bounced to his feet and lunged again. Flydd wrenched at the stone, slid it to one side, and was struck by another deluge, water this time. When it shrank to a malodorous trickle, he saw a faint grey light above. "We're here, Colm." "Colm, I'm all right," he said, breathlessly. "Just—" He clambered up beside Flydd, who smelt blood on him. "It nearly got me, whatever it was," Colm added. "But I got it first." "Good man." They scrambled out into the marshes, the sodden ground squelching and sinking underfoot. "Keep a sharp eye out for stink snappers," said Flydd in a low voice. "We haven't come all this way to be eaten by a carnivorous plant. Give me an honest, savage beast anytime. Can you see anyone?" Brr. Mistmurk Mountain rose from tropical rainforest, but its flat top stood over 1,000 spans high, and it was always cold here. Ground mist lay in a thin blanket over the pools and mires that covered all but the stony outer rim of the clover-leaf-shaped plateau, though when Flydd stood up, his head poked above the undulating surface of the mist. It was a cloudy night, with just the hint of stars. "No, but they're out there. Nish will have another army along the rim." Flydd knew he wouldn't see them from here. They'd be hiding, waiting. He scanned the sky and saw nothing. Once we're spotted, he thought, it will take them a good while to get here. In that time, he had to find what he was looking for and make it work. He turned around, searching for landmarks. The marshlands were relatively featureless, but after 9 years on the plateau, Flydd knew every pool, reed, and moss-covered rock. Like that black outcrop to his left, shaped like a pointy, half-peeled lemon, where most of the moss had been grazed off by swamp creepers. "This way." He began to trudge along the winding strip of firm ground between the pools and mires. "It's not far to the obelisk." The ground quivered, rippling the ponds to either side. Steam hissed up from the mire ahead. It had a sulphurous stench. "I think the flame is getting hotter," said Flydd. The pond beyond was bubbling. A swamp creeper floated upside down on its surface, and the air smelled like boiled meat. "I don't suppose—" began Colm. Flydd was salivating too. "We haven't got time," he said regretfully. "Besides, that water doesn't smell too good. Since it's probably my last meal, I'll risk it." Colm skewered the swamp creeper with his sword, hacked it into chunks, and sank his teeth into one. "Delicious. Want some?" "The way my renewed stomach feels, I won't risk it." Flydd swallowed mouthfuls of saliva, feeling as though he hadn't eaten in a week. On the right, an expanse of black mud was slowly rising. Only hours ago it had been a large pool, but the last of the water was draining away, leaving fish and legged eels flapping in the muck. "Get moving or you'll suffer the same fate," Flydd told himself, and struggled on. "There it is," said Colm, belching cheerfully. "Quiet!" The tilted stone obelisk was 4 or 5 spans long and partly covered in moss and trailing feathers of lichen that largely obscured the ancient Charon symbols engraved into the stone. The growths had been charred off its upper section by an earlier blast from the Sky Palace, tilting the stone and uncovering the opening through which Maelys had first gained entry to the cursed flame chamber. The obelisk was warm, and Flydd could feel the tingle of power now. The woman in red must have opened him to it. "Now I understand. The obelisk forms the solid pole of a portal. In ages past, she brought the cursed flame here, using the conjunction between solid stone and ethereal flame to make her portal. I wondered why you filled that phial at the cursed flame. I had a different purpose in mind, but if I have to use it here, I will." The ground shook, and a stone's throw to their left, a geyser erupted in the marsh, followed by an explosion of boiling mud. That's where the abyssal flame was going to come up, and it was dangerously close. Flydd threw himself behind the obelisk. Colm was struck in the chest by a huge clod of hot mud and reeds and was knocked off his feet.
He cried out, clawing away the boiling, clinging muck. Flydd dragged him into shelter. "Stay down. This is only the beginning." Colm cooled his scalded chest in a puddle as steam belched up from dozens of fissures, obscuring everything. They crouched under the tilted obelisk as the explosions continued. It was like being next to a mud volcano. Boiling mud was blasted up and out in every direction. Chunks the size of oxen rained down, splattering on the obelisk and sliding off its edges to form steaming piles on either side of them. "It's the end of the world," said Colm, his eyes huge. "Not yet, but I'm doing my best," Flydd said sardonically. The explosions and the deluge grew ever louder, the rain of mud more intense. Colm said something, but Flydd didn't catch it. The noise was deafening. The ground was shuddering wildly now. "I said, what if the obelisk falls on us?" Colm shouted in his ear. Flydd had been thinking the same thing. "It'll end all our worries. If we go out, we'll be buried in hot mud. It'll stop in a minute." As soon as all the mud above the abyssal flame boiled away, and then what? He felt a little shiver of anticipation. The abyssal flame was too powerful, too uncanny. It wouldn't go out tamely. It was preparing the way for something monumental. The mud eruptions cut off, though the ground was still shaking. He peered around the edge of the obelisk. The mist and steam had been blasted away, and there was just enough starlight to make out a crater wall some 50 paces off, though he wasn't high enough to see inside it. Then, with a whistle that grew to a roar, the abyssal flame burst through its last barrier and shot upwards, a ruler-edged rod of green and black fire climbing 100 spans into the sky. A shockwave blasted outwards, tearing up reeds and overtopping pools. The mud wall collapsed abruptly, deluging Flydd to the knees, and it was still scalding. He pulled himself out and retreated further under the obelisk. When the debris settled, he scrambled up to the tip of the obelisk, and in the light of the flame he could see all the way to the edges of the plateau. A line of shadows rose up along the rim. In every direction, as far as he could see, the God Emperor's imperial militia were climbing to their feet, their armour winking in the glare. "They must be 3,000 strong," said Colm, joining him at the top. "At least," said Flydd. "And there's no way out, bar our portal to the Shadow Realm." In a sudden silence, the Sky Palace materialized high above them, its white stone sails shining in the light. Flapperters were wheeling around it, riding the updrafts. Flocks of bladderbats appeared from apertures in the Sky Palace. A wing ray began to curve down towards them. "No way," said Colm. "None at all." 17. Maelys felt as though she'd been following Vivimord for a lifetime. As he drove a dazed, uncomprehending Nish before him, she had tracked them up the perilous stair and through the dark corridors above it, finding her way by smell. There was no sign of dead Froon, but she could smell his unguents on Vivimord's ruined skin. Froon must have gone back to the pit for her and discovered her escape. He would be hunting her now. She turned around, holding the rapier out like a silver spear, but saw no living thing nor any walking corpses, thankfully, though as she went on she could feel his dead eyes on her. She hadn't learned any more about Flydd or Colm's fate, though it did not seem possible that they could have escaped the soldiers and Vivimord. So that meant it was all up to her, again. Every success was topped by another disaster, but she had to fight on. She could not allow herself any self-doubt or hopelessness, else she would not be able to continue. Nonetheless, those feelings were always just below the surface. She kept them at bay by renewing her vow. She was going to destroy Vivimord and Froon and rescue Nish. And then, she simply did not know. Her old life and old dreams had been so thoroughly destroyed that Maelys could not imagine any future beyond the struggle against the God Emperor, not even if, by some miracle, they won. As she walked, she was trying to think of a way to rescue Nish, but no plan came to mind. Without a Tafloid, she could not attack Vivimord from behind, for he would detect her aura before she came close enough to strike. Maelys was edging around a corner when she saw the flame again, rushing up an eerily shimmering shaft. Vivimord could hardly have gone that way. He must have turned back. But how close was he? She squinted against the brightness. There he was, just 10 paces away. She ducked back. His head was bowed and he was dragging Nish, whose eyes were closed, his arms sagging. Vivimord must have renewed the enchantment on him. She scuttled back the way she had come until she saw a cranny in the tunnel wall. Maelys squeezed into it and waited for them to go by, praying that Vivimord would pass on the other side of the tunnel, far enough away that he would not detect her aura. The cranny was unnervingly webbed with cords and had a faint odour of octopede, but it was too late to look for another hiding place. She crouched in the base of the cranny with the rapier pointing up over her head, just in case. Vivimord stopped a few paces past her, sniffing the air. Maelys had never wanted her lost Taffloid more, both for its concealment of her aura and as a weapon she knew he feared. The rapier would be little protection against him. "Where the devil has he gotten to?" he muttered. Vivimord sounded agitated, and she wondered why, since he had what he wanted. He hurried on, stopping frequently to sniff the floor and examine it for tracks, the dark radiance of the cursed flame dripping from his hooked fingers. She followed, keeping no more than 30 paces behind. Being so close posed a grave risk if he turned back, but she was afraid to let him get further ahead in case she lost him. Several times she saw brighter glimmers as he used his art to find the path, before finally he said, "Ah!" and turned up a steep slope no wider than his shoulders, hauling Nish behind him. Maelys followed, her heart thumping. At the top, she waited until she heard him moving down the next tunnel before going after him. She was so tired that every step was a struggle, and was plodding along, squinting at the swinging puddle of black light coming from his fingertips, when Vivimord suddenly crouched and light stabbed out from his fingers. She thought he'd discovered her, until it illuminated something large and black flapping out of the darkness ahead of him. The wingray let out a brittle cry and shot over his head, the dripping blood, to disappear in the darkness between Vivimord and her. Maelys didn't hear it hit the floor, which meant that it was still alive and would attack her next. And even if she killed it, Vivimord would discover her when he came to investigate the ruckus. She ducked down, holding the rapier out to protect her face, praying that the wingray would pass over her head and keep going. She saw nothing, heard nothing. Then a thumping blow drove her backwards a good span. It had driven itself onto the point of the rapier, and every furious flap was forcing it further along the shaft towards her. Maelys couldn't hold it, and wasn't game to pull the rapier out in case the beast came at her. Feeling its cold breath on her hand, she let go, and threw herself out of the way. "What the blazes was that?" she heard Vivimord cry, and his black light began to grow again. She crawled back to a curve in the tunnel, defenceless now. He would recognize the rapier, deduce that it was hers, and hunt her down, but she dared not retreat further for fear of dead Froon. She knew he was coming after her. Light crept from Vivimord's hand, streaking low along the tunnel floor, and she realized that he was also afraid. The mountain was full of troops and scryers now, and not even Vivimord's illusions could hide him from the direct gaze of Gatherer. A narrow beam touched on the body of the wingray, whose fleshy wings were undulating like waves on the sea. He studied it from several paces away while she held her breath and felt the backs of her hands prickling. His acrid sweat was unpleasantly strong. The floor of the tunnel moved underfoot, and the muted roar of the flame grew louder. Vivimord hastily turned away. He hadn't seen the rapier. He must have thought that his blast had brought the wingray down. She was about to move when he spun around, arm upraised. Had he seen her, heard her, sensed her aura? Vivimord was absolutely still. Black flames dripped from his fingers again, and if he came after her, he could blast her down as easily as he had the ray. Her palms oozed sweat. Projections on the floor were cutting into her knees, and her stomach was so empty that it hurt. Then the light was drawn back towards his hand, and died to the faintest glimmer as he turned away. It took a long time before she could find the courage to follow. It was completely dark now, but she could tell where the ray was by its wing flutters. She approached gingerly, unable to tell whether it was badly injured, perhaps dying, or about to wriggle free. She was reaching down to feel for the rapier hilt when she remembered that barbed stinger in the middle of the creature's back. She couldn't risk it. The rapier would have to be abandoned. She went sideways until she touched the far wall of the passage, keeping as far from the wingray as possible, and continued. After following Vivimord for some minutes, she heard him squelching through mud, then scrambling up a rubbly slope, dislodging small rocks as he went. Water trickled down, and momentarily the smell of the marsh blew his reek away. Nish must have fallen, for she recognized his pained cry. "Get up there, Deliverer," Vivimord grated. "And be quick about it. Flydd can't hide from Gatherer up top, and neither can I." So he had been following Flydd. Relief flooded her.
She wasn't completely alone. Maelys crept to the mud at the base of the slope and waited for them to move away, for she could not move silently over the rubble. She started up, then stopped. What if Vivamord had sensed her and was waiting at the top? Something clacked behind her, like an iron-shod boot on stone. The God Emperor's troops must have picked up the trail. She had to take the risk. Peering up the slope, she made out a darkly ragged opening against the night sky, curtained with the straggling roots of marsh plants. It was the plateau at last, and 5 minutes from now she could be dead, or Vivamord could have won, or, more likely, the God Emperor would have taken the lot of them. She had just reached the top when the ground lurched upwards, collapsing the steep bank of an empty pond next to the opening. A river of muddy slurry poured down the hole, and the rubble began to move under her feet. Maelys snatched at the roots as she fell, twisted them around her wrists, and they held. As she pulled herself up, the marsh burst open some distance ahead and slightly to her right, and boiling mud lumps began to splatter down all around. She scrambled across to an intact section of the overhanging bank, covering her head with her arms. If it collapsed, she would be buried alive, which had a slight edge over being cooked in boiling mud. Despite several more lurches and shudders, the bank held, but as the mud eruption paused, she heard that boot clack again, and a deep male voice. "It started! Get up there!" The lanterns were approaching the base of the rubble slide. She would be discovered in seconds. She had to risk the eruption. Maelys dragged herself up the bank and was creeping through the marshes with clots of hot mud raining down all around her when there came a shattering boom from not far ahead, and a wild gust of hot wind knocked her flat on her back. The greeny-black abyssal flame roared up, casting brilliant light and deep shadows across the top of the plateau, and there, hanging in the sky high above, was the God Emperor's sky palace. The trap had been sprung, and there was only one way out of it. Flydd's spell into the Shadow Realm. If he'd discovered how to make it work. If he was still alive. "If you don't open the portal now," Colm cried, "it'll be too late." Flydd, who was standing on the tip of the tilted obelisk gnawing his upper lip, didn't answer. He could hear soldiers pounding up steps directly below the obelisk, making for the cavity at its base, and others would be storming up the rubble slide he and Colm had just climbed. At the same time, Nish's Imperial militia were moving steadily in from the edges of the plateau, tightening the noose, while flapperters, bladderbats, and wingrays guarded the skies. Now the sky palace hung high above them, all the more ominous because it was absolutely silent. "Nish has blocked every avenue of escape save the one I no longer want to take, the portal to the Shadow Realm, but I have no choice. As a novice at the perilous art of portal making, aiming it anywhere in the real world would almost certainly be fatal." Flydd held the phial containing the cursed flame against his forehead, hoping that it would wake his lost art so he would not have to rely on the woman's ominous mansery, but nothing came to him. Before renewal, he'd known how to open the Shadow Realm. He had rehearsed Rasitifa's spell many times in case he'd needed to use it in an emergency, but that memory had not returned. It left no alternative but to follow her perilous procedure. "Dehi?" "Flydd," choked Colm. "Do something!" Flydd twisted the bung out of the phial and touched a fingertip to the wisp of cursed flame coming from the top. His finger began to go rigid, but a little charm, one of hers, came into his mind to prevent the paralysis. He worked it and gingerly touched his finger to his forehead. Heat twisted in like a corkscrew, faded. He tried to draw power from the flame the way he had seen her doing it, but nothing came to him. "Why isn't it working? Maybe he's blocking you." Colm glanced up at the sky palace, shivered, then slid down to the base of the obelisk and scrubbed mud off his blade with a handful of reeds. Could Nish be blocking her art? How could he understand what he's never seen before? Perhaps the tears allow him to understand all powers. If he'd understood the flame, he would have ordered his scryers to use it against me down below. "Unless he's playing with you," said Colm. "He does love to torment his victims. Nish never puts personal pleasures ahead of his own safety. I'm a threat to him, so he'll secure me first or kill me. Perhaps I need more power." She used a mere wisp of the cursed flame, but it's her art and she could be subtle. I don't have time for subtlety. "There may be a reason for it," said Colm. "The portal spell may be dangerous." "No doubt it is, though hardly more than him." Flydd glanced up at the sky palace. It was measurably lower than before, and the abyssal flame, roaring ever higher, might have been seen 100 leagues away. The next few minutes would determine what kind of a symbol it became in the histories, a beacon of hope or a mark of despair. He drew out the bung, but this time touched the rim of the phial to his forehead,
The shock was like a heated auger boring into his skull, but when it passed, the portal spell had not worked. If only he still had the fifth crystal, the most powerful of all. He'd primed it years ago, and it would almost have opened the path into the Shadow Realm by itself, had he not lost the power to set the spell off. If he'd had it, he could have thumbed his nose at her and whatever she wanted from him. Wishing was futile. He had to have more power, far more than was held in this tiny phial. Dare he draw upon the power of the abyssal flame itself? The power now being wasted, flaming into the heavens, must be enough to open the Shadow Realm 1,000 times, assuming he could draw upon it without killing himself, and let the whole damn world go to ruin if he failed. Vivimord was creeping across the marshes, dragging Nish through the mud behind him, and Maelys followed as closely as she dared. She would not be heard in the roar of the flame, but she would be clearly visible in its lurid light if Vivimord glanced back. He topped a small rise, then crouched in a hollow, out of sight. What was he up to? She crawled after him, wishing she still had the rapier and fantasizing shockingly about sticking it in one side of him and out the other. She hadn't gone far when an unpleasantly familiar sound swept towards her. Flutter, flap. It was a flapperter, the most fearsome of all Jal Nish's flesh-formed creations. Maelys went still and kept her head low, glad of the camouflaging mud that covered her from head to toe. The flapperter cruised over her and kept going. Maelys slowly lifted her head. She could see the obelisk clearly now, and a man's outline at the top. Flydd! Her eyes pricked with tears of relief. He was alive! His arms were upraised as if he were attempting mansory. She stood up carefully, fists clenched, for the flapperter could pluck him off before he realized it was there. She was about to shout a warning when he swung his arm backwards. Green fire stabbed at the creature, which swerved wildly, almost crashed into the swamp, then began to climb away, smoke rising from its lower feather rotor. It had taken a lot out of Flydd, though. He was bent double, choking or throwing up, and the peril had not gone away. A flock of bladderbats descended, and lights were advancing from every direction. The Imperial militia were coming. As she watched, Vivimord disappeared behind the column of flame. She had to warn Flydd about Vivimord, though Maelys couldn't see how to do so without alerting him to her presence. She crept on, keeping low, and was edging past the fury roaring up from a circle burned through the marsh when she smelt the ghastly odour of perfumed oil and rotting entrails, and was caught from behind in two oily hands. "Slibberly me," slurred dead Froon, licking pieces of intestine off his green lips. 18. Flydd wiped his mouth as he watched the flapperter climb away, knowing he hadn't done it much damage. It would soon be back, if the bladderbats or wingrays didn't get him first. "Get on with it," Colm said from the ground. Flydd spat over the side. "My mouth tastes like something a stink snapper has been digesting for a week." Colm chuckled. "That's another death to look forward to if Jal Nish doesn't get us first." Flydd managed a smile. "I'll try the portal spell again, though I'm sure I did it perfectly last time." Unless he was missing something. He had attempted it 3 times now and felt blocked each time. He simply could not draw on the monstrous power of the abyssal flame. There had to be another way. The woman in red had used the flame during his renewal hallucination. He now remembered what she'd done, but still he could not get it to work. She was using him to do something she could not do herself, and yet he had no choice. He didn't think she was on the God Emperor's side or Vivimord's. He was going through his memories of her, trying to see if he'd missed anything, when he noticed something she had avoided thinking about earlier, something she hadn't wanted him to discover. Whatever she was hiding, it had to do with the power she'd considered using a while back, then rejected because it was too dangerous. Dare he try? It could hardly be more dangerous than allowing Jal Nish to win. He explored the memory she'd tried to hide. Whatever this new power was, it lay buried deep below Mistmurk Mountain, at the base of a narrow, ring-shaped shaft bored through 1,000 spans of rock down to the source of the vapour which fed the abyssal flame. The source was concealed by that flame and hidden below the centre of the hearth from which it emanated. Flydd whipped out the bung of the stone bottle in which he'd captured some of the abyssal flame. It flickered greenly black over the lip. He hesitated for a moment, doubting himself, then swiftly upturned the bottle against his forehead for a second and thrust the bung back in. Bone-grinding, scalding pain tore into his head, Sickening waves followed it, slowly fading. He closed his eyes, and it was as though a door had slid open at the base of the mountain, and a hatch swung back at the centre of the abyssal flame's hearth to reveal what lay beneath. It wasn't the source of the abyssal flame at all, nor of the vapours that fed it. It was a small rectangular box made from clear crystal, cut from a single diamond perhaps, and within it he saw the faintest movement. There was something white inside, small and white and restless. Flydd did not see how it could hold the power he so desperately needed, power to overcome whatever was blocking him and blast open the entrance of the Shadow Realm. But there had to be a good reason why it had been hidden so carefully. Dare he? He'd die if he didn't, and it probably wouldn't work anyway. He traced out the way of power, the way to use the abyssal flame and open that box, her way. At the moment he had that thought, the flame brightened and roared higher. Flydd shuddered at what he was about to do, but he was going to do it anyway. Using the abyssal flame as a focus, he reached down to the very core from which it came, to the hearth through which the vapours that fed it issued. Using the power of the abyssal flame against itself, he spun it into a spiral ever tighter until it formed an irresistible emerald spear. He took that spear and hurled it down through the hearth, cleaving it in two. The halves of the hearth fell to either side, and the spear continued down, directed with unerring aim, until it struck the top of the little diamond box, met resistance, and overpowered it. The lid shattered, the webbed and layered protections inside it tore, and a small white flame was released. It was such a tiny flicker that Flydd felt sure he was the butt of a monstrous joke. How could that be the power he was looking for? "No!" screamed the woman in red into his mind, so desperately that he felt her throat tear and tasted blood in the back of his mouth. "Not the chthonic flame, you fool!" Too late. He had committed a Mancer's most cardinal sin. He'd used power without knowing what he was doing, and there was no way to fix it now. The chthonic flame, whatever that was out of its box, and every one of its protections had been broken. He had to keep going now, and quickly. The next step was to form the structure that would become the portal's entrance. It would shelter them from the raw power needed to open the woman's long-closed portal and direct it to the Shadow Realm. Could he do it? Making portals was one of the greatest arts of all, one that few master-mancers from the histories had ever done successfully, and even with her knowledge Flydd began to doubt himself. What shape should the entrance take? In Mancery, such things mattered, and if he gave it the same shape as the woman had used when she'd made her portal long ago, resonances of time and place would make this one easier to create. Flydd closed his eyes, opened himself to her memories, and saw spirals everywhere. On the obelisk, down at the altar, and even in her memories. That had to be it. Taking power from the abyssal flame for the last time, he focused it, used her portal spell, and its entrance slowly whirled into physical form around the base of the obelisk. It looked like pale red glass, and had a central dome from out of which spiraled 4 narrow arms, so elongated that each wrapped around the dome several times. Why 4 arms? The spirals down below had all been 2-armed. He touched the glassy wall but felt nothing. It was just an image, yet to take on physical form. The roaring abyssal flame suddenly broke into a series of flares, as though its conduit were trying to cough something up. As if that had been a signal, the Imperial militia must have broken into a run, because the steadily moving lanterns drawing in from the edges of the plateau began to jiggle. The troops were converging on him and getting into position to attack. The flock of bladderbats let out a massed squeal and dived. The green flame coughed twice more and died down, plunging the plateau into darkness. In the sudden silence, Flydd could hear his ears ringing. Pain gnawed the centre of his chest. Acid rose up his throat. Had the flame gone out completely? If it had, he'd made a catastrophic blunder. "What's going on?" said Colm, shivering. "What have you done, Flydd?" "I don't know." The abyssal flame suddenly belched higher than before, rushing up past the Sky Palace and buffeting that monstrous structure like washing on a clothesline. The flame went transparent, almost invisible in the darkness. The pain in his chest was like teeth chewing on his lungs. Then the flame turned a brilliant, icy white. That tiny chthonic flame, fueled by the vapours seeping from deep below the mountain, had grown into a conflagration. Flydd was paralysed by the horror of what he'd created, and he had an awful feeling that they were all going to pay for his folly. "No," he whispered. "No, no. I don't see how you could have made things any worse.
said Colm, standing with his arms crossed protectively over his chest, looking up. This flame was freezing. Flydd could feel it from a distance. Ice began forming around the edges of the vent and growing upwards in jagged arrays of crystals. He felt just as cold inside, but there was no going back now. Things can always get worse. He headed towards the vent. Very much worse. "Flydd," cried Colm. "We're almost within range of the soldiers' spears. I need fire." He didn't want to go near it. He definitely didn't want to carry it back. The chthonic fire must have been hidden for a reason, and he recalled the woman's fear of it. And if she was afraid, he should be more so. But the abyssal flame was gone, and he had no choice. He churned through the mud, which had baked hard in some places, was deep and liquid in others, yet near the edge of the flame was already freezing solid. The ice around the edges of the vent had a peculiar pale green tint. Could it be used to contain chthonic fire? Flydd reached out and gingerly touched his bent knife to a tendril of chthonic flame. The knife went white and made alarming cracking sounds, but held. He carved an oval flask from the peculiar green ice and held it out on the point of the knife until it was full of fire. The knife became so cold that its hilt stuck to his fingers. He thrust the stoppered flask inside his coat with the others, where he could feel the cold burning. Flydd swiftly cut a second flask, pyramidal this time, filled it and stowed it as well. He'd done as much as he could. The next step was to solidify the portal entrance with them both inside. Once that was done, they would be safe, from everything outside it at least. Flydd made his way back to the obelisk and climbed one step up its slope. Opening one of the chthonic fire flasks, he drew power from it as he'd seen her do. Fingertip to forehead. Agony. Mist formed around the obelisk and drifted through the red glass spiral, for its walls were still intangible. How was he to complete it? He didn't know. He couldn't think straight for the pain boring into his skull. Colm scrambled up the obelisk. "They're nearly here." Flydd could see the jingling lanterns from the corner of his eye. Colm sprang up to the tip, swinging his sword in a vertical arc. Flydd jumped. A bladderbat squealed as the blade went through one wing and into a bladder filled with the floater gas that kept it aloft. The gas hissed out. The creature's other wing scraped down the side of the obelisk. Then it splashed into the mud. Dead. "Thanks," said Flydd. "You'll have to keep them off. At last there's honest work for me to do." The implication being that Mansory was dishonest work. After today, Flydd couldn't blame him for thinking it. Froon's fingers tightened on Maelys's wrist. She swung around, striking at the corpse with her fists. Useless though that was, it was animated by Vivimord's necromantic arts, and the only way to stop it was to chop it into little pieces, but she was unarmed. The abyssal flame sputtered, then changed from green to a brilliant, frozen white. Maelys didn't have time to wonder about the ominous transformation. The light illuminated dead Froon more starkly than sunlight, and he was clad in rags through which his skin had the bleached grey of a fish's belly. His reek was overpowering now, and something white and slippery dangled from his left hand, a long loop of intestine with a slip knot at the end. Froon let out a slimy chuckle and began to pull her to him. He was twice her weight and far stronger. If he got his arms around her, that would be the end. Maelys tried to wrench free, but though his palms had that familiar oiliness, his fingers and thumb had locked around her wrist. She had only one advantage. He was slow and lumbering, and she was quick with life. Maelys yanked up a clump of reeds with her free hand and smacked Froon across the eyes with it. He blinked away the mud, focused his empty eyes on her, and gave a slow pull on her arm. She jammed her feet against a ridge of baked mud and strained backwards with all her weight, but wasn't heavy enough to heave him off balance. Froon kept pulling, his lacerated mouth open in a deathly grin. She threw herself forwards and dived between his legs before he could react. She hadn't broken his hold on her wrist, though, and it was wrenched so badly that she thought the bones were going to break. She steadied her wrist with her free hand, jerked Froon's arm between his legs, and heaved with all her might. His feet left the ground, and she threw her shoulder against him, toppling him onto his face. He still wouldn't let go, but Maelys fell with him, driving her knees into his back and pushing him through a thin, hard crust into liquid mud, hitting him with her weight again and again until at last his fingers gave enough for her to pull her throbbing wrist free. She jumped up and down on the back of his head, forcing it into the mud as hard as it would go. Nothing could stop Froon, though, and when she saw his hands clawing at the reeds and his knees drawing up, she leapt onto the firmer ground next to the white flame, which had been baked hard by the abyssal flame's heat and was now freezing even harder.
Oh, for a stout stick or a heavy rock, but no trees grew on the plateau, and the only rock was solid bedrock. Her one hope was the flame itself. She backed towards the brink, the cold freezing her muddy clothes, leaving a good pace between herself and the edge so she wouldn't slip in. Would Froon recognize the danger? That depended on whether he had any intelligence left or was just a corpse animated by his master's arts. He rose slowly to his feet, dripping mud, and came at her. Maelys moved along the rim so he would have to approach from the side, which would give her the best chance of knocking him in. He could do the same to her, of course, unless Froon had something worse in mind. He moved sideways so as to come at her head-on, which suggested that there was some intelligence at work within him. She backed around the rim, desperately trying to think of a way to finish him. He had endless patience, but she had little time. Vivimord was probably attacking Flydd right now. The ground was uneven here, consisting of the hollows of pools drained when the flame had burst up through them. Some baked hard, others with just a firm crust over deep, soft ooze, and the head-high banks between the pools. She climbed the bank behind her, slid down the other side, crossed the next dry pool and clambered up the bank after that, onto its edge. Maelys was backing across it when she felt the ground crumbling under her feet. The other side had been undermined and had fallen away, leaving a thin crust of moss and earth with nothing supporting it. She moved to the brink of the flame shaft, then jumped off the undermined bank to the hard base of the pond and waited. Shortly, Froon clawed his way to the top, saw her below, and stopped. She moved backwards, but he remained where he was. Did he suspect a trick? She took another step backwards, trying to stare at him fearfully, which wasn't hard. Alive or dead, Froon was terrifying. Another step. He moved at last, and his right foot came down on the undermined section, which crumbled beneath him. Froon toppled, fell to the floor of the pond, but to her dismay, landed solidly on his stubby feet. She ran at him, put her hands against his chest, and shoved as hard as she could. He fell backwards towards the flame, but as he was going over, one flailing hand caught her shirt and pulled her with him, and Maelys was already off balance. She dropped to her knees and jammed them into the ground, praying that the fabric would give, but her shirt tore down to a seam, and it held. He teetered on the brink, trying to pull himself towards her, but Maelys could feel her knees slipping under his greater weight. He swayed forwards, backwards, forwards again, and with the recklessness of desperation she propelled herself up, drove her head into his belly as hard as she could, then threw herself backwards. His insides made a disgusting, sloshing noise and began to slide out of his mouth, but his fingers relaxed on her shirt and he toppled into the freezing white flame. She watched him fall, squinting against the glare until he was out of sight, surely burning to ash and gone forever. Maelys's heart was clattering and she could barely stand up, but she had to get to the obelisk. Colm was halfway up it, swinging at a flock of bladderbats, while the obelisk was surrounded by long, glassy red spirals. Flydd's Shadow Realm spell must be working after all. She was heading for it when the flame gave a series of belches and a transparent figure rose out of it. No, a series of identical figures, 5 of them, each the image of dead Froon. They swung around until they formed a line, their ruined mouths opened in the same moment, and they broke into silent laughter. 19. Flydd was exhausted, as though all the power he'd used so far had been drawn from his own bones. He felt quite hollowed out, yet still the spiral had not solidified to protect them. Why not? Was Nish blocking him until he could get all his forces into place? Colm, who was balanced on the tip of the obelisk, drenched in frozen blood and frosted fragments of bladderbat, could barely hold his sword arm up. The creatures kept coming, and above them 6 flappertors flew in tight circles, waiting their chance. The advancing army was only a few hundred paces away, struggling through the trackless swamp. Another few minutes and they would be here. "If you want to fight, Nish, you'll get one," Flydd roared at the sky. "You were never my equal in the old days, and you're not now." "Don't provoke him," Colm croaked. "It's a hollow boast anyway, since you all ran away from him 10 years ago. Do your own job and don't tell me how to do mine." Colm propped himself up on his sword momentarily, then struck wearily at another bladderbat. "I need more power," said Flydd. "More and more and more, and curse the consequences." He staggered back to the freezing flame and thrust his blade into it, praying that the metal could take the strain. The blade shrilled like hot iron thrust into a quenching trough, and as he returned, he could feel its power dissolving the barrier that had been blocking him all this time. The spiral arms, now full of trapped fog, were starting to solidify. The one closest to the chthonic flame was almost set, though the other arms and the centre were still open. Flydd climbed partway up the obelisk, whose upper 2/3 angled out the top of the dome. "Colm, get inside! The flappers are coming, I've got to hold them off. You can't fight flappers with a sword, and once the spiral sets, you'll be stuck outside." And so would Nish and Maelys if they were still alive, but it was fruitless agonizing about that. If he and Colm got away, at least they would have saved something from the fiasco and given the God Emperor a small kick in the teeth. Colm slid down the obelisk and jumped in. Flydd traced a spiral in the air with the bent blade, and the arms began to set. The portal spell was finally working. The Sky Palace dropped sharply, and the advancing army broke into a run. Flydd laughed aloud. "You're too late, God Emperor!" Now to open the way into the Shadow Realm. He called on more power until the white knife wailed, the chthonic flame doubled in height and redoubled, soaring 1,000 spans into the heavens. The spirals were setting like red crystal, the outside world thinning. A jag of light stabbed down from the Sky Palace, striking the eastern arm, but was reflected harmlessly away. "The God Emperor trembles," Flydd gloated. "He's terrified of the chthonic flame, an unknown power to him, and afraid of what I might do with it." He raised his fists to the sky, white knife in hand. "Be very afraid, God Emperor!" "Shut up!" cried Colm. "You're begging fate to strike us down." "He fears the strong, Colm, but he despises the weak." Through the dome, the chthonic flame glowed white, searing its way upwards as if to ice weld the world of Santhanar to the endless void. Huge flakes of snow began to fall. "Flydd," choked Colm, shuddering. "What have you done? It's out of control." "It'll have to burn itself out. I can't stop it." "Open the damned portal before the flame freezes us solid." "I thought you didn't want to go to the Shadow Realm." "I don't, and neither do I," Flydd muttered. "But I'd sooner die there than give Nish the satisfaction." The portal was coming. He could feel it, just out of reach, but he was still blocked from opening it. Thump, crash. Below him, 3 soldiers pulled themselves up from the cavity at the base of the obelisk and began to dig their way out from under the dome. Others were trying to smash into the arms. They would fail. But if enough of them kept at it, and Nish maintained his strikes, they must eventually break through. The Imperial militia began to close the ring around them. Another booming cry rumbled down from the air palace. "Attack!" Flydd tried again, expecting to be blocked, but pfft! A shadowy opening began to form, though not in the centre of the spiral where it should be. It was at the end of the arm to his right, though he could not see it clearly. He shivered and rubbed his eyes, his unease rising. "What is it now?" said Colm. "The portal should have formed at the obelisk. Why is it formed over there?" Colm shrugged. "What does it matter as long as it works?" "I don't suppose it does," said Flydd. "Come on." The outside was lit by a series of bright flashes coming down from the Sky Palace, and a tapping sounded, as of a hammer on crystal. Afraid that the spiral was going to shatter under Nish's attack, he bolted up the curving arm, which was thick with fog. The bottom of the arm was below ground here, so he was running on mud and earth. The arms curved around the obelisk twice, but it wasn't until he passed the terminus of another arm that he realized he'd gone up the wrong arm of the spiral. He pressed his nose to the wall. At the end of the next arm, a clot of vapor was swirling into a dark center. It had to be the portal. He felt an overwhelming rush of relief until something moved on the far side of it, human-shaped. Could it be the woman in red? It didn't move like her. "Is that Nish?" said Colm. "Don't think so," Flydd grunted, now regretting his shouted challenge. If Nish stood between him and the portal, he'd failed. He couldn't fight the God Emperor. The mist thickened until Flydd couldn't see anything, but surely Nish wouldn't risk himself. He would have sent a powerful Mancer to block the way. As he ran back to the centre, each of Nish's blasts was like hammer blows that shook the spiral, and it was growing hot from all that expended power. "It can't take much more, Colm, and neither can I. I thought you said the spiral would lock everything out." "Any normal attack, not an army with all the power of Reaper behind it." He reached the centre, where the portal should have formed, and entered the next arm, the correct one. Dozens of soldiers had pushed between the spiral arms and were attacking the sides. Others had climbed on top and were trying to smash it in with hammers and war axes. They grimaced and brandished their weapons at him, He tried to ignore them, but more troops were running up all the time, along with robed battlemancers and grim, grey-skinned scryers with wisp-watchers on their backs. They would be sending everything they saw to Gatherer, and Nish would see it more clearly than if he were here. Colm appeared, pointing the brassy knob-laggy at him. Treacherous Colm, and if he couldn't be trusted, no one could. Win or lose, you're all alone, Flydd. Yellow light stabbed from the knob-laggy to bounce harmlessly off the wall. Flydd put it out of mind and jogged on. Each spiral arm wrapped around the centre twice, so he had to make another 2 circles before he reached the end. Running through the sticky mire was exhausting. He could barely lift his feet. He dropped back to a walk, following the right-hand wall so he would know how far he'd gone, and trying not to look at the hundreds of brutal faces lined up along the outside. He felt like a rat in a maze, with his nemesis awaiting him at the other end. The fog was so thick here that he practically had to swim through it, swinging his arms and legs against its uncanny, clinging resistance. Flydd couldn't tell if Colm was still behind him. With the constant blows on the spiral, he couldn't even hear his own thoughts. He passed a scarred face he recognised from the previous turn, then Colm, who had his hands out as if pleading with him. Flydd turned his face away. It was taking so long. A couple of minutes later, he went past the same faces again, and then again, as though he were on a treadmill to nowhere. Nish's arts must have stretched the spiral arm out, or twisted it into an endless loop. Suddenly afraid, he broke into a run, squelching through the boggy mud, and finally broke into fresh, untrodden ooze. Whatever had been restraining him before had let him go. But why? He was nearing the end of the arm, dread growing with every step. It was darker here, for the end was completely surrounded by troops, each man trying to be first to smash a way in and claim the prize. Even the strongest mancery could be overcome by brute force, if enough of it could be brought to bear. It was Nish's strength and Flydd's weakness. He went on, step by slow step, holding his knife out. Seeing a moving shadow ahead, he went for it, and the white tip of his blade was just an ell from the man's belly when he recognised him. "Nish! What the blazes are you doing here?" Nish managed a slurred grunt. His eyes were dull, his arms hung limp. He looked as though he'd been drugged or spell-dazed. The mist swirled, and only then did Flydd make out the baby-smooth arm around Nish's neck, and the long face marred by that black excrescence on his cheek. It hadn't been Nish blocking him, but Vivimord. Vivimord had stopped him from opening the portal until he could get into position to take it. "Open it, Flydd," he said quietly. "So you can escape with Nish?" Flydd tasted the bitterness of abject failure. Why hadn't he realised who his real enemy was? "I'll destroy us all before I give in to you." "No one goes through the agony of renewal only to throw it all away. I've beaten you, Flydd. Open the portal." How Flydd wanted to wipe the twisted smile off his face. "You don't know me at all," he spat. He dared not attack Vivimord directly, for that would put Nish at risk. What if he blasted the portal wide open? It might create an opportunity to attack. The chance was slim, but he had to take it. Drawing the power of the chthonic flame from the white blade, he visualised the entrance to the Shadow Realm the way Recitafer had taught him, and hurled power into the misty vortex behind Vivimord. It faded from black to pearl. Vivimord moved towards it, dragging Nish with him. He wasn't struggling. Nish hardly knew he was there. Mist began to whirl into the vortex. The portal was creeping open, the Shadow Realm just a leap away. "Colm," Flydd said softly. "Here," came from directly behind him. "Be ready for anything." Though Flydd had little experience of portals, he knew that no two were alike, and that it was impossible to predict what would happen when this one opened. Might it suck them through, or would there still be some barrier to be forced before they could enter the Shadow Realm? "And after we go through," he added, "hang on to me." "Why?" said Colm. "Because after sickness will be so bad I might not be able to stand up." Opening a portal required a stronger art than he'd ever used before. The portal opened with a roar and freezing air blasted out, churning the mist. Flydd, blown off balance, slipped and fell. Vivimord let go of Nish and somehow, Flydd had no idea how, tore the portal from his control. Colm's face appeared through the wall. He pressed his knob-laggy against it and strained with all his strength, but fruitlessly. He stared at the knob-laggy in dismay, then tried again. Nothing. Flydd's heart stopped for a good 5 seconds, for he knew what it meant. The chthonic flame was overwhelming all other powers, and if the tears failed, even for a second, it could be catastrophic. The soldiers resumed their attack with greater fury. Flydd tried desperately to regain the portal, but he'd done too much too soon, with a body that still didn't feel like his, and he had nothing left. And Vivimord was too strong. He'd been healed at the cursed flame, and its power flowed in his veins. Those black flames still dripped from his fingertips. He was stealing the portal, directing it to some unknown destination, and Flydd knew he'd never get it back. In one last desperate effort, he snatched Colm's sword and leapt at his enemy, but Vivimord turned aside, casually tossed a loop of mist over Flydd, and pulled it tight around his neck. Nish was given a hard shove in the back and disappeared into the portal. He was gone, lost. With a tweak of Vivimord's fingers, the mist noose pulled ever tighter. Flydd dropped the sword and tried to force his fingers under the noose, but there was nothing to grip. It was as intangible as the mist it had been made from, yet it was cutting into his neck and crushing his windpipe. It was the simplest of spells, one that a journeyman sorcerer could break, but in his powerless state, Flydd could do nothing to save himself. "Colm, help!" he gasped, falling to his knees, but Colm had a silvery mist noose around his own throat. With ironic salutes to Flydd, to Colm, and to the sky palace high above, Vivimord backed towards the portal. He'd won. But then, as he was about to step into it, the mist stirred on the other side of the vortex, at the tip of the spiral arm, and a battered, mud-covered apparition staggered out. "Maelys," Flydd sub-vocalized. Vivimord looked up sharply, as if he'd sensed something, though Flydd still had the taffloid in his pocket, and it must have partly shielded her aura. Maelys had eyes for only one man. Her young features twisted. She sprang, raised an octopede fang high, and stabbed it into the middle of Vivimord's back. He staggered and fell to one knee, but she followed him down, pressing the fang in and twisting it as far as it would go. "Die, you cur!" she gasped. He swung at her, but she squeezed a sac attached to the fang. Yellow venom oozed out from around the wound in his back, and he squealed like a pig in a slaughterhouse. One swinging fist struck her in the face, and as she went down, the long fang tore free. Maelys collapsed, holding her jaw, which hung at an odd angle. Vivimord staggered 2 steps into the portal, his knees wobbling uncontrollably, and tried to close it behind him. The mist nooses turned back to mist. Flydd could breathe again. He drew on the power of the chthonic flame. It really hurt this time, and tried to stop the portal from closing. If he could hold it for another minute, the venom might bring Vivimord down. The zealot's left leg had buckled, and his face was distorted in agony, but he fought back, and the mist tightened around Flydd's throat again. He had to ignore it, had to hold the portal with his last breath. He strained, but instead felt the most extraordinary sensation, as if the spiral were being pulled apart. And it was. The 4 arms shifted slightly, then separated into a pair of 2-armed spirals. He was in one, Vivimord and Nish in the other, and there was no way to get to them. Vivimord's spiral spun until it became a blur and vanished. "They're gone," Flydd croaked, watching the mist noose drift away and dissolve back into the air. "We've lost Nish now. By the time Vivimord is finished with him, there'll be nothing left." The hammering on the spiral, which had stopped during the struggle, resumed in greater fury. "They're breaking through," said Colm, rubbing his throat. The red crystal wall was cracked in several places and could not last much longer. Flydd dragged a flask of chthonic fire from his pocket, unstoppered it, and forced the remaining portal open a crack. "Not yet, I'm not ready." There wasn't time to worry about voices in his head. The woman in red had been using him all this time, no more. He forced the portal wide open. "No!" she screamed again. Again, too late. A vast surge of force burned through him, as if he'd linked the tiny flame wisping up from the flask to the column of chthonic fire blasting into the sky. "I'm back," Flydd thought. "I'm a real Mancer again." He took a step into the portal, but remembering how quickly Recitifer had taken that fatal injury in the Shadow Realm, Flydd froze. "What's that?" mumbled Maelys, holding her jaw. Colm was staring up at the sky, open-mouthed. Flydd made out a massed scream of terror, so loud that it penetrated the solid walls of the spiral, and looked out to see the soldiers, Mancers, Scryers, and even Colm running for their lives. What had he done? A moving reflection flashed across the spiral, and the dreadful realization struck him. The Sky Palace, suddenly robbed of the power which held its enormous weight suspended in mid-air, was falling directly towards them, for the chthonic flame had overwhelmed the power of the tears which held it up. "Get out of the way, Flydd!"
shrieked Colm, heaving Maelys to her feet and trying to push into the portal. The army was doomed, and Colm as well, for the Sky Palace was going to smash the centre of the plateau to smithereens and blast everything off it in a hurricane of shattered rock. Not even the spiral could resist that kind of impact. Nothing could, but still Flydd hesitated. Without his own art, he would be practically defenceless in the Shadow Realm. He could not use the arts he'd been given by the woman, for they relied on the flame, and once he passed through the portal it would be beyond his reach. "Flydd!" Colm screeched. Was a quick death here worse than a lingering one in the Shadow Realm? He had only seconds to choose. Suddenly, with a scream of agony, she was in his mind, a part of him as she had been once before. "Thrice cursed fool, you'll owe me a lifetime of service for this." Flydd felt hot threads weaving back and forth across the centre of his head, as if those parts of his mind separated since renewal were finally being rejoined, and he felt more of his art return. "Go, you fool, I'm with you now!" The Sky Palace was hurtling down, directly at them. He wasn't sure he had enough art to survive the Shadow Realm, but she was within him still. She might. Holding the 2 flasks of chthonic fire out, he drew power and opened the portal the way he had learned from her. As Flydd stumbled through, he looked up. Moments before impact, a wing ray lifted off from the deck of the Sky Palace, a small figure riding on its back. Nish was abandoning his army, his servants, and even his mancers, and running for his life. The portal opened all the way, and Colm leapt through with Maelys. Flydd lurched after her, and the last he saw of Mistmurk Mountain was the Sky Palace thundering towards the flame, driving it back down the monstrous shaft, then slamming into the plateau so hard that it rifted it from one side to the other. The scene was obscured in a pool of mud, steam, dust, and the pulverized bodies of the God Emperor's entire imperial militia. 3,000 men. Colm and Maelys were tumbling head over heels ahead of him, carried towards the Shadow Realm's grim, thorn-wreathed entrance, through which Flydd could see shades swooping and revenants leering in anticipation. They looked even stronger than he'd imagined. He swallowed and tried to draw away. He wasn't ready. Neither his memories nor his art were coming back quickly enough. He felt her sigh of relief, at last, as she went with him, but then her horror as she realized where he was going. "Not there! What are you doing to me?" Pain sheared through his skull. The portal was torn from his control again. No, he thought, not this time. Whatever the woman in red wanted, he did not. He fought back, but she beat him off, wrenching the portal out of his grip. Way behind him he could just make out its distorted opening, wreathed in blasted chthonic fire. He drew on it, and the portal was his again. It snapped shut, and he felt her separate from him agonizingly, as if a healing wound had been torn open. "Not yet!" she screamed for the 3rd time. "Not there!" Lightning flashed all around, and the entrance to the Shadow Realm disappeared, replaced by utter blackness. Flydd felt more pain, worse than before, but this time it was her pain until her presence completely separated from him, and he felt her spinning away, her control slipping. She was falling out of the portal, lost, gone. He rolled over and over in the air. "Colm! Maelys!" No answer. He flashed by a woman's face, her face. She was clawing at a transparent wall from the other side, and he sensed her terrible anguish. "You failed me, you fool!" "And you used me," he snapped. "I saved you. Do you think I went through all this so you could leave me behind?" "What was I supposed to have done differently? Where are you anyway?" He was carried past and did not hear her reply, if she made one, and she faded from sight. He continued to fall through darkness for a long time, until, without warning, he went sliding across a smooth, cool surface and came to a halt not far from Colm. Maelys lay a few paces further on. A small pool of light bathed them, but beyond it he could see nothing. "Are we in the Shadow Realm?" whispered Colm. Flydd rolled onto his back. The floor was black and as hard and smooth as glass, and he knew where they were, though he had never been here before. It was the place he'd seen in her scrying cup down at the abyssal flame. Maelys sat up, holding her dislocated jaw with both hands. She frowned ferociously, then jerked hard and forced her jaw back into place, biting back tears of agony. "Where are we?" said Colm, getting up. "This doesn't look like the Shadow Realm, not the way you described it." "I'm dreadfully afraid," Flydd said haltingly, "that we've ended up in a far worse place." "Where?" mumbled Maelys. "The Nightland."
But, said Colm, isn't that... It's the place where the greatest of all the Charon, Rulka, was imprisoned for 1,000 years, and not even his genius nor his mansery could get him out. Part 2. The Tower of 1,000 Steps. 20. Save for the roaring green flames, and later the hissing, spitting white ones, Nish knew little about Vivimord dragging him up the stairs and halls of Mistmurk Mountain and out onto the plateau. Once there, Nish saw the zealot glaring at him, and the needle pricks in the back of his hand stung venomously. He tried to run, but his numb feet would not move. He fell, but felt nothing as he hit the ground. Later he remembered, though distantly, as if through a spinning hole, Maelys stabbing a curved fang into Vivimord's back, and him squealing like a pig. Nish would have cheered, had he been able to speak. His memories of the time after that were equally fragmentary, for Nish was too dazed by Vivimord's ensnaring spells. He vaguely recalled whirling through a black, empty space, then being pushed out into darkness, and smelling the humid odour of rainforest. A river poured over rapids nearby, and people were talking. The portal was still open nearby. He could hear air rushing through it all the while. Later he caught a glimpse of Vivimord, stripped to the waist, scrubbing frenziedly at the wound in his back. Nish's burned hand flared with pain. He gasped, and an elderly woman bent over him and spooned something bitter into his mouth. Her face looked familiar, though he could not remember where he'd seen her before. She began dressing the burn on his hand. 2 peasants with dirt under their fingernails hauled him to the portal, and he was carried to a stony hilltop where the wind blew wild and hot, though it was the middle of the night. The old woman was dressing his hand again, frowning at what she saw and muttering phrases over it. Despite her efforts, it throbbed all the time, save where he'd rubbed Vivimord's blood into it. Those patches were cold, prickly and unbearably itchy, but his other hand was strapped to his chest and he could not scratch. His wits felt dull. He was unable to follow any train of thought for more than a minute. The one thing Nish remembered clearly was that mortifying encounter with Maelys in the bedchamber. He'd thought she wanted him, and he had certainly desired her, until she broke Vivimord's enchantment and escaped. Clearly she, a slip of a girl, was a lot stronger than he was. "Maelys," he said, not realizing that he was thinking aloud. "How could I have been so wrong about you?" "It's too late for her," the zealot hissed in his ear. "She struck me, Deliverer. She's doomed to the most agonizing death in life I can come up with." Vivimord's teeth were bared. The blemish on his cheek was a darker purple than before, and he had a hand pressed to the fang wound. He winced, then slid his hand under his shirt and across his belly, where the skin crackled. Every day he seemed to be suffering more and less able to endure it. His eyes met Nish's. "The octopede venom makes it so much harder to bear, and I have no one to salve my ruined skin. Curse her for robbing me of Froon as well. Curse Maelys for everything." Nish didn't care how much Vivimord suffered, the more the better, but he thought it wise to hide his feelings. "I'm sure the old healer can soothe—" "No woman can ease my pain." He pressed the fang wound again, gasped, "Blood!" and turned away. Nish forgot him instantly, for he was still thinking about Maelys. After escaping Vivimord's enchantment, she must have killed an octopede, whatever that was, torn out its fang, and tracked Vivimord all the way up to the obelisk. To save him? Nish? Was there nothing she could not do? She put his own resolve, his own courage in the shade. "I can't fight him," Nish thought despairingly. "I haven't got the strength anymore." He'd lost the moral courage that had previously sustained him sometime during the decade of his imprisonment, and no matter how much he fought, no matter how many times he struggled to the surface, hopelessness always pulled him under again, like a sot trying to give up the drink. His resolve would last for a day, a week, even a month, but sooner or later his self-doubt became insurmountable, and the temptation to give up irresistible. Several days after his abduction, he was carried from the gate onto a patch of tough blue grass between 2 standing stones. A third slab was precariously angled across them. They were high in a mountain range Nish did not recognize, and the air was mild and dry. The peasants set him in the shade, and the old woman began to change his dressings, muttering a useless healer's charm over his hand and tshing under her breath. Nish let out a groan of misery, for he'd grown so used to her that he hardly noticed she was there. "What is it, Deliverer?" she said quietly. She hadn't spoken to him before, but now he recognized her voice. She was the old healer who had helped to rally the Defiance to him months ago. Nish could not remember her name. "I can't do it. I've tried to fight Father and Vivimord, but I fail every time. Even that victory I had over Father's army months ago was a lie. He let me win, just to undermine me even further. I can't fight on. I've got nothing left." Her eyes were clouded, yet he felt that she saw him clearly. She looked over her shoulder, laid her seamed hand upon his brow, and said quietly, "You must fight him, for the world needs you and only you can save it. Gather your strength and I'll help you when I can." Nish couldn't speak. The offer was as extraordinary as it was unexpected, and absurd. The healer was a spry old thing, but she couldn't be far off 80. She could not take on the mighty any more than he could. "I have a lover younger than you," she said with an impish smile. "Don't tell me what I can or cannot do, don't even think it." He remembered the smile. "You were the seer who touched me that day after we escaped from the labyrinth below Tifferfight. You helped to form the Defiance." "Indeed I did. My name is Tulatine, and without me there would have been no Defiance, for I read you and certified that you were indeed the son of the God Emperor, and I convinced the people to rally to you. In Monksheart's name," he said bitterly. "You were either his servant or his dupe. Always in your name, never in his. I had my doubts about Monksheart then, and subsequent events have confirmed them, but at the time there was no choice. No one else could have pulled the Defiance together in time. And now he's in charge again. Only until you're ready to take control, Nish. The moment you can find the strength within you, I'll help you to bring him down." She looked over her shoulder again and lowered her voice. "And it may not be long," Nish snorted. "That time will never come. I'm a hollow man, with an iron core. It's a little rusty at the moment, a trifle bent, yet once you learn to stiffen it, as you had to during the war, it will support you even in the worst of times. Remember your past, Nish. That only makes it worse. Not the heroic past you used to beat yourself with, but the time before that, when you were a craven youth, a greedy, unpleasant young man who had to learn to reach for the heights rather than wallow in the mire. Think about that youth, and remember how he turned himself into a man, and a hero, and only then remind yourself of your destiny and go after it." She was right. Too often Nish had compared his present tormented self to the commanding hero he'd been at the end of the war, and could only see how far he'd fallen. Yet when he thought about the youth he'd been before the hero, an unhappy prentice artificer in a distant manufactory, brutally flogged for his crimes, it was clear that he'd risen a long way. And if he'd done it once, surely he could rise again, if not by himself as he'd always tried to do in the past, refusing all aid, then with the help of those allies he had left. He looked up at her wrinkled old face. "You're right to chide me, Lady Tulatine. I am no lady," she said with a throaty chuckle, "but go on." "I will do it." Nish took her hand and pulled himself upright on his litter. She did not let go, and with her hand gripping his, Vivimord's hold slipped fractionally, and he felt a surge of courage. "Never again," he exclaimed. She raised a white eyebrow. "Never again will I succumb to the despair that is my enemy's closest ally," Nish said fiercely. "I will pretend to be compliant until I'm ready to strike, but all the time I will be working to undermine Vivimord and bring him down, and when he's gone I will become the deliverer, if that's the only way to topple Father from his throne, but I'll only do it on my terms. Yet should I succeed, I will not take his place. I dare not." She looked deep into his eyes, her own cloudy eyes reading him and gauging his resolve. "Yes, you can do it, Nish, and you must. For the world is in terrible danger, and neither Vivimord nor your father has the power to save it. You might not succeed. The odds are against you, and the fates give you just one slender chance, but you have to take it. Sleep now, gather your strength, but give no hint of your resolve. When he comes, pretend that you're fully under his enchantment until I say otherwise. Where is he taking me?" "I won't know until we get there." "What's happened to Flydd and Colm and Maelys?" "They are in dire peril, and I don't know if they'll survive. You can't depend on them, Nish. It's all up to you now." And she went out. Nish was taken through the portal twice more,
its entry and exit always in hot lands where the sun stood vertically at midday. They had to be in the far north of Laurelin, or whatever lands lay beyond it. He was in no hurry to reach their final destination, for whenever his prickling hand told him that Vivamord was approaching, Nish found his resolve shrinking to nothing. Only when the zealot had gone and Tulatine was close by could Nish find the strength to oppose him, to go on. Finally, the portal opened on a sloping hill at the edge of a sweeping curve of rainforest, and Vivamord stepped through, grimacing and rubbing his chest. The peasants carried Nish out, and Tulatine followed. Forested mountains lay all around, while down the slope a pocket handkerchief of cleared land was covered in thick blue-green grass. A pretty town, its cottages and meeting hall made of rough-sawn timber, nestled in the curve of a stream. It was raining gently, but the rain was blood-warm. Patches of mist drifted on the mountain slopes, and the air was so thick with humidity that it was stifling. Vivamord's face was creased with pain lines which grew deeper every day. How much longer could he endure it, Nish wondered, without Froon to salve his terrible injuries? The zealot touched Nish on the forehead. "Rise, deliverer, you're safe from your father at last. But not from you. Where are we?" Nish said haltingly, pretending to be groggy from the enchantment. "One of the few places on Santhanar where your father cannot reach, or at least where he has not taken the trouble to do so. The hidden land of Gendrigore." "Gendrigore?" Nish repeated. "Never heard of it." "It lies at the northernmost tip of Laurelin, bracketed between the cities of Turanta and Fankster. Grendigore is a peninsula, but it might as well be an island, since the only way to reach it is via the track across the mighty mountain chain called the Spine, which separates Grendigore from Crandor and the rest of Laurelin. This land cannot be approached by sea. It is entirely surrounded by cliffs, and the currents that race past them are impossible to navigate. It is equally difficult to come at by flapper or air floater on account of the treacherous updrafts, the deadly storms, the exploding volcanoes, and the impenetrable clinging mists. "It sounds like the end of the world," said Nish. "It's a poor land, far from civilization. Gendrigore has no cities to speak of, and few resources save wood and grass, neither of which can be carried out over the Spine. Father will still have spies and watchers here. A few, but it's as good a place as any to plot the return of the deliverer." He gave Nish a piercing glance. The healed skin on the back of Nish's hand prickled, but the enchantment must have been weaker today, for he felt a wild urge to strike the zealot in the face. Nish restrained himself. He must give nothing away until Tulatine said the word. He trusted her, and until then he would be compliance itself. "Indeed," he said. "I know my duty to the world. Father must be overthrown, and I'm going to do it." "Excellent! But you let me down in the mountain," said Vivamord, rubbing his chest and screwing up his face. "Why would you not mate with Maelys and give me what I wanted? Surely you did not find her that unpleasing?" Nish, resenting the implication about her, said stiffly, "It was Maelys who fled, not I." "Yet I sensed reluctance in you, and when I sent young women to satisfy you months ago, you rejected them all. The deliverer must be seen to consort with women, Krill Nish. Nothing else will do. In public. Yet, if your private tastes lie in another direction—" "They don't," snapped Nish. "I was grieving the loss of my beloved Irisis." "After 10 years?" Vivamord exclaimed. "That is beyond the call. Time stood still while I was in Father's prison. I could not truly grieve until I had my freedom. But I'm done with that now. I've accepted what I cannot change. It is time to live again." "Splendid! I'm sure the young women of Grendigore would fight to besport themselves with the deliverer. May I send them to your bed?" Lust flared, and despite everything, Nish could not resist it. Besides, he reasoned, somewhat conveniently, Tulatine had told him to be compliant until she gave the word. "You may," Nish said curtly, "as long as they in no way resemble Irisis." The days went by, Nish occupying himself with long walks through the surrounding forest and along the nearby sea cliffs, savouring the quiet and solitude. He had regained his strength and health now, save for his burned hand, which was stiff and still painful. He did not think he would ever have full use of it, and whenever Vivamord approached, the skin prickled and he felt that familiar dullness behind his temples,
which told him that the zealot was reinforcing his enchantment. Vivimord was, however, having unexpected difficulty in recruiting a new defiance. The people of Gendrigore had welcomed Nish and Tulatine, but they were suspicious of the brooding zealot, and few would listen to his rhetoric, which elsewhere Nish had seen sway multitudes, or his subtle threats. They were a peaceful folk who had little interest in the outside world. They had heard of the Deliverer, of course, but the God Emperor did not interfere in their lives, and they saw no compelling reason to march against him. Vivimord's manner grew ever more agitated. There were black circles around his eyes, and he was constantly touching the wound on his back, and the crisped skin of his chest and belly, as if the pain could never be assuaged. One night, Nish was shocked out of his sleep by a furious bellowing. "Let me go! Let me go at once, or I'm going straight to the Deliverer!" It was still dark, though it could not be long until dawn. He rolled onto his back, frowning. Vivimord's voice had lacked its usual arrogance. He sounded like a man caught out and trying to bluster his way through. "We caught him blood-handed, Mayor," said a male voice Nish did not know. "It were poor Tildy the milk lass this time, throat cut, just like the other two. Swine was on his knees beside her, catching her blood as it were a-pumping out and a-rubbing it over his face and chest. Should have took his head clean off his shoulders. I should have done that." Nish sat up, feeling sick, and began to dress. A youth had been killed on their second night here, and a young woman the night after that, and both had their throats cut. Still under the enchantment, he hadn't thought much about the murders, but the accusation made sense. Previously, Vivimord had only been able to obtain relief from the agony of his ruined skin, seared by the touch of the tears when he'd saved Jalnish at the Battle of Gumby Marth all those years ago, by covering it in tissue leather made from the flawless skin of a youth or a girl. Froon's blood sacrifice at the cursed flame had restored Vivimord and given him the smooth skin of a child, but only hours later Maelys had attacked him with her taphloid, striking him on the cheek and burning that egg-sized excrescence there. In his agony he'd fallen directly onto Reaper, which had blistered his chest and belly like crackling on a roast pig. Blood must be the only relief left to him. Fresh blood. And since Froon was no longer around to give up his own, Vivimord had been stalking the innocent and defenceless. Nish thrust the flap of his tent aside and strode out barefoot onto the wet grass. Two men held pitch-covered torches high, the wood flaring and spitting sparks in all directions. Another two, burly woodsmen, were dragging Vivimord behind them, tied hand and foot to a long pole, its lower end cut through the sodden grass, leaving a wavering trail of mud in its wake. The zealot's face was stained with red, so was his shirt, and the excrescence on his cheek was thick with smeared blood, as if he'd anointed himself there. Townsfolk and farmers ran towards them from all directions, carrying torches. "Deliverer!" Vivimord spoke in his most commanding tone, and there was much of the art in it too. "There's been a dreadful mistake. Order them to set me free. The very future of the Defiance depends on it." Nish's hand prickled, and his forebrain went as dull as if he'd been drinking all night. He could feel Vivimord's art beating at him, and the familiar shrinking inside. He didn't have the strength to fight him, and besides, he now realized, the accusation had to be a terrible mistake. He was about to say so when Tulatine laid her hand on his left arm. "Don't listen to his lies, Nish. This is the moment you have been preparing for all this time. The hour when you must take command." Her damp grey hair straggled about her shoulders, and she looked haggard, though her gaze was as resolute as ever. Barkeen, the mayor, came running up with his gilded rod of office. He studied the prisoner, smacking the rod into the palm of a meaty hand. He was a cheerful, stocky, mustachioed man who had made Nish welcome from the beginning, but he did not look cheerful now. The pressure in Nish's mind eased, and he knew that Tulatine was right. Now was the hour, and if he could just resist Vivimord's enchantments, the zealot was finished. "I can resist him," Nish told himself. "I must, and I will." "Deliverer!" Vivimord said commandingly. "Order these simple fools to let me go. They've got the wrong man." He must have employed more art this time, for again Nish began to disbelieve the charges, and even Barkeen seemed to be wavering. The torchbearers formed a circle around the prisoner on his pole, and the townsfolk a larger circle around that, frowning and muttering among themselves. "What is this?" Barkeen held his rod of office across his chest like a shield, and his knuckles were white.
Why have you trussed up the Deliverer's most trusted adviser?
We found, began the taller of the woodsmen.
You cannot touch me, hissed Vivimord. I am the Deliverer's man, and he is a guest in your country. Therefore the laws of Gendrigore do not apply to me. Order them to release me, Nish.
It was hard to resist his entreaty. Nish felt like a sapling bending before the gale of Vivimord's art, and if he tried to fight it, he would be torn apart. But Nish met Tulatine's eye and remembered what she'd said about the core of steel within him, rusty on the outside but still strong at the centre. He imagined it running up his backbone, stiffening it, and spoke deliberately, precisely. The laws apply to you if I say they do. Nish folded his arms across his chest and prayed for the strength to defy his enemy. Vivimord reeled on his pole, the bloody excrescence on his cheek swelled.
Deliverer,
he said warningly. Tulatine touched Nish's right shoulder. The pressure eased.
And I say they do,
Nish burst out while he still had the strength to speak.
Mayor Barkeen, I place Vivimord's fate in Gendrigore's hands.
Barkeen inclined his head in acknowledgement.
What are the facts of the matter?
He asked the men holding the pole.
Since the second slaying 4 nights ago, we took it upon ourselves to keep watch,
said the shorter of the 2 torchbearers, a burly man clad in nothing but knee-length canvas pants. He had the muscles of a blacksmith or a bull wrestler, and his chest was covered in black hair with small charred and frizzed patches burnt through it. Definitely a blacksmith, Nish thought.
We heard a cry down behind the old dairy, the smith went on, and caught the devil at it. He had poor Tildy down, her throat cut from ear to ear, and as the innocent blood pumped from her, he was a-rubbing it over his face and belly, and a-crying out like a man doing the business with a woman, if you take my meaning.
That's a lie! Vivimord roared. He must have realised that he was losing command of them, for he attempted to draw himself upright on the slanted pole and said, with most of his old authority intact,
It was I who found that man at it on my morning constitutional.
He pointed a blood-stained finger at the smith.
He took the girl by force, then killed her to avoid being found out. It is he who must be put to trial, not I.
This time there was such art in his voice that Nish was swayed, and so were all the townsfolk. He could see their faces hardening, their eyes swinging from Vivimord to the burly blacksmith. Even Nish, who knew that most of Vivimord's power came from his art of rhetoric, could not bring himself to disbelieve. He was about to order Vivimord released when Tulatine said quietly, Vivimord is covered in blood, yet the blacksmith hasn't a trace on him. How could he cut the girl's throat without getting blood all over him?
He did it from behind, said Vivimord, after he'd had his lustful way with her.
There would still be blood on his knife hand.
Not if he was skilled at killing, not if he were quick.
You know a lot about the business of killing. Tulatine's voice was so low that everyone had to strain to hear, but it was all the more effective for that.
I fought at the God Emperor's right hand during the war against the Lyrinx.
There was a sharp intake of breath from the crowd. And perhaps you serve him still, Tulatine said silkily. Blacksmith, take us down to the body. The smith let go of the pole, which was taken by another man, and led them silently across the sodden grass to the stream, which partly encircled the town, and thence along it to a roofless stable set among tall trees, its wooden slab walls sagging with age and rot. Within a set of cow bales, on the manure-covered earth, lay the sad remains of Tildy the milking girl. Beside her body was an overturned stool. A dangling rope was still tied to the bales, where the beast she had been milking at the time of her death had broken away.
Keep back!
Tulatine bent to inspect the body, the patterns of blood, and the footmarks on the ground. The girl has not been taken by force or otherwise. Her killer came up behind her and cut her throat while she was milking, and you're the only man with blood on him, Vivimord.
The killer must have washed himself in the stream, said Vivimord,
straining to use his art, but it no longer seemed to be working. There are no marks down the bank. No one has washed themselves here today.
Further along, then. He could have bathed anywhere.
There hasn't been time. The body is still warm. And the cry was heard when? Tulatine wasn't looking at the blacksmith, but at the taller man holding the pole.
Not half an hour ago, he replied.
He was dark-featured and prematurely balding,
And we found the knife he used to kill poor little Tildy."
He held out a wavy-bladed weapon made from black metal. It was smeared with damp blood. "The knife is his," said a voice from the crowd. "Vivamord always wore it on his right hip as he strutted about our town like an arrogant rooster, knocking honest, hard-working people out of his path. Someone stole it last night," Vivamord said weakly. The power of his voice was diminishing with every new piece of evidence, as if he was losing confidence in his art. Tulatine now stood tall, her old eyes blazing, fighting him all the way.
"There are bloody finger marks on the hilt," said the balding man. "And look at his hands. They're huge. I'll bet you can match the finger marks to him."
Two men forcibly folded the fingers of Vivamord's right hand around the hilt, and everyone crowded around. His fingers fitted the blood marks perfectly. "It proves nothing," said Vivamord. "Lots of men in town have big hands."
"Not like yours," said the balding man. "We've got workers' hands. Your fingers are creepy, like a long-legged spider."
"And there's blood under his nails," said Tulatine. "The girl's blood." "I bent over her," said Vivamord, "trying to save her life." "Any man who saw as much death in the war as you did would have known that Tildy's wound was fatal. Draw up his shirt, lads."
"Get away from me!"
Vivamord's eyes were darting this way and that.
"I can't bear to be touched."
"Yet you held your victims down while you cut their innocent throats from behind. Do it." The balding man drew Vivamord's shirt up all the way. It made a tearing sound. The townsfolk surged forwards again. His chest and stomach were thickly coated with dried blood, and where the blood-stained shirt had been torn away from his skin, it was revealed to be hideously thickened and scarred, with criss-crossing cracks that wept clear yellow fluid.
"Well, Nish, Deliverer," said Barkeen, "the evidence is clear against Vivamord, and he is your man. What are you going to do about his crime?"
21.
"He's not my man," said Nish. "He brought me here under duress, yet you're known as the leader of his defiance."
"Deliverer!" Vivamord extended his bound arms as far as they would go and ratcheted up his art. "This accusation is a vicious lie. An enemy has set me up for this crime to prevent you from ever casting the blasphemous God-Emperor down. You know you cannot succeed without me." Nish felt his confidence faltering, for it could be true. Jal Nish might have set this up. Was there any place on Santhanar his power did not reach? And what if Nish did need Vivamord to help overthrow his father? For the good of the suffering people of the world, he could ignore this one crime, couldn't he? After all, Tildy was dead. It didn't matter to her. I don't know. I must think for a moment."
"Then think swiftly," snapped Barkeen, "and not of your bonds with this man, whatever they may be, nor your goal to overthrow your father. Think only of justice for poor Tildy, who did no one any harm."
Nish nodded stiffly and walked into the forest. Dawn was breaking. He knew what had to be done deep down. But what if he were wrong? "You've dealt out death aplenty in battle, Nish, and I dare say slept soundly afterwards. Why do you shy at delivering justice?" Tulatine's voice came from the deep gloom between two gnarled trees which leaned towards each other to form an inverted V. Nish jumped. "I will not become my father." "I never heard that what Jal Nish meted out was justice." "You know what I mean." "I don't believe I do. Father has tempted me unbearably over and again. You cannot know how he whispers in my mind, offering me the things I want most in all the world." "I know exactly what you want, Nish. You long for wealth and authority, the love of beautiful women, and most of all, respect. You want people to look up to you for all you've achieved, but you're terrified of failure and of their contempt." His stomach clenched. "How do you know me so well? Are you a sorcerer who can extract the secrets of the innermost mind?" "You said it all in your fever months ago, and I can read your every thought on your face, and in what you say and do, or don't do. Like dealing with Vivamord, now you have the chance." Nish ignored that. Before he could accept her help, he had to confess his deepest desire and his greatest failing, the one which, were it offered to him again, He did not think he could refuse. That's where he'd gone wrong last time. He'd kept it secret, and it had grown until it almost overpowered him. Father holds Irisis's perfectly preserved body in a glass coffin in his palace of Moraloon, and he told me that if I came back to him, he would restore her to me. Tulatine stiffened in the gloom, then reached out and put a hand on his shoulder. Can the profane tears give him the power to reach into the shadow realm and even below that? She said thickly. It cannot be. No one can come back from death. She was shaken, which gave Nish pause for thought. Flydd had also said that it was impossible to raise the dead, but what if Nish could restore Irisis to him? His heart soared at the thought, even as he recoiled in self-disgust for being seduced by it. Necromancy is the greatest abomination of all, and yet you're swayed by what it can give you, Tulatine said icily. Be very, very careful, Nish. I'd thought better of you. If you can consider such depravity, you're closer to becoming your father than I'd realized. That is why I shrink from dispensing justice to Vivamord, he said quietly, because I fear what will come of it. How should justice be dispensed, Nish? Nish hesitated, for he knew she was going to disagree with him, and why, but it had to be said. In Vivamord's case, deep in the forest and well away from watching eyes, a swift slash across the throat, the way he killed the girl, then a pyre to burn the body to ashes, and the ashes scattered to the winds. You are very wrong if you think justice can be done in secret. Justice must be public and impartial. Else it looks like revenge and only inspires more killing. If it's done publicly, Father will hear of it. He has spies everywhere, even here. He will make Gendrigore suffer 1,000 times over for the justice meted out to Vivamord. But he and Vivamord are enemies. Tulatine came out from behind the trees. Yet Vivamord once saved Father's life at great cost to himself, and Father does not forget such things. If you deal with Vivamord in secret, Gendrigore will believe that you let a depraved murderer go out of weakness. That could fatally undermine the deliverer. Are you trying to talk me out of it? I merely point out the consequences. It's up to you to make the choice, and you must do it at once. I dare not kill him as he deserves, Tulatine. You know how power tempts me. I dare not take one single step on the corrupt path. Nish put all thoughts of Irisis firmly behind him. Yet neither can Vivamord be allowed to go unpunished. He trudged back to the scene of the murder, oppressed by the thought that, whatever his choice, ill would come of it. He walked up to the mayor, looked him in the eye, and said, in a carrying voice, Vivamord's crime was against Gendrigore, not me. He will be tried according to the laws of Gendrigore. Vivamord protested his innocence all the way back to the town green, and exerted his art ever more powerfully, until Nish felt dazed from it, and ordered that the men dragging the pole have their ears blocked, and everyone else keep out of earshot. He stayed well behind, and once away from the zealot's influence, Nish had no doubt that Vivamord was guilty. What form will the trial take? He asked Barkeen on the way. In matters such as this, the accused is tried by ordeal, said Barkeen. If he survives, he is acquitted and will be expelled from Gendrigore. And if he does not survive, then clearly he was guilty. Swift, summary justice, and Vivamord was such a monster that Nish could not disagree. And yet... You look troubled, said the mayor. Do you doubt our justice? Not at all, Nish said hastily. The law is the law, and I know from experience Vivamord's character. Few will regret his passing, if he is convicted. But I should warn you that he was once the right-hand man of the God-Emperor. What is that to us? And Vivamord saved Jalnish's life. If he is harmed, the God-Emperor could well seek retribution. I see. The mayor paced off across the grass, mud squelching up between his bare toes. Nish watched him go, feeling anxious for these kindly people. They had treated him well, yet, isolated here by cliff and mountain and impenetrable forest, they could not imagine the depravity of those who fought to control and dominate the outside world. Jalnish might well hate Vivamord for his betrayal, might well seek to kill him to end the threat to his own reign. Yet if Gendrigore put Vivamord to death, it would be made to pay. Nish wished he'd carried out his original intention, but it was too late now. Barkeen was gone a long time. Perhaps he was consulting the town elders. The sun had risen before he came striding back, anxious but determined. "The laws of Gendragore stand," he said abruptly. "The spine has protected us for twice 1,000 years, and we do not fear your god, Emperor. Bring the prisoner to the sea cliffs for trial." Vivimord was dragged off, bound to his pole, cursing them in a low voice. Again Nish felt the power of the zealot's mansory, and feared he might yet sway the peasants to let him escape. "I would stop his mouth," Nish said quietly to Barkeen. "Vivimord's chief sorcery is in his voice, and few people can resist for long." "I can feel it working on me." Barkeen gave the order, and Vivimord's mouth was filled with rags so he could not utter a sound. Then 2 gags were bound tightly over them. "They will have to be removed for the ordeal, Nish. The trial must be fair. The accused must be allowed to speak." He strode off. The men dragged Vivimord towards a path through the forest in the direction of the sea cliffs. The townsfolk followed. Tulatine came up beside Nish. "Would you take my arm, Nish? I'm feeling my age this morning." Nish did so. "What is a trial by ordeal?" "It's an old form of justice long abandoned in more civilized lands," she said as they headed after everyone else. "Some say that proving a man guilty or innocent by ordeal is just like tossing a coin, but I think otherwise. Destiny also sits at the judgment table, and given a choice between the ordeal and trial by the corrupt jurors of the God Emperor, I know which I'd choose." After walking for half a league or so, they emerged from the forest onto a sloping strip of land covered in scrubby, thick-leaved bushes and small trees, then onto a band of grass and herbs. Beyond that was the bare rock of the cliff edge. The sun was just visible over the forest behind them. At least 100 people had already assembled on the rock, and more were coming along the cliffs and emerging from other paths through the forest. There were storms out to sea, and lightning flashed along the horizon. Nish smelt salt and rotting seaweed, and heard the crash of waves breaking on the cliffs far below, and the echoing boom as the swell rolled into sea caves. The sky was overcast and looked like rain, but then it always looked like rain in Gendragore. A number of tall tripods were mounted along the cliff edge, made from tree trunks. Each had a wooden arm extending out over the edge, from which was suspended, on a plaited rope, a large wooden basket with a bamboo floor and an umbrella-shaped bamboo roof. Each rope ran up over a rolling block at the end of the arm and down to a hand winch fixed to one of the legs of the tripod. "They're fishing baskets," said Tulatine. "The fisherwomen are wound down in their baskets until they're a few spans above the water. They lower their lines and crab pots into the water and wait." "Doesn't sound like much of a life," Nish murmured. "Life is what you make of it. They can talk to each other, watch the ever-changing seas and the colours of the sky, lie back and think, sleep. What more could anyone want? It's very exposed. The rain is warm here and the breeze is mild. What if the rope breaks or a gale dashes them against the cliff? Then they'll die, as we all must someday," she said sharply. "Life is dangerous, Nish, whether you're a cliff fisherwoman of Gendragore or a lapsed hero on the run from an all-powerful father and his own crippling self-doubt." He avoided her eye. "How does the trial by ordeal work?" "I expect we'll find out soon enough." The trial proved simple and dignified. When everyone had assembled, the mayor simply said, "Let the trial of Vivimord, also known as Monk's Heart, begin." 2 sturdy, black-haired young women swung the arm of the nearest tripod in. A third, who could have been their mother, wound the winch and lowered the hanging basket to the ground. A bamboo door was unfastened and swung open. The 3 women joined a fourth, who was small, old, and wiry, the grandmother perhaps. They untied Vivimord from the pole, keeping his wrists and ankles bound, and his mouth stopped. "The trial is carried out by those most injured by the crime," said Tulatine. "In this case, the women of Tildy's family." They hauled Vivimord to the basket, his feet dragging, and pushed him inside. He did not deign to struggle, though his dark eyes shot apocalyptic fury at them. Never had Vivimord been treated with such contempt, and he could not bear it. The women said no word as they followed him inside, lashed his wrists to the side of the basket, and fixed a thin rope around his waist. The other end was tied to the floor. The youngest woman and the oldest remained inside and closed the door. The other two began to raise the basket with the winch. It took many turns of the winch handle to lift it, but they did not falter for a moment. "It is a matter of pride that they do not give way to human weakness during the trial," said Tulatine. "No pain, no weariness may delay the ordeal, for that would be an ill omen." "For someone who didn't know what was going on a while ago, you're very well informed," sniffed Nish. "I spend more time watching and listening and less talking." Her acid tongue reminded him of Flydd, and again he wondered what had happened to him and Maelys, but that was fruitless. Once the basket was several spans above the ground, the winders locked the winch and heaved on ropes to swing the tripod arm and the basket out over the cliff. It began to swing back and forth in the wind. They tied the arm in place and began to lower the basket towards the sea. The work was easier now, but they kept up the same steady pace at the winch. It took a good half-hour before the basket was lowered to the point where the ordeal would take place, some 50 spans below them and a few spans above a huge swirling whirlpool, one of a line of 3 formed between clusters of toothed rocks by a racing current. This whirlpool was 10 spans across and 2 or 3 deep, and its perimeter was flecked with creamy foam. The women in the basket raised their right hands. The woman at the winch locked it, then signalled to the mare with their closed fists. Barkeen gestured to the assembled townsfolk along the cliffs, drew his head back, and walked to the brink. After studying the basket, the whirlpool, the sea and the sky, he held out his right hand, palm downwards. Nish edged closer to the brink. He did not like cliffs, but he wasn't going to take his eyes off Vivimord for an instant. The 2 women cut the ropes around the prisoner's ankles and his wrists and opened the door. The older woman held Vivimord's knife pressed against his back, while the younger cut the gags. They were taking no chances with him. Vivimord spat out the rags, and his roar of fury echoed up the cliff. He lunged at the older woman like a striking snake, trying to hurl her out the door. She must have expected it, for she slashed him twice, once across the excrescence on his cheek, and again in a zigzag pattern down his scarred chest. Black burst from the excrescence like an exploding bubo. Blood poured down his chest. She pressed the knife to his throat, his free arm hooked through the side of the basket, while the younger woman held him back with the rope. "The symbolic cuts," said the mayor. "A cheek for a throat, if you like. Yet he lives so that justice can be done." "Jal Nish owes his life to me," Vivimord bellowed, using no rhetoric this time, just naked, quivering rage. The back of Nish's hand throbbed. "He once swore an oath that he would never see me harmed, and he will send an army to avenge this insult. Jal Nish will see Gendre Gore wiped from the face of Santhanar and its people sold into everlasting slavery." Vivimord threw out his arms as if to cast a mighty spell, but the younger woman sprang, kicked him in the back with both feet, and sent him flying out. He plunged down towards the whirlpool, trailing the rope, and hit the water with a tremendous splash. "If he is carried down and drowned," said Tulatine, "he is proven guilty. The rope is there so the body can be checked for signs of life. Should the whirlpool cast him out, he is judged innocent, and the townsfolk will haul him up again." Vivimord bobbed up and floated for a second, spread-eagled on the spinning water like a 4-legged spider, with the rope trailing up from the middle of his back. He slowly rotated towards the centre of the whirlpool, reached it, and was sucked under in an instant. One of the women in the basket let out more rope until it lay in loops on the whirling surface. Several loops were drawn under. Nish realised that he was holding his breath. No one spoke, anywhere along the cliffs. The wind had died away, and the humidity suddenly became oppressive. How deliciously cool it would be in the water. There came a concussive thud, then a pink dome of water formed at the centre of the whirlpool and expanded upwards until the whirlpool's motion had been cancelled and the sea surface went flat. The dome kept expanding, rising, and Nish made out a figure rising with it, propelled upwards at fantastic speed. Vivimord burst up from the water dome as if flung by a mighty hand, slowly rotating in the air and trailing blood from the stumps of his legs, which had been sheared off below the knees. His mouth was wide open and he was screaming, though no sound could be heard. He described a spiral through the air like a seal thrown by a leviathan of the sea, the broken rope trailing behind him and his blood making a ragged curtain of red. A vast creature thrust its streamlined black head up through the collapsing water dome. Nish could not tell if it were a shark or whale or something else entirely, but as Vivimord spun down, it caught him by the thighs, shook him back and forth as a terrier shakes a rat, and hurled him upwards, almost to the height of the fisherwomen's basket. Vivimord came tumbling down again, screaming shrilly, and the sea creature snapped at him again. For a moment, Nish thought its jaws were going to close over Vivimord's head, which would surely be proof of his guilt if any more were needed, but he gave a convulsive jerk, turned right side up, the vast maw slammed shut, and bit him off above the knees. The leviathan seemed to nod in the direction of the watchers on the cliff, then submerged silently. Vivimord, now making a dreadful cracked screech, spun in another loop, blood spraying from his stumps. His agony-etched eyes fixed on Nish and the mare and Tulatine, and he cried, "Revenge eternal until the very pit of the abyss cracks open!" then smacked into the water. Nish's restored hand burned as fiercely as if it had been thrust back into Reaper. At every point where Vivimord's blood had touched the water, a cloud of red fog formed, and the clouds spread and grew until they merged and he disappeared beneath them, save for his up-thrust fist. Nish's left fist clenched so tightly that he could not open it. He shuddered, then the fog billowed up to conceal all. When it dispersed, a minute or two later, there was no sign of the zealot. Someone sighed. The woman holding the wavy-bladed knife dropped it into the water. Then everyone else on the cliff line cried out in unison, "The maelstrom of justice and retribution has spoken. Vivimord was guilty and is paid the price." Flecks of red foam revolved on the surface of the water. The women at the winch slowly wound the basket up again, and everyone headed back to the town green for Tildy's funeral rite and the wake to follow. Tulatine remained at the top of the cliff, staring down into the green water and frowning. Nish, burning fist clenched in his pocket, went back to her. "What's the matter? Don't you feel that justice was done?" "Few would argue that Vivimord has suffered a just punishment." "But," said Nish, "there is no body." "There seldom is when people drown at sea. With mances as powerful as Vivimord, one must always check the body, and then burn it to ash and scatter it to the winds, as you said earlier." His unease grew. "After all that, you still don't think he's dead?" "The body can't be recovered, so there's no proof that he is. Even more disturbing, the whirlpool, which has existed for hundreds of years, is gone." Nish hadn't noticed that, but she was right. The whirlpools further up and down the coast were spinning exactly as they had always done, but of the maelstrom of justice and retribution there was not a trace. "Then we'd better get ready for war," he said grimly. 22. Maelys lay on her side on the cold floor, surrounded by flakes of dried mud, trying to erase that image of the Sky Palace smashing into the plateau. She could not bear to think of all its crew and all those soldiers wiped out in an instant. Though they were servants of the God Emperor, they were also human beings with families. Having lost her own clan, she could feel for their tragedies. And after all she'd done to reach the portal in time, she had failed to save Nish or to take Vivimord down, or end dead Froon. She had a feeling that the 5 spectres liberated when he'd been consumed by the chthonic fire would be worse than he had been alive or dead. Why 5? Was that a product of the black arts Vivimord had used to animate his corpse? Nish was lost, no one knew where, and all her differences with him had dissolved once she'd seen the torment in his eyes in the bedchamber, the pain of being controlled by another. Nish had been so deeply in the zealot's thrall that she could not see how he would ever escape from it. And if Nish was the only man who could bring down his father, what hope was there? Only one.
It was more urgent than ever that they find the antithesis to the tears, and that meant reaching the Numinator. She rubbed her aching face. Having spent her childhood helping the clan healer, Maelys had known how to fix a dislocated jaw, but it would be painful for a long time. She sat up, and the pool of grey light illuminating her shifted slightly. She could still see Flydd, but only Colm's boots were visible now. Around them, nothing could be seen save the black, glassy smooth floor extending in every direction until the darkness of the nightland obscured it. "I thought you were supposed to be crippled with after-sickness, Flydd," said Colm. His voice sounded odd here, as if he were further away than he looked.
"I expected to be," said Flydd. "Don't know why I'm not."
"Xervish," Maelys said, feeling a trifle breathless. "I'm really worried about Nish."
"So am I," said Flydd, "but there's no way of finding him."
"He looked like a zombie," said Colm. "Vivimord must have broken his mind." He did not sound upset about it, which strengthened Maelys's growing dislike of him. "He's a lot stronger than you think," she snapped.
"That he is," said Flydd. "I've stood beside Nish in many a struggle, and I've had no more reliable ally."
Colm scowled and changed the subject. "What happened to the chthonic fire when the Sky Palace crashed?"
"I'd say it was sealed into the depths under a plug of molten rock," said Flydd. "Trapped forever."
"I saw a woman on the way here," said Maelys thoughtfully. "She was clawing at the clear wall, trying to get in. Was that your woman in red?"
"It was."
"She looked terrible."
"She's afraid."
"What of?"
"I don't know. The portal was meant to bring her here, evidently, but I didn't know that. When I directed it to the Shadow Realm, she took it from me and brought it here instead, but couldn't get to the portal in time."
"Why did she want to come here?"
"When I was briefly in her mind, I saw something I wasn't meant to see. Some kind of phantom hunting her, a creeping thing of white shadow and black fire, constantly changing its form. I've never heard of anything like it."
"I hope it can't get in here," said Maelys, rubbing her cold arms.
"I hope so too," said Flydd. "Though I've got a good bit of my art back now, and I'm starting to think I might regain the rest in time."
"Xervish," Maelys said uneasily. "Rulka isn't still here, is he? I'm sure I've read—"
"No, he's long dead. He was freed from the Nightland by Tensaw the Arkim some 220 years ago. Tensaw had waited more than 1,000 years to take his revenge. He was a brilliant man, but an even bigger fool. He killed Rulka, and that folly has been shaping the world ever since. Had Rulka survived, the Lyrics would never have gained a foothold on Santhanar. There would have been no war, no scrutators, and no God-Emperor."
"And I would never have lost my heritage," said Colm.
"You would not have inherited Gothrime in the first place."
Colm sat up and glared into the darkness. What's the matter with him now? Maelys wondered. Where is the Nightland anyway? And how do we get out?
"I don't know to either question," said Flydd wearily. "It was created by the Council of Santhanar, the greatest Mancers of the ancient world, as a prison to trap Rulka, the most powerful Mancer of all time, and hold him until they could find a way to put an end to him. The Council were learned men and women who had devoted their long lives to the art, and they had far more power than I do. It's said that they made this place from a fold in the wall of the Forbidding, an intangible barrier which closed Santhanar off from the perils of the void."
Why did they want to trap him?
"Many reasons, some noble, others base. The Charon were few. Only 3 of them are known to have come to Santhanar, but mighty, and they lived for thousands of years. Just 100 of them, the 100, took the Arkim's world from them, and the conquest would never have succeeded without Rulka. He was a threat to Santhanar too."
"What happened to the Nightland after he was freed?" said Maelys, rubbing her jaw, which ached every time she opened her mouth. Her rudely bandaged calf was even more painful. "Did the Council leave it in place?"
"As I recall the histories, and I haven't got all my memories back yet, the Nightland collapsed after he went free."
Flydd frowned.
"No, that must have happened later on, for the tale of the mirror says that Rulka returned here briefly. As scrutator, I was required to know the histories by heart. especially the banned ones, like the tale of the mirror. Who banned that tale? Said Colm. It's a matter of personal interest to me. Why is that? Asked Maelys, picking dried mud out of her hair and flicking it away. I don't see it's any of your business, he said coldly. It was like a slap across the face. Why did he feel so betrayed? She had never given him any reason to think she cared for him other than as a friend, but clearly he'd hoped otherwise. Damn him. It was lucky he'd revealed his true, harsh and moralistic colours early. I'd like to know what your personal interest is, Colm, said Flydd. Leanne of Chanthed wrote the tale of the mirror, said Colm, and he married Caran, a distant cousin of mine, after they, died. My branch of the family inherited the estate. Leanne was a great teller, wasn't he? Said Maelys. I remember father talking about him when I was little. He made himself out to be, Flydd said darkly, though he's now known as Leanne the Liar. Not by everyone, snapped Colm. My family never believed that story, nor the one about Caran Kinslayer. I don't see why you're taking it so personally, said Flydd. They've been dead 2 centuries. You've got to forgive and forget. I never forgive an injury, grated Colm, giving Maelys another cold glance. Then you'll always be shackled by your own bitterness, said Flydd. But since you've asked, the tale was banned because the Numinator ordered that it be banned, presumably because Leanne the Liar made parts of it up or changed them to suit himself, and the scrutators obeyed the Numinator's orders without question, or else. He grimaced and rubbed his chest, where a deep torture scar from the time he dared to inquire about the Numinator had reappeared after renewal. I suppose the council maintained the Nightland in case they recaptured Rulka, Maelys speculated. Not all this time, said Flydd. Why not? Said Colm. Because he's long dead and so are the Mancers who created it. It doesn't make sense that the Nightland still exists. Maybe it will just go on forever, said Maelys, resting her throbbing jaw on her arms and closing her eyes. Nothing lasts forever, said Flydd. Everything fails and dies in the end. It took mighty arts to create the Nightland and more power to keep it in existence for all the centuries that it was Rulka's prison, so why is it still here? He got up and paced around in a circle, hands clasped behind his back. The puddle of grey light followed him, leaving her and Colm in the dark. Why didn't it collapse to a singularity 2 centuries ago when the forbidding was broken? Maelys couldn't have cared less. She wanted to sleep for a month. Something must be maintaining it, said Colm. That would take monstrous power, said Flydd, and not even the God Emperor has power to waste. Maelys heard Colm walk away with quick, anxious steps that did not echo. She sighed. After the pursuits, terrors, torments and betrayals of the past days, she found the Nightland peculiarly soothing. It was chilly, but she was used to that, for Niflheim Manor had been high in the mountains. Cold was better than heat. She took a quick sideways glance at Flydd. His jaw was clenched, but he did not speak, for which she was grateful. She craved quiet and solitude until her shredded nerves could repair themselves. Before she left home, the forests of her family estate had provided a much-needed refuge from the constant bickering of her mother and aunts. Perhaps the Nightland could provide a similar solace. Maelys lay on her back and rolled from side to side, allowing the cold to ease her overheated muscles, feeling her pulse slowly return to normal. They were safe from Nish and Vivimord. Nothing from the real world could touch them here. Flydd would find a way out, and there was nothing she could do to help. She pillowed her head on her arms and closed her eyes. Flydd was still breathing heavily as he tried to recover his equilibrium. 9 years he'd spent trapped at the top of the plateau where one day, even 1 year, had been as uneventful as the next, until Nish had appeared just a few days ago. Flydd's world had been turned upside down. The time since then had been one crisis after another, and he was finding it hard to cope. Amance's mind was least affected by renewal, for the brain could not be remade from scratch like the rest of the body. That was his problem. He had a strong, middle-aged body that he was slowly growing into, but he still had the mind of an old man. And there remained blanks in his memory, particularly to do with the woman in red. Why had she come to him? He felt sure it had not been an accident. Could she have picked him out long ago, even planted the idea that had brought him to Mistmurk Mountain to do something that she could not and bring her here? And he'd failed her at the critical moment. So what would she do now? Colm came pacing back. Maelys was asleep, a little mud-covered ball. He scowled. "Why are you so hard on her?" Flydd asked quietly. "Without her courage and determination, we could not have escaped." "I salute her courage and determination," Colm said, tight-mouthed, "but I cannot forgive her methods or her morals. I once thought, well, I know better now, after what she did with Nish." His face twisted in disgust. "She's the most calculating woman I've ever met, and she's bound herself forever to the God Emperor. I hope she's satisfied." Whatever Maelys wanted, and whatever she did in pursuit of it, was no business of Flydd's, but even so— "Colm, you're a bloody fool." "What are you talking about?" Colm snarled. "Maelys isn't pregnant. She made up that lie to save her family." Colm drew in a sharp breath. "I don't believe you." "I was a scrutator on the council," Flydd said simply. "One of our unsung arts was telling truth from falsehood, and I was better at it than most. Maelys is an honest, truthful person, and she hated making up such a sordid lie. But she's a loyal daughter and sister, and there's nothing she won't do to save her family." Nish was a scrutator too. He believed her. He wasn't a full scrutator long, and only briefly. He never had our training. Besides, he's desperate for a grandchild. He wanted to believe Maelys, and after all she's done to defy and thwart him, he's developing a grudging admiration for her. He realizes she's a worthy partner for the son of the God Emperor and a suitable mother for his grandchild. "So she's safe then," said Colm sullenly. "She would be if she were pregnant, but once Nish discovers she's not, he'll crush her no matter what her other qualities for deceiving him. Once we return to the real world, she'll be in peril of her life. Maybe we should leave her here until the job is done." Flydd stared at him. Maelys isn't a bag of treasure to be hidden. He reached over and shook her by the shoulder. "Wake up, we can't stay here." "Like it here," she said sleepily. "Nice and quiet, cool, no flame." "We've got to find the way out before it's too late." "Tomorrow." "We've got to look now. My portal will have weakened the barrier around the Nightland, but it will soon repair itself, and the longer we take, the harder it will be to get back to the real world. Assuming we can." Flydd wasn't entirely sure that there was a way out. Taking the 4 containers from his coat, he lined them up on the floor. First the white crystal phial containing the trapped cursed flame, followed by the abyssal flame in its square stone bottle, and lastly the oval and pyramidal green ice flasks containing the freezing chthonic flame. The green ice condensed from the chthonic flame showed no signs of melting. Inside the flasks, the white fire swirled, glacier slow and glacier cold. Maelys sat up, combing the hair off her face with her fingers. "What are they for?" "I don't know yet." "What do you mean by too late?" "The Nightland was the most secure prison ever built, and a mancer of my talents, considerable though they once were, should never have been able to make a portal to it. I would not have had the woman in red not forced my portal away from the Shadow Realm to here." "But she didn't get in, did she?" Maelys peered into the dark. "No, she didn't get in," said Flydd. "Then she can't harm us," said Colm. "Can't you get us out the way you got in?" "The Nightland was designed so no one could get out. There may be no way to open it from inside." Flydd got up abruptly. "Let's go for a walk." Maelys followed Flydd and Colm across the black floor for 10 or 15 minutes, but they might as well have been standing still for all the difference she saw. The Nightland was utterly featureless. It had no walls, no roof, no landscapes, structures, or furnishings. She stopped, looking around anxiously. "I don't think we should go any further. What if we can't find the way back?" Flydd kept going. "The barrier that walls the real world off from the Nightland touches all points of it equally, so it should not matter where we are." "What's that?" said Colm, moving carefully to the left. Flydd let out a sigh and followed. Maelys hurried after them. About 30 paces away, a transparent device of wheels and levers, wires and glassy plates hung in the air. Flydd prodded it with his fingertips, and they went straight through. The histories tell that Rulka built all manner of devices here, trying to find a way out, and to make war on his enemies once he did. Virtual devices formed from the fabric of the Nightland, like blueprints in 3 dimensions. That's how he designed his construct. What's a construct? Asked Maelys. A metal conveyance that could create its own portals and jump from one part of Santhanar to another. The Arkim built constructs on Arkan, said Colm. Thousands of them came to Santhanar through a portal when Arkan was being destroyed by volcanoes. But they did not invent them, they merely copied Rulka's, and imperfectly. They continued, seeing other suspended devices every now and again. Some were large and complex, and seemed almost real, while others appeared mere afterthoughts, which hung in the air as thin as smoke. I could use a drink, said Colm. My throat tastes like dried mud. Splash. Maelys, now a few paces ahead, had walked straight into a waist-deep pool. The chilly water stung her injured calf. It was black, motionless, and seemed thicker than normal water, for it barely rippled as she moved. She climbed out hastily. Black droplets wobbled through the air, taking ages to fall, and skidded across the floor in globules like spilled quicksilver. How could I have missed that? She said, irritably flicking drops away. It wasn't there, said Flydd. She stared at him, hands on hips. What are you talking about? The Nightland was designed to keep its prisoner alive for as long as he lived, so it had to provide water, food, and air, if nothing else. Colm wanted water, therefore it appeared. Colm scooped a handful of the dark liquid and held it up. It quivered on his palm, and he looked at it askance. I'm not drinking that. It's a trifle black, I admit, smiled Flydd. But what would you expect in the Nightland? I'm afraid to expect anything, muttered Colm. Flydd dropped to his knees by the pool, gathered a double handful, and drank noisily. It has a slight taint, but I'm sure it's not harmful. I'm not. Colm tasted the water very tentatively, then shrugged. But if there's no way out, what does it matter? He drank deeply and washed his face and hands. I'm starving, he announced loudly. I'd like a grilled rump of young buffalo with mustard and pepper, a mug of dark ale, and a plateful of those nut and honey pastries Mother used to make when I was little. He looked around expectantly. Flydd chuckled. It doesn't work like that. We're in a prison after all. Whatever it provides for us will be nourishing, but I doubt it'll be tasty. Maelys went back to the pool. The globules were hard to swallow and made her burp, sending a host of tiny droplets soaring out of her mouth and away. Pardon me? She said politely, then giggled and turned her head, firing more droplets in a soaring arc. She crouched under the water and scrubbed the worst of the mud off. They continued, and shortly came to a low oval table, as black as everything else in the Nightland, on which sat 3 loaves of bread, plus platters, knives, and a large black mound with a strong, yeasty smell. I'm not eating that, said Colm, staring at the mound. It looks like a flapperter's dropping. Flydd, unperturbed, sat on the floor and extended his legs under the table. Maelys's mouth flooded with saliva. She sat opposite, drew one of the loaves towards her, and began to cut neat slices from it, as if serving guests at Niflheim Manor. She passed 3 slices to Flydd. Thank you, he said gravely, inclining his head to her. She pushed a platter of slices towards Colm, who ignored them, then took a single slice for herself and bit into it. It's not as good as we had at home before. Maelys stopped chewing as the memories flooded her and had to wipe her eyes. It hasn't got much flavour. Try the black stuff, said Flydd, watching her like an emperor his food taster. She felt like retorting, try it yourself, but dug the knife into the mound. It had a soft consistency, like butter, so she spread it on a corner of her slice and tasted it. Yuck, she said, swallowing without chewing. It's horrible. But nourishing, said Flydd. Pass it over. So I'm your official taster now, am I? Said Maelys. Someone's got to do it. He spread the black paste thickly on his slice, took an experimental bite, gagged, and swallowed hastily. Delicious! Liar? It's absolutely disgusting. I've eaten worse. After they'd finished, Flydd lay on his back beside the table. Before I attempt the portal again, I've got to rest, but my mind is too full for sleep. Has anyone got a tale to divert me?" "You both know my story," said Maelys, "but we don't know Colm's." He glowered at her. "Why don't you mind your own?" "An excellent idea," Flydd interposed smoothly. "Tell us your story, Colm. Down at the abyssal flame, you gave me just the bare bones." "The tale is so bitter I can scarcely bear to begin it," said Colm. 500,000 families were dispossessed during the war with the Lyrinx, and they all have bitter tales. My family dwelt at Gothrime for more than 1,000 years, Colm said, tight-mouthed, and we were robbed of it. Maelys's family held Niflheim for just as long, and her entire clan is dead or scattered. Why is your tragedy worse than hers? She can go back, but Gothrime Manor and all its land, poor though it is, has been given to others. Maelys can't return while the God Emperor lives. You're holding out on us, Colm. Flydd didn't look curious, merely expectant, as if he already knew what Colm was going to say. Gothrime? He repeated. The name was vaguely familiar to Maelys, in the way that hundreds of places she'd heard about were. You know all about it, Colm said fiercely. The scrutators knew everything. They had the tale of the mirror band. That was long before my time, said Flydd. Later, the tale was rewritten to correct certain grievous inaccuracies inserted by the teller. I'm told that Lian the Liar was a most unreliable narrator. He was the greatest teller of all, Flydd shrugged. What's it to you anyhow? Gothrime belonged to Caran Fyron, and she was the heroine of the tale of the mirror, as it was originally written. My ancestor Malcolm, 9 generations ago, was her distant cousin, and never expected to inherit anything. It should all have gone to Caran and Lian's children. Until she murdered them, and Lian too, Flydd said softly, then killed herself. Caran Kinslayer, she's been called ever since. She was no heroine. That was another of Lian's lies. She broke the forbidding, or caused it to be broken, which brought the Lyrinx to Santhanar and began the greatest of all wars. No wonder her name and Lian's are among the most reviled in all the histories. Your family gained no honour from inheriting Gothrime. It's still tainted to this day, said Colm softly, and so is my family name. But Gothrime is my heritage. You won't get it back while the God Emperor remains in power. It's not my only heritage, and I'll gladly accept your aid in recovering the rest. Flydd frowned. You're asking for my aid? I've done all you asked of me, and I'd thought I'd earned a little consideration in return. Evidently not. Flydd sighed. Long ago I vowed to help overthrow the God Emperor, Colm. Surely you realise that must come before any personal matters, no matter how pressing. But do go on. He sounded as though he was humouring Colm. Caran was left a treasure by Phylamor, the leader of the Phylum people, just before she led them back to her own world of Talalame. Ah, yes, said Flydd, his eyes lighting momentarily. Phylamor's fabled trove. I've wondered why it was left to Caran. Phylamor had done her a great wrong and wished to atone for it. Well, that's what the original tale said, Flydd conceded. 2 angry red spots appeared on Colm's cheeks. Phylamor left the remaining treasures of her people to Caran, and that trove lies under a perpetual concealment in a cave in Eliodore. An ebony bracelet handed down the generations will dispel the illusion and reveal the treasure. I'd like to see it, said Flydd, with rather more interest than before. Where's Eliodore? Asked Maelys. It's on the eastern side of the Isle of Meldarin, said Flydd. Eliodore is a rugged, forested land north of Durkad, between the mountains and the sea. Do you have the bracelet, Colm? Mother gave it to my sister Catilla. She was 3 years older than me, but my family were lost in a Lyrinx attack not long after I met Nish. I told you that. Then the bracelet is lost or destroyed, said Flydd. I imagine so. But surely with your powers you can dispel illusions. You're asking me to abandon the struggle against the God Emperor to help you find a few trinkets? Again, Maelys got the impression that Flydd was toying with Colm. You have to hide until you're fit to take him on, said Colm. You can hide in Eliodore as well as anywhere. You've got a nerve, said Maelys. We're supposed to be finding the Numinator, not fighting your battles for you. Flydd raised a hand to her. Go on, Colm. You can dispel illusions, can't you? Colm looked pathetically eager now. Many illusions, if my powers come back fully, though a perpetual illusion created by the greatest illusionist of all is another matter entirely. But Colm, Phylamore's treasure trove is mentioned in the histories, and therefore thousands of people must have known about it over the past 2 centuries. Even its location in Eliodore, in the ridge and valley land called Dunnet, must have been identified long ago.
No one else knew the location of the cave, or even which valley it lay in, said Colm. There are millions of caves in Dunnet.
Or Caran Kin's slayer would have taken it, said Flydd, before she went mad and slaughtered her family.
It was always said in our clan that she spurned the gift of her enemy.
A rumour she may have put about herself to conceal the treasure from marauders.
I'm sure it's still there, Colm said heatedly. Will you help me?
Do you know the location of the cave?
The secret was told to me when I was a boy.
And you still remember where to find one small valley among thousands in a trackless wilderness?
Flydd said with a trace of scorn.
Eliodore must be 200 leagues from Banador. Have you ever been there?
Once, when I was little. I'm sure I can find it, and I'll know the place when I do. It has one particular, he shivered, landmark that can be found nowhere else, if it still exists after all this time.
Are you going to tell me what it is? Said Flydd, clearly intrigued.
Maelys was too, but Colm had that familiar tightness about the mouth and jaw and the fixed look in his eye that said he wasn't going to say. It was the first thing that had struck her about him, how closed off he was. His past was a nagging thorn that he might never get over, even if he recovered the treasure trove.
I've got to have it, Flydd, Colm said,
with your help or without it. Our line has been tainted since Caran's time, and I've lost my family and my estate. This is the only thing I've got left.
I don't even know if the portal spell will work here, said Flydd.
But if you can make it work, why not head for Eliodore? It's the perfect place to hide while you regain your art.
Flydd was breathing heavily. Perhaps I will. Phylamore's fabled trove, what Manser wouldn't want to set eyes on that.
Maelys thought there was an odd, greedy tone to his voice.
Surely not. Assuming we can get there, Flydd continued, portals can only be opened in a few special places.
But surely Phylamore's cave is a special place, said Colm.
Not necessarily a special place for portals. Eliodore, said Flydd uneasily. That reminds me of something unpleasant. He walked around the table several times. No matter. Whatever it was, it happened long ago. I can't think about this now, Colm. Losing Nish has thrown me, and I don't see how we can defeat Nish without him.
We were going to find the Numinator, Maelys pointed out. That's why you took renewal in the first place, Xervish.
Ah, yes. Flydd didn't look pleased to be reminded. And the Numinator must be approached carefully. It may have been weakened by Nish's rise, but it will not be powerless.
How do you know it still exists? Colm burst out. This quest seems like a waste of time to me.
My deepest scars, the ones that survived renewal, still throb at intervals the way they used to when I was tortured. The Numinator is still alive, all right, and it guards its privacy jealously.
It may have fallen under Nish's control by now.
I don't think so. At the end of the war, just after he reappeared so shockingly, I mentioned the Numinator to Nish in passing, and he didn't know what I was talking about. Not being on the inner council, he had never been told that most secret of all secrets. And the Numinator would have had plenty of time to hide itself after the nodes were destroyed. So how do I get to it? He mused. And survive.
23. What if you offered the Numinator something it wanted badly? Said Maelys. Calling the Numinator it felt strange, yet there were many intelligent, non-human creatures in the void, and it appeared not long after the forbidding, which protected Santhanar from the void, had been broken.
I've already thought of that.
Flydd pressed his hand against the bottled flames in his inside pocket.
These are a magnificent gift for any Mancer, even one of the greatest. A source of power unaffected by the destruction of the nodes. What secrets may be uncovered by a diligent study of these uncanny fires? Dare I give them to the Numinator, though? Will the gift gain us a boon in return, or be used against us? The gratitude of Mancers is unreliable at the best of times.
Don't I know it?
Colm said pointedly.
You can agonize for the rest of your miserable life, Flydd, or you can just get on with it.
The future of Santhanar is at stake, Flydd flashed. I'll decide what to do in my own time.
Can you tell us anything about the Numinator? Maelys asked hastily. Where did it come from? What does it do? What does it want?
The Council never knew, though the Numinator's great age argues either for someone with blood from one of the longer-lived human species, that is, Archim, Phalem, or Charon, or a Mancer who has taken renewal, and more than once, or a non-human creature that entered the world at the time the forbidding was broken. If Chief Scrutator Gore knew its origins, he told no one, and the secret died with him. All we knew was that the Numinator created the Council of Scrutators nearly 150 years ago out of the Council of Santhanar, which had existed in one form or another for thousands of years. The Numinator shaped our council to its own purposes, of which only one was winning the war.
What were its other purposes? Asked Colm.
It wanted to control Santhanar, though not to exercise power over it. The Numinator was never interested in power for its own sake. It required the Council to collect information on every single person in the world, their ancestry, looks, family traits, habits, talents, and gifts, and compile it in registers.
What for?
Said Maelys curiously. Nothing she heard about the Numinator made sense. No one knows, said Flydd. A copy of each register was placed in Gore's strong room in the Scrutator's hidden bastion, Nennefer, and from there it vanished. However, I did learn, by means I won't go into, that the Numinator dwelt in the frozen south at the Tower of 1,000 Steps.
Where is that, anyway? Said Colm.
It lies on the forbidden island of Noom, in the middle of Kara Agel, or Frozen Sea, an Antarctic wasteland so bleak that only ice bears and seals, walruses and snow leopards can survive there. A few trappers and prospectors cross in and out in the brief and bitter Antarctic summer, but no one winters near the Kara Agel.
Save the Numinator.
And perhaps ice runs in its veins instead of blood. Flydd shivered and pressed a hand to his chest again. I most passionately don't want to go there. Though my torture was half a century ago, I can still feel the scourges flaying the flesh from my body for daring to speculate about the Numinator.
It may have given up by now, said Colm.
It has held to its plan for at least 150 years.
It could be dead.
I don't think so, said Flydd. He looked at Maelys. The thought of Noom arouses terrors that you cannot imagine, yet I must go there sooner or later. The Numinator knows the histories better than anyone on Santhanar, even Nish. If there is an antithesis to the tears, that's where we'll find out about it. But not now. I've got to sleep. The way may be clearer in the morning. He looked around. Ah! Maelys followed his gaze and saw, about 20 paces away, a simple straw mattress, like Flydd's former bed in his amberwood hut on Mistmurk Mountain, covered in a single blanket. A good distance to the left, a black replica of Colm's bedroll lay on the floor, while further off stood a wooden bed identical to the one Maelys had slept in when she'd been a little girl. It even had the same patchwork quilt her mother had made. Tears formed, but she didn't brush them away. "Good night," she said, and headed towards the bed, her only hope of comfort in an alien world. It was smaller than she remembered, but Maelys didn't try to imagine it differently in the hope that it would change to fit. She crawled under the covers, pulled them up around her ears, gave a little sigh, and fell instantly asleep. Maelys did not dream, so far as she was aware, but woke feeling restless, having no idea how long she'd slept. Flydd was flat on his back, with his legs spread and mouth open, snoring. Colm lay on his side in his bedroll, knees drawn up to his chest and an arm wrapped round them, a revealing posture. Was he unconsciously trying to protect himself, or to keep the world at bay because he could rely on nobody but himself? Colm wasn't her problem. Sliding out of bed, she walked away from the dim illumination that surrounded them. The floor was cold under her bare feet, but being still warm from bed, she found it soothing and stimulating. At a point where Maelys could just see the twin glimmers on Flydd and Colm, she began to pace in a great circle around them. She needed to walk, but dared not lose sight of them, else she might not find her way back. On her second circle, Maelys thought she heard a faint call. She looked back to the lights, but they were not moving. "Hello?" This time it was clearer, a rich male voice, though it sounded far away. An attractive voice, she thought, trustworthy. She searched the blackness for a sign of the man who had spoken, but the nightland remained as impenetrable as ever. She didn't answer. "Who are you?" Or was the voice in her head? She couldn't tell. Maelys kept silent, for it occurred to her that the nightland must exist for a reason. It might be used as a prison for all manner of desperate scoundrels. Why else would someone expend all that power to maintain it? She took a few steps into the darkness, in the direction from which the voice seemed to be coming. "What's your name?" He didn't sound like a villain. His voice sounded young, gentle, and, well, nice. Maelys wasn't foolhardy, though, and such impressions could not have carried her another step towards him, except that he also sounded lost and terribly lonely. She knew those feelings. She'd suffered them since childhood, and she felt for him. She checked on Flydd and Colm again. She must have gone further than she'd thought, for they were just small points of light in an infinite blackness. "What's yours?" she said softly. "I'm Ember," he said in a rich burr. "Ember." Maelys tried to roll her R's the way he had. She liked the name. It sounded safe yet strong. "Where are you?" She went slowly forwards, still wary, taking no risks. "This way." A point of light appeared in the distance. "Please come." She stopped. She wanted to see him, but dared go no further. "I'll get lost." He gave a cheerful chuckle. "You can't get lost with me as your guide." "Are you a prisoner?" Her voice quavered. "No, but I am trapped here." Maelys believed him. She just knew he was telling the truth. She continued, step by step, and when she finally came to her senses and looked back, Flydd's and Colm's lights had disappeared. That shook her. She turned in a full circle, but there was nothing to be seen save Ember's beckoning glimmer. Was he telling the truth? She believed so. Could she trust him to guide her back? She hesitated, coolly analysing her feelings for the least uncertainty, the tiniest unease. Feeling none, she went on. Maelys walked through the dark for a long time, and every so often the small glow illuminating her touched other virtual contrivances hanging in the air to left or right. She gave them no more than a passing glance. Their design and purpose was unfathomable. As she went on, the light grew steadily, and shortly she made out a pretty little cottage with lights streaming through windows all around, surrounded by a low fence. Flower gardens luxuriated on either side of the path to the front door, while behind she made out a vegetable garden, fruit trees, and a small forest fading into the night. It would have been beautiful, had all not been in shades of nightland black. She stood at the front gate, afraid to go further. It was made of old, weathered wood. She ran her hand along it, and splinters dug into her skin. It felt so real, so homely, yet Maelys was not such a fool as to think it might not be a trick. The stuff which made up the nightland could be formed into any shape that could be imagined, if one had the art for it. "What is your name?" His voice was much louder now. She could hear it properly rather than just inside her head. He might have been standing on the other side of the door. "Maelys?" She spoke in the barest whisper. "Such a pretty name. Come closer, Maelys, so I can see you clearly." She didn't move. "How did you know I was here?" "I smelled your perfume from a league away." "I'm not wearing any." "You smell like the most beautiful perfume in the world." What a romantic thing to say. Maelys imagined that she smelled of sweat, mud, swamp creeper, and perhaps even a trace of froon, but she was touched nonetheless. No man had ever said anything romantic to her before. Yet as soon as he saw her, all ragged and grubby and dressed in boy's clothes, Ember would realise how wrong he'd been. "Come inside," he said. Maelys was well brought up and wary. She was not that smitten. "Come out where I can see you." The door opened. She swallowed, licked her dry lips. For a moment she was blinded by a flood of warm yellow light, the one thing in this place that wasn't black. He stood in the doorway, a silhouette against the light. Then the door swung shut behind him, and he came slowly down the steps. He wore only a kilt fastened about his waist with a fabric belt. He was tall, which she liked, but not too tall, which she also appreciated. He had broad shoulders and a strong chest, a narrow waist and long legs. His hair was dark, curly and worn long, which she was not used to in a man, though she conceded that it looked right on Ember. He was handsome and strong, yet she had been right about him. He had a kind face. The moment he saw her, his eyes widened and he stopped in mid-step, staring. "Is something the matter?" said Maelys. "You're not what I expected." "Oh," she said dully, thinking him disappointed. He'd expected a tall, elegant princess, as was his due, not a small, grubby girl who was inclined to be buxom. He looked her up and down, drinking her in and marvelling at her. "It's not what you're thinking, not at all. You're beautiful, Maelys." It wasn't flattery. He meant every word. She bit her lip. This was too much. Was she in some weird nightland dream? If she was, she didn't want to wake from it. But then she thought, how many girls does he know? If I'm the only one he's met, it's no wonder. "What are you doing here, Ember?" "I was born in the Nightland, so I can never leave." "Never?" she cried involuntarily. "Poor man." She leaned forwards, staring at him just as avidly, and gained the impression that he was reconsidering a previously made plan. "Unless someone takes my place." She took a hasty step backwards, thinking that it was a trap after all, but he was staring into the distance, sadly, pensively. "How do you know?" she said. "My mother told me a very long time ago that I could only be freed from the Nightland if a woman took my place. I was too young to understand what she meant, and Mother never came back to explain." "Is that why you lured me here?" Maelys said coolly, getting ready to run, though she had no idea which direction to take to find Flydd and Colm. What a fool she'd been. She should have realized it was a trap. "I didn't lure you," Ember said sadly. "I merely called you and you came. I used no magic at all." Yes, you did, she thought, the most irresistible magic of all. But she said, "I'm not as big a fool as I look." He slumped on the bottom step and put his head in his hands. "I knew this would go wrong. I don't know anything about people." He looked up at her. "Maelys, I would never ask you to take my place nor try and trick you into doing so. I was born here and I can survive in the Nightland if I must, but it would destroy you." "But," said Maelys, "I'm not unhappy here, for I know nothing else, but I'm terribly lonely. Yet if I had to live my remaining years here, I can endure it." She believed him, and it was so sad that her eyes stung. It was such a waste. She pushed the gate open and went a step along the path before stopping. "There must be a way to get you out." He looked up at her. "Only the way I mentioned, by an exchange with a young woman. The rules which govern the Nightland were embedded within it when it was created, and nothing can change them. You'd better go, your friends are calling you." Maelys couldn't hear anything. She stared at his broad chest, feasting herself on him. He was everything her romantic soul dreamed of, the perfect mate, save that he was trapped here forever. "There must be something I can do." She could not think of a thing. "There's nothing. Please don't mention me to your friends." "Why not?" "My mother has a terrible enemy, one who will not hesitate to harm me if it ever finds out where I am. No one must ever know about me." It was the last thing she had expected him to say, and she could not doubt his sincerity. It drew her closer to him. She wanted to tell him of her own enemies, her own desperate flight, but did not want to add to his troubles. "All right," she said reluctantly, and turned to go. "Wait!" He reached out to her. "Will you swear it?" "I swear that I will tell no one about you." "Thank you. And there is one other thing," he said softly. "Of course," she said without thinking. "Would you kiss me, Maelys? I've never kissed a woman." Danger signals went off in her head. Was this what he'd been aiming for all along? If she kissed him, would it trigger a spell that would trap her forever and allow him to go free? But why would he need a spell? He could leap up and catch her in a few bounds. "Nor I a man," she said, went towards him, knowing she was a reckless fool, but she wanted this more than anything, and for once she was going to give way to her feelings. He stood up as she drew near, staring at her with an intensity that sent shivers up her spine. He held out his arms and she went into them. He ran a finger along the line of her jaw where it was swollen, and she flinched. Ember frowned and carefully turned her head to one side and back, touching the bruise with a fingertip. "Someone struck you." "A very evil man, but I attacked him first, and I got him too." "Even so." Ember laid the flat of his palm on the bruise, and the pain faded away completely. He did not question her, but bent his head and kissed her on the mouth, and she yielded to his arms, still half expecting it to be some hideous trap, but quite unable to resist. He did not kiss her passionately, it was just a delicate, lingering brush of the lips, yet it was more sensual than any touch she could have imagined. She pressed herself against him, clinging to him, only dimly realizing the hardness growing between them. Ember arched away at once, and she tried to push herself against him, seeking the comfort of human touch, but he let go and stepped back, looking down at her with those soft brown eyes. "Thank you," Ember said. "I will never forget you, Maelys, but you must go at once. I'm protected here, but you are not." "But—" She rubbed her tingling lips, wanting more. "Go quickly," he said hoarsely. "That way." He pointed over her shoulder. She saw moving lights in the distance. She looked back at him, wanting him more than she had ever wanted anyone, but with a wave of his hand, the cottage, the gardens, and the forests vanished. And so did Ember. Who was he? And why was he trapped here? There were no answers. Maelys stumbled back towards the lights, more alone than she had ever been, and terribly afraid that she would never see him again. 24. "That was foolish," Flydd said as she met them, though he did not seem angry. "Whatever possessed you to wander away?" "Sorry," Maelys said distractedly, trying to control her face so as not to make him suspicious. "I woke feeling restless. I needed a walk." He was smiling and seemed so much more relaxed than before. "No harm done. The sleep has done me good. I think I know a way out of here. Let's see if we can find one of Rulka's virtual devices, the right one." "Which one?" "The model for his construct. He couldn't use it to make a portal and escape because he didn't have the power." "Why not?" "He could make objects from the matter of the Nightland, but they would always remain part of it, for Rulka could draw on no power that did not come from here. But I can." Flydd held up the pyramid-shaped ice flask. Chthonic flame swirled lazily inside it. "It took a gigantic column of white fire to break into the Nightland," Colm pointed out. "And even then you barely managed it. How'd you expect to get us out with that piddling flame?" "I was opposed by Nish and Vivamord, if you recall," Flydd said mildly, "and I'd never done it before. But if we can find Rulka's virtual construct, the most subtle engine for making portals that has ever been devised, the tiniest amount of power should suffice. The chthonic flame trapped here ought to be enough for several such portals, and that's just as well if we're going to Eliodor first." "But you said—" began Colm, confused. "I've decided I'm not yet ready to face the Numinator. A trip to Eliodor would give me the chance to grow into my renewed body and get it fit for the task. By then the rest of my memories may have come back too, and hopefully my arts." They searched for what felt like a day and a night, though Maelys found it impossible to keep track of time here. It did not seem to run the way it did in the real world. Flydd inspected all the virtual devices they'd encountered previously, and every other one they came to, but none proved to be what he was looking for. Maelys, footsore and too weary to stand up, sat on the cold floor, unable to think of anything but Ember. 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 In his arms she had felt complete for the first time in her life, and all she wanted was to be there again. "What's the matter with you?" said Flydd, staring down at her. "You're mooning about like a love-struck calf." Colm laughed cynically. "Nothing," she lied. "Just tired." Flydd walked away, rubbing the stubble on his jaw, then stopped abruptly. "Wait," he cried. "I remember now." "Remember what?" asked Maelys, afraid of what he might be thinking. An important detail. Rulka escaped from the Nightland after Tensor exploited a flaw in it, trying to lure him out so as to kill him. But Rulka was too strong. He got away, returned briefly to the Nightland, and Karan Kinslayer and Lian the Liar ended up here as well. I'd prefer that you called them Karan and Lian, Colm said stiffly. We know what murdering scum the scrutators were, and to my mind they were the liars when they rewrote Lian's tale. Most of them anyway, he added hastily as Flydd clenched his fist. Whatever keeps you happy, Flydd said coldly. The tale states that the Nightland was collapsing, and there's no reason to doubt Lian him, in this matter at least. Over time, the Nightland had leaked power into the void, and at the end there wasn't power enough left to sustain it. He frowned. What's the matter now? Said Colm. I repeat my earlier question. Why is the Nightland still here 220 years later, seemingly as vast and whole as ever? Perhaps it's a new one just recently made. Not with all Rulka's relics in it. This is the original Nightland, sustained for all this time at an incalculable cost of power. Why? To protect Ember, who was trapped here, Maelys thought, but dared not say so. If she mentioned his name, Flydd would go after him and try to use him in some way. She felt terrible, keeping such a vital secret from Flydd, but Ember was already in danger and Flydd would only make it worse. She could not put Ember at risk. She'd given him her word. Flydd's glance rested on her. He knows I'm keeping something back, she thought. I'll never keep the truth from him. He turned away, muttering, I am worried now. Every minute we spend here increases the risk of discovery. Who by? Said Colm. The one who owns the Nightland. They tramped back and forth for many more hours without finding any sign of Rulka's virtual construct. Maelys followed their footsteps, eyes closed, stumbling with weariness. Her previous sleep could not have been more than an hour, for she was quite overcome by drowsiness. Aha! Flydd was squinting off to her right. I think we should go this way. Why? Said Colm. It looks the same in every direction. Intuition tells me that this is the right way. Intuition? You? Colm's voice dripped scorn. It surprises me too, said Flydd, but I'm going to follow it. After 10 or 15 minutes, they came to a broad, curving crevasse filled with smoke-like vapour and spanned by a cracked arch of some 100 rising steps, and as many descending into the mist-shrouded distance of the other side. They climbed the bridge one at a time in case their weight proved too much for it, and entered another section of the Nightland where the floor smoked like ice and luminous vapours swirled up and around them with every movement. Pools of water, black as ink, lay in holes so deep that they seemed to have no bottom. After negotiating a path between hundreds of such pools, they came to the remnants of a once magnificent palace, now broken and distorted as if it had been compressed into a moat, then expanded again. And this part of the Nightland had colour, sombre reds, browns and yellows, which were like a rainbow compared to the unrelieved black of everywhere else. What happened here? Said Maelys. This must be the part of the Nightland that collapsed, said Flydd. Rulka's part. Someone tried to restore it, though not very successfully. How could one section collapse and the other not? I have no idea. They went inside, through great halls all twisted as though they'd been wrung out like washing, and imposing audience chambers that were equally deformed. One was the size of a dog kennel on the inside, though its outside walls joined seamlessly with the normal-sized rooms surrounding it. They entered the most magnificent library Maelys had ever seen, but the books were all crumpled and ruined. They had expanded to full size, but the shelves had not. Rulka must have had a colossal ego, Colm observed, to have created all this when there was no one else to see it. He was a great man who had been used to the best of everything, said Flydd. He liked to build things and he had infinite patience. I might have done the same had I been sentenced to 1,000 years here. You spent 9 years on Mistmurk Mountain, Maelys pointed out, and you were satisfied with a little wooden hut. Eventually they came to a glorious, though to Maelys's mind intimidating, bedroom that was hardly deformed at all. The floor was tiled with red marble, the walls draped in rich velvets and silks, while the bed was a head-high platform supported on 6 posts of carved ebony with a canopy so high that it could barely be seen. I couldn't sleep there, she said, no matter how tired I was. I doubt he used this room for sleeping, said Flydd with a sly grin. I don't know what you mean, frowned Maelys. I heard the Charon were lusty devils, men and women, said Colm. He could create anything he wanted for his pleasure, said Flydd. Or anyone. I wouldn't want to lie with Ember here. Maelys, realizing what a shocking, wicked thought she'd just had, flushed so red that her cheeks burned. Now we've embarrassed innocent little Maelys, Flydd chuckled. He ruffled her messy hair and walked through into the next room. Hello, what's this? It was roughly the size of a large covered wagon, though it hung in the air as if weightless. It had a skin of blue-black metal, shaped in alien curves and ominous bulges that no blacksmith of Santhonar could have duplicated. Oddly shaped levers and knobs protruded from the top. Flydd exhaled loudly. It's Rulka's original model for his construct, the very first construct of all, and still the most potent. With such a perfect plan as this and unlimited power, another could be made. This belongs in the Great Library, if it still exists. Maelys pressed her burning cheek against the cold doorway. Shouldn't you destroy it? After the last war, I doubt that I can influence it in any way. Flydd swept his arm against the side of the construct, and it curved straight through. Besides, after the nodes failed, Laurelin was littered with dead constructs, and I never heard that Nish had succeeded in activating one, for all the power of his tears. Did you, Colm? Colm shook his head. The God Emperor has air dreadnoughts, and he had his sky palace, but his only other flying devices are flesh-formed. There was a faint noise in the distance, like a piece of ice shattering on a hard floor. Flydd spun around, tiptoed to the door, and looked out. I keep forgetting that any kind of depraved being could be held in such a secure prison as this, and any kind of evil prison warder, said Colm. Maelys could only think of Ember, trapped here as long as he should live. If only there was a way to get him out. Let's see if the construct can be made to work, said Flydd. He withdrew the pyramidal ice flame from his coat, wincing as frost formed around his fingers. That had not happened in the real world. The chthonic flame was moving sluggishly. He walked around the virtual construct, studying it from all angles. Maelys followed him at a distance, not because she had any interest in the device. She'd experienced far too much of the art lately, but because the floor here was so cold that it hurt her bare feet if she stood still. He began to trace the shape of the construct with his fingers, as high as he could reach, circumnavigating it again as if trying to imprint it on his memory. Maelys reached out to touch it, but felt nothing at all. It was just patterns of light and shadow. Flydd walked into it, and from outside she could see his dim outline holding the ice flask up like a lantern. Colm yawned, strolled away, and stood leaning on the wall with his eyes closed. Maelys suppressed a yawn of her own and followed Flydd in. Her skin tingled as she passed through the skin of the virtual construct. Everything was a formless blur for a few seconds, then the farthest layers faded, and she saw a pair of high-backed seats, plus a confusion of levers, knobs, and glassy plates, all illuminated by dark red light. That's odd, said Flydd, who was to her right. Maelys turned towards him, but was assailed by such an attack of vertigo that she staggered. Everything swam sickeningly across her field of vision for a moment before settling down again. What is? She managed to gasp. I don't know. It's different to the constructs I travelled in during the war, and it's going to take time to understand how it works. Go and get some sleep, Maelys. There's a bed in the next room. I couldn't sleep there. The thought of lying in Rulka's bed gave her the shivers. You're out on your feet. Get moving. I can't rely on you the way you are. She went out reluctantly, past Colm, who did not acknowledge her, and into Rulka's bedchamber, where she stood beside the huge bed. Flydd was right. She had to rest, and there was nowhere else. Her toes felt like frozen knobs. Climbing the bedpost reminded her of climbing the web cord to escape the octopede. Her sore muscles screamed at the abuse. Maelys flopped onto the bed and pulled the velvet quilt over her, trying not to think about the lustful acts Rulka must have committed here during his long incarceration. But the only way she could get him out of her mind was to focus on Ember instead. It didn't help. It made her feel all hot and panicky. Maelys stuffed a fold of the quilt into her mouth to stifle a groan, and it was a long time before she fell into a restless sleep. "Ah, there you are," said Flydd when she reappeared. "Feeling better now?" She didn't look it. Her hair was tangled, her eyes had dark circles around them, and her face was flushed. "Slightly. You should be. You've been asleep for almost 2 days." 2 days? This place has an odd effect on some people, and you look as if you've been sharing Rulka's lusty dreams," he said cheerily. Maelys avoided his eye. Such a modest girl, he thought. "Have you had any luck with the portal?" she asked. "On the plateau you said that making a portal to the real world was perilous," Colm observed. "Indeed. But I'm no longer a novice at it, and I've learned a lot from Rulka's virtual construct," said Flydd. "I think I can get us to Eliodore with it safely and possibly make another portal after that. I hope so, for it's a good 700 leagues to the island of Noom, the way the secret paths run, and that's the best part of a year of walking in rough, trackless country." "Assuming the God Emperor doesn't catch you first," said Colm, who was still propping up the doorway. "Which he will. It would be devilishly difficult to avoid the notice of his spies and watchers on such a long journey," Flydd agreed. "Besides, we don't have time. Nish's defeat will only drive him harder to hunt us down." "What's the matter?" said Maelys, for Flydd was staring at the construct. "Is something about it bothering you?" "Perceptive too," Flydd said to himself. "It should have been dead, but it isn't." "What do you mean?" Colm shot upright. "It's been used, and there are still traces of power within it, yet the histories say Rulka never made a portal out of the Nightland because he couldn't. Tensor freed him the first time, and when Rulka returned through a portal he'd made from the real world, he left it ajar so he could escape again. He didn't use this construct because he didn't need to." "Perhaps he returned again," said Colm. "It's possible," said Flydd. "Though by then he would have had his real construct so much more powerful and subtle than a virtual one could ever be. And a couple of years later he was dead, as was Tensor. By the end of the Tale of the Mirror, almost all of the great Mancers were dead or gone forever, so who came to the Nightland and used this virtual construct after that?" "And why? They could have come before the end of that tale," said Maelys. "No, else all traces of the construct's use would have been wiped clean when the Forbidding was destroyed. This place was made from the Forbidding, remember, and its destruction should have destroyed everything in it, including the virtual construct. Why didn't it? Because someone protected it. And I keep asking, why go to such immense trouble to protect an empty prison? Perhaps it wasn't empty back then, Maelys thought. What if there was someone in it who could never leave? But that would make Ember hundreds of years old. So who was he? And how did he end up here?" "To keep other prisoners here," said Colm. "One of them must have used it." "This construct can only be empowered by a force brought in from outside," said Flydd. "But prisoners would have been stripped of all possessions before they were sent here. No prisoner could have used it. If someone entered from outside to check on the prisoners, they would have come via their own portal, so why would anyone need to use this one? And if there were prisoners here, why would their warders leave the virtual construct empowered, which would give them a chance to escape?" "Does it really matter after all this time?" said Colm irritably. "You're always chasing thoughts around in circles, Flydd. Get the damn thing working. I want to feel good solid earth under my feet again." "I know how to make it work. And since it's still live, that won't take long." "Will you take me to Eliodore, please?" "Perhaps I will. I can get back my arts there as well as anywhere, and I too would like to see Phaelamore's legendary trove." His eyes glinted in a most un-Flydd-like way. Then he stepped inside. "Come through. Colm, tell me everything you know about Eliodore. It's not a land I know, and I've got to find a safe place for the portal to open and see the destination clearly, or we'll never get there." 25. It felt as though Maelys was sliding down an endless tunnel lined with silk. Half an hour must have gone by before, without warning, she dropped nearly a span into long, dry grass. Her knees folded, she hit the ground softly and opened her eyes. Feathery seed heads caressed her bare arms and tickled her nose. She hastily suppressed a sneeze, not knowing whether it was safe to make a sound. It was late afternoon, clear but cool, and the sun was falling behind snow-clad mountains. It would soon be dark and cold. She was on the upper slope of a steep hill, one of a cluster of 5 whose crests were grass-covered, though forest on their lower slopes extended out to the horizon in all directions. To her left, a brick fireplace large enough to roast an ox was topped with a chimney 5 or 6 spans high. Beyond it, a broken stone wall ran straight for 20 or 30 paces, with smaller walls extending off it. Squared stone littered the grass as far as she could see. It looked like the ruins of a manor or country house, or perhaps a monastery. A tear formed in her eye at the thought of beloved Niflheim Manor, torn down to the foundations by the God Emperor's troops. She dashed it away. The grass rustled to her left. "Colm?" she said quietly. "Xervish?" No answer. Perhaps they hadn't come through yet. They left the Nightland together, but the portal had thrown her into that lightless tunnel and she'd lost them. What if they hadn't come through at all? She suppressed a twinge of panic. She had no coin, no weapon, no boots, just the clothes on her back and the taffloid around her neck, which Flydd had returned before they left the Nightland. And Eliadore, if this was Eliadore, was an unknown land far from anywhere she knew. It could be a lawless land where an unaccompanied woman would be in peril. "Xervish!" she called more loudly. Her injured calf throbbed. The afternoon was absolutely still. She limped across the crest and peered down the other side of the hill, seeing nothing to alarm her, though any kind of predator could be hidden in the long grass. What if Flydd and Colm had ended up somewhere else? Her chest grew tight at the thought, the familiar anxiety of abandonment rising up to choke her. She forced it down again and tried to think. It would be freezing up here tonight, but she wasn't game to light a fire, for it would be visible for leagues. Besides, she had neither food nor water, and there would be no water up here. Yet if she went down to the forest, Flydd and Colm wouldn't know where to look for her. The grass rustled again, just behind her, and she looked down to see a large black and red snake winding its way between the stems, just a flashing strike away from her bare feet. Terror froze her to the spot, and Maelys nearly wet herself when the snake stopped and raised its head to stare at her. She didn't know what to do. Snakes had been rare in the cold uplands of Niflheim, and though she had seen them on her travels since, there had always been someone with her. She'd never had to deal with one all by herself. What was she supposed to do? She wasn't game to run, sure that it could strike more swiftly than she could leap. And what if there were others close by? She wouldn't see them if she were running. She didn't move, apart from an uncontrollable curling of her toes into the powdery dirt. The snake's head turned this way and that, its eyes staring into hers. "Don't worry about me," she thought desperately. "I'm no threat. I've never killed a snake in my life." 100 thumping heartbeats she stood there, watching the snake as it watched her, before it lowered its head, wriggled elegantly through the grass, and was gone. Maelys picked her way back to the stone chimney, inspecting the ground ahead, and to either side before each step. She had never felt more vulnerable. The chimney looked solid enough, and there would be a better view from the top. Reluctant to climb the outside, which would leave her exposed to view, she stepped into the fireplace and looked up. At least there would be no swamp creepers in this one. It was still sooty and rather narrow at the top, but any of the boys at Niflheim Manor would have been able to scramble up it, so surely she could. The sun was falling rapidly towards the snowy mountains, and it would soon be dark. She scrambled up. The last third of the climb proved a tight squeeze, and she tore her pants squeezing through. "I don't have to worry about falling down again," Maelys thought ruefully. Some leagues to the east, the land sloped steeply down to a broad plain covered in forest, save for a few small patches of cleared land. The plain ran north and south further than she could see. Beyond must be the long, narrow Sea of Thurcad, though she couldn't make it out through the haze. Behind her, in the west, the land rose ever higher, though it lay in the shadow of the setting sun, and she could see no signs of human habitation there. Manors or farmhouses occupied 2 of the other nearby hills, though none of their chimneys were smoking, which surely meant that they were abandoned. South of her, however, perhaps a league away, a village was clustered around a larger building, a communal barn or inn. No, not a barn. She could clearly see smoke rising from its chimneys. It must be an inn, and a substantial one. Maelys could see no sign of Colm or Flydd further down her hill, nor were there any tracks in the grass. Should she wait or head down to the village barefoot? Either alternative was fraught. She knew all too well how unfriendly country folk could be, especially to people who spoke differently and had no money. The sun dropped below the mountains, the temperature fell sharply, and the choice was made for her. It would take half the night to reach the village in the dark, but with nightfall all kinds of predators would be on the prowl. She climbed down, rubbed her chilly fingers together, and went looking for firewood. There was none up here, nor could she find a sharp stick with which to defend herself. She had to have shelter, though, so gathering what broken stones she could lift, she built a curving wall in front of the fireplace. It was only hip-high when the last light faded, but better than nothing. She felt more secure crouching in the fireplace behind her shelter until the night noises began. Something swooped past the chimney, and in her imagination it was a savage skeet or some beast flesh-formed by the God Emperor's arts. A cat call not far away was answered by a howl somewhere to her left, and Maelys almost cried out. Curse Colm and Flydd. Why hadn't they come through? At least they were armed. Any large predator could leap the wall and trap her inside. The next cry was closer. Maelys imagined she could see two yellow eyes moving towards her in the darkness. Scrambling to her feet, she felt for the handholds in the chimney and hauled herself up as fast as she could go. Her left foot was dangling in the centre of the fireplace when something struck her wall, knocking a stone off the top layer, and let out a screeching howl. Maelys yelped, jerked her foot up, then felt for a handhold and headed higher. The creature, whatever it was, scrambled over the wall and began to claw at the chimney. Afraid that it could climb, she pulled herself up to the narrow point, but this time she stuck there, and no matter how she strained, Maelys could not force her way up any further. That night was one of the longest she could ever remember. The beast remained there for at least an hour, and she could smell it. It was rank as an old fox, though far bigger, and its breath reeked as though it dined on carrion. It jumped out over the wall, and she dared to hope that it had given up, but it began to howl until it was answered by other howls not far away. They weren't wolves, but something just as savage. It ran around the chimney at least 100 times before rushing the fireplace again. This time a whole pack followed it, all screeching and snarling at each other, then clawing themselves a span up the chimney on the backs of the pack to snap at her feet. Maelys twisted around, managed to wriggle her hips up through the constriction and clung to the top of the chimney, looking down. Dozens of pairs of eyes reflected the starlight. Frost began to settle on the stone. Maelys eased her legs and body down the chimney, where the stone was still warm from the sun, though the rising stench from the pack of beasts was nauseating. She supported herself on her arms, but dared not sleep in case she fell down among them. The night dragged on, every second an eternity, and it wasn't until the sun rose that the creatures slunk away. They looked like jackals, only with bigger shoulders, huge, bone-crushing jaws, and dragging haunches. Pulling herself up to watch them go, Maelys was clinging on, feeling sick from lack of sleep, when she saw a pair of horses climbing the hill. She slid into the chimney and peeped over the top. The two riders stopped halfway up, pointing to tracks in the grass, and then to the pack of hunting beasts, now creeping on their bellies into a patch of longer grass. The riders looked up in her direction, one pointed, and they rode towards her. There was no way to escape them. They would see her tracks in the grass and the rude wall that clearly had only been built yesterday, so what was the point of hiding? Never give up. Something might distract them at the last minute. Withdrawing below the level of the chimney, she made sure she had a solid foothold and kept still. The horses' hooves made barely a sound on the powdery ground. As they approached, she heard a mutter of conversation and a man laughed. They knew she was here and she could do nothing to defend herself. Her imagination was running through a series of probable fates when there came a rapping sound on the side of the fireplace, and Flydd's voice said, "Maelys, you can come down now." She almost fell down the chimney in relief. She climbed down to the hearth, scrambled over the wall and stopped, staring. She didn't recognize either of them. "Our faces are too well known." Flydd's voice came from the older of the two men, who was grey-haired, bearded and yellow-skinned. "A strong illusion was needed so Nish's watchers and spies would not recognize us." Colm was weather-beaten, tanned and bald apart from an arc of hair behind his ears. They were wearing clean clothes, looked freshly bathed, and Flydd had even had a haircut. He studied her, head to one side, smiling. Maelys flushed. She felt sure he was laughing at her filthy, bedraggled appearance. Her arms and clothes were smeared with soot. Her face must be as well, and her pants were torn on both hips where she'd forced herself up through the narrow point of the chimney. I thought you were my friend, she wailed. I can't take any more. And she burst into tears. I ache all over. Maelys groaned as she slid off Flydd's horse into the mud outside the inn at a village called Plog, a good 6 leagues from where she had prematurely fallen out of the portal. She hit the ground and her knees buckled, for she'd been riding in front of him all day on a lumpy and poorly made saddle. Her backside was one massive bruise, the insides of her thighs were rubbed raw, and her new boots pinched. But worst of all, she was dressed as a boy again, and her bound breasts were even more painful than her bottom. Flydd steadied her. I don't feel so good myself. Using the virtual construct was more painful than I expected. You are all right, though? I will be in a day or two. And you haven't helped, have you? He said to his horse, patting it on the flank. My new body has thighs as soft as a maiden's. What would you know about maiden's thighs? She snapped. I've ridden that saddle many a time, he chuckled. And is a damn sight more comfortable than this one. Why, I remember. Thank you, she said coldly. Colm was looking around in satisfaction. The inn at Plog is exactly as it was when I came here as a boy. 3 stories of mossy white stone, a host of chimneys like cut-off witches' hats, and a front door decorated with a pair of eels standing on their tails. Lampreys, to be precise. Flydd indicated the hanging sign above the door, the laughing lampreys. What's a lamprey? Said Maelys. It's like a parasitic eel. It attaches to a fish with its sucker mouth and feeds on it. What about people? Maelys said uncomfortably. I've met just as many parasites among humans. He chuckled. That's not what I meant. I know what you meant. Lampreys don't attach to land animals as far as I've heard. Come on, I'm wet and hungry. Now, don't say anything about our quest. Colm led the horses down the street to a stable. I'm weary, said Flydd, clinging to the door knocker for a moment. Let's get in out of the rain. Are you sure you're all right? It's just after sickness. I haven't suffered it in years, and it hits me very hard in this new body. After making 2 portals in a row, it's amazing that I can still stand up. Will it get worse? I hope not. He turned to Maelys, who had hesitated in the muddy road, feeling shy. Something the matter? I've never been in an inn before. You astonish me. I've stayed in thousands, and they're all the same. Dirty linen, bed bugs, and food I wouldn't feed to my dog. In some inns, the food is dog. I thought the scrutators had the best of everything. They could have the best of everything if they chose to, and many did. Personally, I've never found that a good way to rule. To know what the common people think, you've got to live amongst them. He reflected, then added, Well, some of the time there are limits. I hope the food isn't dog here, said Maelys. I'm starving. I don't feel as though I've eaten proper food in weeks. You haven't. We were in the Nightland for the best part of a month. Something our time. What? She stared at him. You're making it up. I'm not. I asked the date when we bought the horses. It only feels like a few days to me. Time runs faster there, evidently. Not for poor, lonely Ember, she thought. He rapped with the knocker, and shortly the door was opened by a short, bald man, so pale that it looked as though he'd never been outside. He had transparent eyebrows and unnervingly pink eyes. You'll be wanting a bed at this time of day, he said in a flat voice. 3 beds, Taverner. Flydd pushed through into a foyer lined with coat pegs, most of which were occupied by dripping cloaks or heavy coats. Maelys followed, standing behind him and feeling uncomfortable. There's 3 of us. You want a bed each? Exclaimed the innkeeper. Can't be done. You'll have to share. We'll have 2 rooms at the very least, with no one else in them, just us and your fattest bedbugs. Flydd laughed. The innkeeper looked hurt. Mistress puts oil of turpentine in the wash, no bedbugs here. Excellent, Taverner. We'll have your freshest, cleanest sheets as well. They were only changed a month ago. Flydd clinked 2 coins in his pocket, meaningfully. If you want to pay for fresh sheets, said the innkeeper, beaming, that's different. Don't get many through here as do. I don't suppose you get many visitors at all in these empty lands, said Flydd. More than you might suppose, lately. Some nights we turn people away to the stables, but a large party left this morning, hurrying west. Come in. Flydd stopped him with a hand on his shoulder. What's west of here? Just rocks and trees. But these folks were the sort you don't ask questions about if you take my meaning. Bandits, Flydd said, almost too casually. We'll want to keep well away from them. Not bandits, said the innkeeper out of the corner of his mouth. God Emperor's men, soldiers and scryers. Come through, you're letting the draft in. He bustled away. Just wipe my boots first, said Flydd, closing the door behind the taverner. He took Maelys's arm. Why do you suppose a party of the God Emperor's people are hurrying west? He said softly. Her heart lurched. She looked up into his fierce eyes. He wasn't so different from the old Flydd after all. They can't know we're here. They just can't. Nish soon will. I've underestimated him badly. I should have known better. He leaves nothing to chance, and his humiliation at Mistmurk Mountain will only have stiffened his resolve. I deliberately chose our destination at the last possible moment to make the portal difficult to track. I dare say that's why you went astray. Then why are they here already? They've had a month, remember? From the instant we left the plateau, Nish's spies and record keepers would have been set to work, tracing our every connection so as to work out all the places we might have gone and sending people to every one of those places to intercept us the moment we appeared. He would soon have discovered that Colm's family came from Gothrime, and that he was heir to the manor. Nish or one of his tellers would have remembered the connection to the tale of the mirror and the treasure left to Karan Kin's slayer in a cave in Eliadore. A treasure that could give me the power I so desperately need, he said in a low voice. Only Colm knows where the cave is, but Nish's scryers. What's the matter? Said Maelys. I thought I heard something. He put his ear against the inner door, then the outer, listened and shook his head. Wipe your feet. We'll talk later. Maelys heard footsteps coming up the outside steps. That must be Colm now. She opened the door. It wasn't Colm, but a tall and extremely buxom woman in her middle 30s, with flaming red hair and a lush, scarlet mouth curved into an enigmatic smile. She stopped on the step below Maelys, but she still looked down into her eyes. What have we here? She said. A little door boy? She reached into her coat as if to tip Maelys, who coloured and stepped backwards. I'm a guest here. Really? Said the woman. She looked up, saw Flydd, and her dark eyes widened momentarily. He nodded absently to her, his mind on other matters, but she brushed past Maelys and extended her hand to him, smiling. Belula Vix, but you can call me Belle. What's your name? You don't look as though you're from these parts. I'm Lorcantine Pumice, lied Flydd in an accent so neutral that it would have been impossible to tell where he came from. He took her hand, and his eyes went blank momentarily, then shook it, wincing at the strength of her grip. Just taking the air for a day or two, and you? He added politely. Buy me a cup of mead and I'll tell you everything. I'm afraid I've other business to attend to, Belle. Flydd looked as though he regretted having to say it. Nonsense, Lorky, said Belle, as though the decision had been made and there was nothing more to say. You'll do your other business all the better for spending a relaxing hour with me. Flydd looked taken aback. Surely no one had ever spoken to him in such a confident and familiar way before. Another time, he said with a greater degree of reluctance. Right now. She linked her arm through his and turned him around. Flydd looked back almost pleadingly, as if to say, get me out of this, as Belle led him inside, flipping a coin over her shoulder to Maelys. My bags are outside, lad. Treat them as delicately as you would a lady. She laughed heartily, and the door banged behind them. Maelys stared at it. Belle's profile, as she turned to go through the door, had been vaguely familiar. Where could she have seen her before? 26. Maelys, who had caught the copper coin without thinking, limped down the steps and carried in Belle's bags, which were extremely heavy. She could not have said why she did it, save that the woman had a natural authority, which, because of Maelys's upbringing, she found difficult to defy. But how could Flydd be taken in by her? Was he really that low from after-sickness? A blast of aromatic heat struck her as she entered the tap-room, which appeared to occupy most of the ground floor of the inn, though it was lit only by a pair of lanterns above the counter and a smoking open fire on the other wall. The floorboards were strewn with dried ferns and pungent thyme,
Several long trestle tables ran down the centre of the tap room, and there were smaller tables in the shadows to either side. Two of the trestles were occupied by groups of men and women sitting around steaming jugs of mulled drink. A gaggle of small children played hide and seek between the legs of the trestles. The tables near the fire were also full, though the ones along the rear wall were empty. Flydd and Bell stood at the counter, Flydd ordering drinks from a thin barmaid. Bell slipped off her grey cloak to reveal a clinging crimson gown, quite unsuitable for this weather, which displayed the most voluptuous figure Maelys had ever seen. The older woman was positively bursting out of her stays, or would have been if she were wearing any. A common tart, Maelys thought, sourly. Bell folded the cloak and laid it over Flydd's arm as Maelys staggered up with her bags. Flydd said something to her and they both laughed. Maelys scowled, thinking they were laughing at her, but Bell turned and smiled, saying, "Thank you, lad," in such a warm and welcoming way that Maelys was disarmed. Still a tart, but a good-natured one. Bell's gaze slipped to Maelys's chest momentarily before she turned back to Flydd, and Maelys felt a spasm of panic. She knew. It was much harder to fool a woman about such matters. "I'll have your best room, taverner," Bell said in a carrying voice. "Sorry, lady, we're full tonight." The albino looked at Flydd. "Unless the gentleman—" "We're not sharing," said Flydd, "but we'll be gone at first light." "You can have a room tomorrow," the taverner said to Bell. "You'll have to sleep in the stables tonight." "Damned if I will," said Bell. "What do they need 2 rooms for? They can have one and I'll take the other." "We need both," said Flydd, though less firmly than before. He glanced at her bust, swallowed, and looked away. "All right, you and the fellow with the horses can have one. I'll share the other with the lad. I'm sure my virtue will be in no danger from such a little chap." Bell gave a throaty chuckle. "His virtue might be in danger from you, though," said a red-faced fat man sitting by the fire and tapping a long-stemmed pipe on the hob. The whole room laughed, and Bell as loudly as any of them. She ordered drinks for everyone and bestowed a knowing smile on the tap room. "I'm fixed up for the night, as it happens. Bring our drinks to the table by the back door, bar lass. Lad, take my bags up to our room." She tossed Maelys another coin. Maelys caught it, quivering in fury. What was the matter with Flydd? His eyes slid across Bell's splendid bosoms again, which were practically exploding out of her gown, then back lingeringly. A leg of ham could be concealed in her cleavage, and you'd never know, Maelys thought, spitefully. Coarse, vulgar strumpet. How could Flydd be taken with someone like her? Because he'd been a lusty man even into his 60s until the scrutator's torturers had cut his manhood from him. Maelys had seen enough during his renewal to know that Flydd had got it back, and, after so many years, perhaps his male urges were irresistible. Having grown up in a female household, men had always been a mystery to Maelys, but the aunts had never stopped talking about their base, wicked, and unquenchable lusts. She looked helplessly at the taverner. "Up the stairs to the top and go right, all the way to the end," he said. "Would you like a hand?" "I can manage, thanks." She hauled Bell's bags up the steep and creaking stairs. The room at the end was small, cold, and half of it was taken up by a rustic cabinet bed with sliding wooden sides. It was common for travellers of the same sex to share a bed, but Maelys had slept alone since she was little and couldn't bear to lie with a stranger, especially one as loud and coarse as Bell. There was no choice but to sleep on the floor. It was a miserable prospect, for the boards were bare and a chilly draught blasted under the door. On the way downstairs, she saw Colm at the counter, scowling into a large tankard. His face was drawn. He looked as though he'd suffered a bitter blow. "Where the blazes did she come from?" he muttered, as though Bell was Maelys's fault. "How would I know?" she hissed, perching on a stool beside him. "She just latched onto Flydd. She won't take no for an answer." "Why didn't you stop him?" he muttered. "She's a land lamprey if ever I saw one." Bell leaned towards Flydd, her bust swaying as though desperate to escape its moorings, and Colm said stiffly, "Oh, I see. Want the drink?" Maelys had occasionally tasted the mild, small ale brewed for the labourers at Niflheim, but had only touched proper drink once before, when Froon had given her the drugged liqueur in Tifferfight. "Yes, I do. A big one." Flydd and Bell were leaning across the table towards each other, and the air between them was sizzling. Maelys felt infected by it too, though the other patrons were talking and drinking as though nothing unusual had happened. Perhaps Belle regularly plied her trade here. Colm looked at her sideways. "A big drink, are you sure?" She nodded vigorously. The barmaid tapped a large mug from a barrel and set it on the counter in front of her. The beer was a deep brown, with a myriad of bubbles bursting through a deep capping of foam. Maelys took a long draught without tasting it, gasped, and banged the mug down on the counter. Niflheim's small ale had a sweet, nutty flavour, but this drink was so bitter that it puckered up her mouth. "How can anyone drink that stuff?" she said, wiping her mouth on her grubby sleeve and streaking chimney soot across her face. Colm managed the ghost of a smile. "If you drank enough, you'd come to like it." "Why would I want to?" She checked on Flydd and Belle. She was holding his broad hand across the table, staring down at it as if reading his palm. "We've got to do something, Colm." He stared into his drink as though to read his own future there. "No, we don't." She lowered her voice. "We're supposed to be incognito and he's making a spectacle of himself. Everyone will remember us. If you don't like the company he keeps, go to bed. I've got to bring him to his senses. It's the responsible thing to do." But Maelys had kept Ember secret from Flydd, so who was she to lecture anyone about responsibility? No, it had to be done. She turned away. Colm grabbed at her arm, but she ducked under it and marched over to the table. What alias had he used? She couldn't remember, and she couldn't call him Xervish. "Sir," Maelys said, "are you sure this is wise?" It sounded lame, but she couldn't be more specific. There were spies everywhere in the God Emperor's realm, even in remote backwaters like Plog. "Go away, boy," Flydd growled without looking up. Belle smiled and dropped her eyes to Maelys's chest as if she could see straight through her boy's clothes to what lay hidden beneath. "Your master is weary and saddle-sore, lad. He needs the kind of respite only I can give." Maelys wasn't giving in that easily. Master," she said to Flydd, "you don't know her." "He soon will," grinned Belle, "every luscious bit of me." Even Flydd looked taken aback at that. He took a long pull at his mug, swallowed, and allowed Belle his hand again. Maelys surreptitiously tried to see how much beer was left. Surely he couldn't be drunk on half a mug. "He's drunk on my charms, aren't you, Loki?" Belle said teasingly. "I'm all you've ever dreamed of and much, much more. In all your life you've not had the kind of night I can give you." She began to suck his fingers. Maelys looked away, disgusted, but Flydd was 4 times her own age, and if he chose to fall into the arms of the first scarlet woman he met, she couldn't stop him. "We've got to leave early in the morning, sir," she said quietly. "He'll be up at dawn, I promise you," Belle said with a throaty chuckle. "Run along, lad." Maelys blushed, for her meaning was perfectly clear. She stormed back to the counter, where Colm was draining his tankard. "I'm going to bed. Don't be silly, our supper will be here in a minute. Come over here, we need to talk." Colm led her to a table in the angle between the counter and the wall, furthest from the fire or anyone else, and set their drinks down. Maelys noticed that he took the chair against the wall where he could see the whole room and no one could approach him from behind. "Did you ask the way?" she said in a low voice. "To your valley?" "Yes, but—" A cook's boy came from the kitchen carrying their dinners on a tray, thin slices of hot grilled meat on slabs of bread, and on the side a jumble of steaming vegetables, none of which were familiar to Maelys. She waited until the boy had gone before speaking. "A party of travellers went west this morning, the God Emperor's men. The taverner mentioned them." "I heard it in the stables," said Colm, his big fists clenched on the table. "Nish must know we're coming and what we're looking for." So that's what the matter was. Maelys felt for Colm. Nothing ever went right for him. "We'll have to call it off." Agitated, he hacked meat and bread, speared it on the point of his knife and wolfed it down, staring at his plate all the while. Maelys was cutting her meat into neat portions when she remembered that she was supposed to be a rude, grubby lad, not a well-mannered girl. She picked up a large piece with her fingers, swallowed it without chewing, had another swig of beer, and even managed a small belch. "Don't overdo it," scowled Colm. "You've already attracted enough attention." How dare he treat her like a child? She lowered her head and attended to her dinner in silence. The meat was tough but tasty, the bread gritty, and the vegetables had a bitter taste, but she ate every morsel. She was so hungry she could have gnawed splinters off the table leg. Colm threw down his knife, his meal barely touched. "I can't call it off," he hissed. "I'm going on by myself if I have to." Belle's eyes were on her,
Maelys leaned forwards, saying quietly, "What's the point, Colm? Without Flydd, you'll never see through the illusion." "This is the only thing left to me," he said slowly, tapping his fists on the table with every word. "I've lost everything else, my family, my estate, everything I ever worked for, and—" For a terrible moment she thought he was going to say, "and you," but he bit the words off. "I can't give up Feylamore's treasure, no matter the cost." "I don't think Flydd would want you to go alone," said Maelys. "I'll be gone before the tart's finished with him, and you can't stop me." He glared at her. "I wouldn't try to stop you. The things I've done to try and save my family." Her ears began to burn. Why had she reminded him? "Indeed." He nodded stiffly. "Good night. I'm leaving at dawn." She felt a lump in her throat. Despite their differences, he'd been good to her once. "I'll get up to say goodbye." "All right." He set off upstairs. Belle was leaning right across the table, nibbling at Flydd's palm. Maelys was revolted. In her family, no one would have dreamed of acting lasciviously in a tavern. Noticing Belle's eyes on her again, she went up to her room. But it wasn't her room now. Belle would be sharing it. Maelys turned the lantern low and lay diagonally across the bed, fully clothed, as if to stake her claim on it. But sleep would not come. She shoved the draft excluder against the crack under the door and threw herself on the bed again. It wasn't long before they came up the stairs. Flydd was laughing and snorting at the same time, Belle making a throaty chuckle. They stopped on the landing below, and Maelys heard their lips smacking together, the disgusting slurping noises going on for ages, like two swamp creepers mating. She pulled a pillow over her head and tried to block them out. They came up the last flight, and Maelys groaned aloud, only now realizing what Belle wanted the room for. How could she, Maelys, have been so dull-witted as to not realize? She would have to go to the stables. She sat up, rubbing her eyes, but Belle, Maelys could tell it was her, began to pound on the door next to Maelys's room. Footsteps stumbled to the door and it was wrenched open. "Oh, for pity's sake!" Colm cried. He stamped across the floor, then back to the door, and Maelys heard him thumping down the stairs. Flydd and Belle fell into the room, laughing like drains, and the door banged. The snorting and lip-smacking, and then the symphony of the bed, continued for hours. Maelys was grinding her teeth down to stubs when the tumult cut off as their bed collapsed.